41357. One King's Way, The Hammer and the Cross, Book 2, by Harry Harrison and John Home. Copyright 1995 by Harry Harrison and John Home. All rights reserved. Read by Bruce Huntey.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Library of Congress Annotation. Shef Sigvarthsson, The Hammer and the Cross, RC 38637, is co-ruler of Britain with Alfred of Wessex. Shef vows to build an unbeatable navy to protect his land and prevent his mighty Viking nation from falling prey to Christianity. But Shef has enemies, especially the Knights of the Lance, who will stop at nothing to see him brought down. Descriptions of sex and some violence. 1995. From the book jacket. Harry Harrison, best-selling author of the acclaimed West of Eden trilogy, returned to alternate history in The Hammer and the Cross, a major new saga set on an Earth both similar to and radically different from our own. What if the Vikings had conquered Britain and forged a new religion and civilization based on the ancient gods of the North? Set in an alternate version of the Dark Ages, One King's Way continues the epic tale of Shef, new Jarl of Britain, as he battles to change the course of history. A craftsman, visionary, and warrior, Shef has risen from slavery to become king of a mighty Viking nation. Having won countless battles on land, he vows to protect his domain by building an unstoppable navy of catapult-bearing warships, unlike any the world has ever seen. But his growing kingdom threatens all Europe, and he has made many powerful enemies. Chief among his foes are the Knights of the Lance, a fanatical order of soldiers sworn to bring Shef down no matter what the cost. To defeat the Jarl, they will stop at nothing, even if it means finding the sacred spear of Christ and resurrecting the Holy Roman Empire. One King's Way is a monumental novel of war and intrigue in a world that might have been. About the author. Harry Harrison is the author of many popular science fiction novels and series including The Hammer and the Cross, West of Eden, The Stainless Steel Rat, and Bill the Galactic Hero. His novel, Make Room, was filmed as Soylent Green. His acclaimed short fiction was recently collected in Galactic Dreams and Stainless Steel Visions. Among the awards he has received are the Prix Jules Verne and the Nebula Award. He now lives in Ireland. Other books by Harry Harrison. The Jupiter Plague, Montezuma's Revenge, One Step from Earth, Planet of No Return, Planet of the Damned, The QE2 is Missing, Queen Victoria's Revenge, A Rebel in Time, Skyfall, Stonehenge, A Transatlantic Tunnel Hurrah. Reader's Note: maps found in the print edition are not included in this recording. End of note. Chapter 1. Frozen in the hard grip of the worst winter in memory, all of England lay under a frigid mantle of snow. The great river Thames was covered with ice from bank to bank. The road leading west to Winchester was a flint-hard, filthy track of frozen hoof-prints and caked manure. The horses slipped on the ice, snorting out steaming vapors. Their riders, huddled and chilled, looked up at the dark walls of the great minster and spurred their tired mounts with little result. This was the 21st of March of the year of our Lord's incarnation, 867, and a day of greatest portent. A royal union was taking place today. Filling the pews were the military aristocracy of Wessex, every alderman, thane, and high reeve who could possibly be squeezed within the stone walls, gaping and sweating, a low mutter of explanation and translation continually rising from them, watching intently as the whole elaborate ritual of coronation of a Christian king unrolled its stately dance. In the right-hand pew at the very front of the nave of the great minster at Winchester was Shef Sigvarthsson, co-king of the English, and king in his own right of all those parts of it north of the Thames, which he could persuade into obedience. He sat uneasily, aware of the many eyes on him. they saw a man whose age was hard to guess. His thick dark hair and smooth-shaven face made him seem young, too young for the gold circlet of royalty on his brow and the heavy bracelets on both arms. He had the height and the broad shoulders of a warrior in his prime, or of an ironsmith, which was what he had been. Yet for all his youth the dark hair was already streaked with white, and his face showed the betraying grooves of care and pain. His right eye socket was an empty hollow, and the patch that covered it could not disguise the way the flesh had drawn and fallen in. The whole of England and half of Europe beyond knew how he had been half-blinded on the order of Sigurd Snake-Eye, eldest of the sons of Ragnar, and how the smith's apprentice had taken his revenge by killing Sigurd's brother, Ivar the Boneless, champion of the North, rising from near thrall to Carl of the Viking great army, to Jarl under the orders of Alfred Atheling. Now to being king and co-ruler with Alfred himself, joint victors over the Frankish crusade only the year before. Rumors ran everywhere about the meaning of the strange sign he wore round his neck as emblem of the Osgarth way, an emblem none had worn before him, the Kraki, the pole ladder of the mysterious deity Rig. Shef had no wish to see the coronation, still less the ceremony that would follow. The grooves of pain deepened in his face as he watched. Yet he understood why he had to be there, he and his men. To make a point, to support his co-king. It was Alfred's request, as close to a command as possible, that had brought him here. "You don't have to take the Mass," Alfred had said firmly to Shef and his supporters. "You don't even have to sing the hymns. But I want you there at the coronation, wearing your pendants, wearing your crown, Shef, making a show. Pick out your most impressive men and look rich and powerful. I want everyone to see that I am supported fully by the men of the North, the conquerors of Ivar the Boneless and Charles the Bald, the pagans, not the wild pagans, the slavers and sacrificers, like the sons of Ragnar, but the men of the way of Osgarth, the pendant folk." They had at least managed to do that, Shef thought, looking about. Put on their mettle, the 24 way folk selected to sit in the front ranks had responded nobly. Gudmund the Greedy was carrying more gold and silver on his person, in arm rings, torque, and belt buckle, than any 5 thanes of Wessex put together. Of course he had shared in 3 successive distributions of plunder under Shef, whose fame, though fabulous, was not all exaggeration. Thorvin, priest of Thor, and his colleague Skaldfin, priest of Njörð, though opposed to worldly display, had nevertheless dressed in shining white, and brought with them their signs of office, the short hammer for Thorvin, and the seaman's boat for Skaldfin. Quicka, Osmond, and the other English freedmen, now veterans of Shef's campaigns, though hopelessly unimpressive in person from youthful hunger, had managed to dress themselves in the unheard-of luxury of silken tunics. They also carried carefully sloped the tools of their trade, halberds, crossbows, and catapult winders. Shef suspected that the mere sight of men so obviously English, so obviously low-born, and so obviously rich beyond the dreams of the average Wessex thane, let alone churl, was the most powerful silent argument for Alfred's success that could be found. The ceremony had begun hours before with the forming of a great procession from the king's residence to the minster itself, a walk of barely 100 yards, but every yard of them seeming to demand some special observance. Then the high mass in the minster, the nobles of the realm crowding up to take communion, not so much out of reverence as out of an earnest desire not to miss any luck or blessing that might be granted to others. Among them, Shef had noted, had been many seemingly incongruous figures, the undersized frames and rough clothes of slaves that Alfred had freed, and churls he had promoted. They were now here to take the word back to their towns and villages, the word that there was no doubt at all, that Alfred Atheling was now Alfred, King of the West Saxons, and of the Mark, by all the laws of man and of the Christian God. Also in the first row, towering over those around him, sat the Marshal of Wessex, the man chosen by custom as the most notable warrior of the kingdom hand to hand. The Marshal, Wighard, was indeed an imposing sight, nearer 7 foot than 6, and 20 English stone if an ounce in weight. He carried the king's state sword at arm's length as effortlessly as a twig, and had already shown uncanny ability to fence with a halberd as if it were a willow wand. There was one man in Shef's group sitting immediately to his left, who had difficulty following the ceremony, who glanced again and again at the champion. This was the giant Bronn, himself champion of the men of Halogalan, still wasted and shrunken from the belly wound he had taken in his duel on the gangplank with Ivar the Boneless, but slowly regaining strength. Bronn, shrunken as he was, still seemed the bigger man of the two. His bones were almost too big for his skin, with knuckles like rocks, and ridges jutting out over his eyebrows like armor. Bronn's fists, Shef had once noted by careful comparison, were bigger than a pint pot, not just huge, but disproportionate even to the rest of him. "Men grow big where I come from," was all that Bronn would ever say. The noise of the congregation died as Alfred, now thoroughly blessed and prayed over, turned to face them to take his oaths. For the first time Latin was abandoned, and the service broke into English as Alfred's senior alderman asked the solemn question, "Do you grant us our rightful laws and customs to be held? And do you swear after your power to grant rightful dooms and defend the rights of your people against every enemy?" "I do." Alfred looked round the packed minster. "I have done so, and I will do so again." A rumble of assent. Now a trickier moment, Shef thought, as the alderman stepped back and the senior bishop stepped forward. For one thing, the bishop was startlingly young, and for good reason. After Alfred's dispossession of the church, his excommunication by the Pope, the crusade against him, and his final declaration of non-communion with Rome, every senior cleric in his kingdom had left. From the archbishops of York and Canterbury, down to the least bishop and abbot, Alfred's response was to promote 10 of the best remaining junior priests and tell them the church in England was in their hands. Now one of them, Alfred, Bishop of Winchester, 6 months before priest of a village no one had heard of, came forward to ask his question. "Lord King, we ask you to grant us protection for Holy Church and due law and rightfulness for all those who are members of it." Alfred and Alfred had been days working out the new formula, Shef recalled. The traditional one had asked for confirmation of all rights and privileges, tithes and taxes, ownerships and possessions, all of which Alfred had in fact taken away. "I grant protection and due law," Alfred replied. Again he looked round, again added words beyond tradition. "Protection to those within the church and without it, due law to members of it and to others." The highly trained choristers of Winchester, choir monks and choir boys together burst into the anthem of Zadok the priest. "Unc serunt Solomonem Zadok sacerdos," as the bishops prepared for the solemn moment of blessing with the holy oil, after which Alfred would be literally the Lord's anointed, against whom rebellion was also sacrilege. Shortly, thought Shef, would come the difficult moment for him. It had been explained to him very carefully that Wessex, ever since Queen Eadburh, of wicked memory, never had a queen, and that the king's wife could have no separate coronation. Nevertheless, Alfred had said, he was insistent that his new wife should be accepted by him in front of the people, in honor of her courage in the defeat of the Franks. So he had said, after the donning of the regalia, sword, ring, and scepter, he meant his wife to come forward and be named before the congregation, not as queen, but as the Lady of Wessex. And who better to lead her to the altar than her brother Shef, also his co-king, who might have to yield his kingdom to the child of Alfred and the lady if he had no child himself. This would be the second time he had given her away, Shef thought bitterly. Once again he must forget the love, the passion that had once bound them. The first had been to a man they both hated, and in punishment for that, it seemed, he must now hand her over to a man they both loved. As Thorvin nudged him with a mighty elbow to tell him the time had come to step forward and lead the Lady Godive with her train of maidens to the altar, Shef met her eyes, her triumphant eyes, and felt his heart turn to ice. Alfred might now be a king, he thought numbly. He himself was not. He did not have the right or the strength. As the choir broke into the Benedicat, he decided that he would do it. Do the thing he wanted to, not just what he felt was his duty. He would take out the fleet, the new navy of the co-kings, to work out his inner anger on the enemies of the realm, the pirates of the north, the fleets of the Franks, the slavers of Ireland or Spain, anyone. Let Alfred and Godive find their own happiness at home. He would find peace in drowned men and shattered ships. Earlier this same day, far to the north in the land of the Danes, a simpler and more terrifying ceremony had taken place. It had begun before dawn. The bound man, lifted from where he lay on the floor of the guard hut, had long since ceased to struggle, though he was neither a coward nor a weakling. 2 days before, when the emissaries of the Snake Eye had marched into the slave pen, he had known what would be in store for the man they chose. When they picked him from the others, he had known also that the least chance of escape was to be seized, and he had seized it. Secretly gathered the slack in his wrist chains as they marched him off, waited till the guards were hustling him over the wooden bridge that led to the inner heart of the Breiðabor, the stronghold of the last 3 sons of Ragnar. Then struck suddenly to his right with the chain, and hurled himself for the rail and the swift river beneath it, at the best to swim for freedom, at the worst to die his own man. His guards had seen many such desperate attempts. One snatched at his ankle as he lunged for the rail. 2 others had him pinned before he could recover. They had beaten him systematically with their spear shafts, not in malice, but to ensure he would be too stiff and battered to move swiftly again. Then taken off the chains and replaced them with rawhide thongs, twisting and wetting them with sea water to dry even tighter. If the bound man could have seen his fingers in the dark, they would have been blue-black, swollen like a corpse's. Even if some god intervened to save his life, it would be too late now to save his hands. But neither god nor man would intervene. The guards had ceased to acknowledge his existence when they talked among themselves. He was not dead, because for what he had to do, a man was needed with the breath and especially the blood still in him. But that was all. There was no need for anything else. Now, at the end of the long night, his guards carried him out of the long house where the great fresh-tarred flagship lay, and down the long row of rollers that led down the slipway to the sea. "Here will do. This one here," grunted the burly, middle-aged warrior in charge. "How do we do it?" asked one of the others, a young man without the campaign marks, the scars and silver arm rings of the others. "I've never seen this done before." "So watch and you'll learn. First cut that rawhide round his wrists. No, don't worry." As the younger man hesitated, looked round automatically for any slightest glimpse of an escape. "He's a goner. Look at him. Couldn't even crawl if we let him go. Don't let him go, mind. Just cut his wrists free, right." A few minutes of sawing, and the bound man staggered as the lashings freed, stared a moment in the pale but growing light at the hands in front of him. "Now lay him out flat on that roller, belly down, feet together. Now see here, young Rani, because this is the important bit. The thrall has to have his back upwards, for why you'll see very shortly. He can't have his hands behind him, same reason. And he mustn't be able to move. But he mustn't be able to stop himself moving either. So what I do is this." The middle-aged leader pressed his captive's face down onto the solid pine trunk he lay on, seized both arms and dragged them forward above his head, till the victim looked like a man diving. He pulled a hammer and 2 short iron spikes from his belt. "We used to tie them, but I think you get a better roll like this. I saw something like it once in one of the Christers' church. Of course, they put the nail in the wrong place. Half-wits." Grunting with effort, the veteran began to hammer a spike carefully through the junction of wrist and hand. Behind him there came a rustle of many men moving. Against the dawn light of the east, dark shapes began to show, spears and helmets silhouetted against the sky where the sun would soon show its first glimmer on this, the first day of the warrior's new year, when day and night were the same length. "He's taking it well," said the young man as his instructors started to hammer in the second spike. "More like a warrior than a thrall. Who was he, anyway?" "Him? Just some fisherman we picked up on the way back last year. And he's not taking it well. He can't feel a thing. His hands have been dead for hours. Soon over now," he added to the man now firmly nailed to the log, patting his cheek. "Speak well of me in the next world. This could go a lot worse if I bungled it, but I haven't. Just lash his legs down, you two. No need for another spike. Feet together. He's got to turn when the moment comes. The little group got to their feet, leaving their victim stretched out along the pine trunk. "Ready, Vestmar," said a voice behind them. "Ready, Lord." The space behind them had filled up while they worked. At the rear, away from the shore and the long sea inlet, lay hump after hump of dark shapes, slave pens, workshops, boathouses, and in dimly sensed ranks the rows of regular barracks that housed the trusted troops of the Sea Kings, the sons of Ragnar. Once 4, now 3. From the barracks the men had come streaming, all men, no women, no youths, to see the solemn spectacle. The launch of the first ship, the start of the annual campaigning season that once again was to bring terror and ruin to the Christians and their allies of the south. Yet the warriors hung back, ranking themselves around the inlet's shore in a deep semicircle. Pacing down to the very shore itself came only 3 men, all tall and powerful, men in their prime, the 3 remaining sons of Ragnar Harrybreeks. Ubi, the grizzled despoiler of women, Halvdan, the Redbeard, the fanatical dueler and champion, dedicated to the warrior's life and code. Before even them, Sigurd the Snake-Eye, so called for the whites that surrounded every part of his eye pupils like the gaze of a snake. The man who meant to make himself king of all the lands of the north. All faces were turning now to the east, to see if the first glimpse of the sun's disk could be seen on the horizon. Most years here in Denmark, in the month the Christians called March, only cloud. Today, good omen, clear sky, with just the light haze already turned pink by the still invisible sun. A slight murmur came from the watchers as the readers of omens came forward, a stooped and aged band clutching their holy bags, their knives and knuckle-bones and sheep's shoulder blades, the instruments of divination. Sigurd watched them coldly. They were necessary for the men, but he had no fear of a bad divination, a poor set of omens. Augurs who augured badly could find themselves on the sacrifice stone as well as any other. In the dead, intense silence, the man stretched out on the pine log found his voice. Pinned and lashed as he was, he could not move his body. He strained his head back and called out in a choked voice, aiming it at the midmost of the 3 men by the shore. "Why can you do this, Sigurd? I was no enemy of yours. I am no Christian nor man of the way. I am a Dane and a freeman like yourself. What right have you to take my life?" A roar from the crowd drowned his last words. A line of light showed in the east, the sun poking up over the near flat horizon of Sjælland, eastmost of the Danish islands. The Snake-Eye turned, threw back his cape, waved to the men in the boathouse above him. Instantly, a creaking of ropes, a simultaneous grunt of effort, 50 men, the picked champions of the Ragnarsson army, throwing their mighty weight on the ropes attached to the spiked rowlocks. Out from the boathouse loomed the dragon prow of the Snake-Eye's own ship, the Frani Ormer itself, the shining worm. Grinding forward along the flat on the greased rollers prepared for it, 10 tons of weight on a 50-foot keel made of the stoutest oak tree in Denmark. It reached the top of the slipway. The pinned man craned his neck sideways to see his fate looming against the sky, and clamped his mouth shut to avoid the scream welling from inside him. One thing only he could avoid giving his tormentors, and that was the joy of a good omen, a year launched in fear and despair and shrieks of pain. The men heaved at the ropes together. The prow tipped and began to slide down, thumping over each roller in turn. As it ground down towards him, as the projecting prow reached over him, the sacrifice called out again, meaning it in defiance. "Where is your right, Sigurd? What made you a king?" The keel struck him accurately in the small of the back, rode over him, and crushed down with its immense weight. Involuntarily the breath pressed from his lungs in a weird cry, turning into a shriek as pain overcame any possible self-control. As the ship roared over him, its haulers running now to keep up, the roller to which he was nailed whirled round. The blood of his crushed heart and lungs spurted up, driven out by the massive rounded keel. It splashed upwards onto the flaring bow planks above him. The augurs watched intently, crouched low so as not to miss any detail, whooped and whirled their fringed sleeves in delight. "Blood! Blood on the planks for the Sea King's launch! And a cry! A death cry for the Lord of Warriors!" The ship surged on into the calm water of the Brethrabor fjord. As it did so, the sun's disk rose fully above the line of the horizon, sending a long, flat ray beneath the haze. Throwing aside his cape, the Snake-Eye seized his spear by the butt and lifted it above the shadow of the boathouse and the slipway. The sun caught it and turned its 18-inch triangular blade to fire. "Red light and a red spear for the new year!" roared the watching army, drowning out the augur's shrilling. "What made me a king?" shouted the Snake-Eye to the passing spirit. "The blood I have shed, and the blood in my veins. For I am the God-born, the son of Ragnar, the son of Volsi, the seed of the immortals, and the sons of men are logs beneath my keel." Behind him his army ran, crew by crew, towards their waiting ships, to take their turn by the stronghold's crowded slipways. The same chill winter that held fast to England had fallen also on the other side of the Channel. In the cold city of Cologne, on this same day as Alfred was being crowned, 11 men met in a bare, unheated room of a great church, hundreds of miles to the south of the Brethrabor and its human sacrifice. 5 of them wore the purple and white of archbishop's rank. None, as yet, the scarlet of a cardinal. Slightly behind and to the right of each of the 5 sat a second man, each of these dressed in a plain black robe of a canon of the order of St. Rodegang. Each was his archbishop's confessor, chaplain, and counselor, of no rank but of immense influence, with the best hope also of succeeding to the dignity of a prince of the church. The 11th man also wore the black robe, this time of a mere deacon. He looked covertly from side to side at the assembled gathering, recognizing and respecting power, but unsure of his own place at the table. He was Erkenbert, once deacon of the great minster at York and servant of Archbishop Wulfhere. But the minster was no more, sacked by the enraged heathen of the north the previous year. And Wulfhere, archbishop though he remained, was a mere pensioner of his fellow archbishops, an object of contemptuous charity like his co-primate of Canterbury. The church in England was no more, no lands, no rents, no power. Erkenbert did not know why he had been called to this meeting. He did know that he was in deadly danger. The room was not bare because the great Prince Archbishop of Cologne could not afford furniture. It was bare because he wished to have no cover for any possible eavesdropper or spy. Words had been said here that would mean death for all present if repeated. The group had eventually, slowly, cautiously come to a decision, feeling each other out. Now the decision made, tension slackened. "He has to go, then," repeated Archbishop Gunther, the host of the meeting in Cologne. A circle of silent nods around the table. "His failure is too great to overlook," confirmed Teutgard of Trier. "Not only did the crusade he sent against the province of the English meet defeat in battle." "Though that itself is a sign of the divine disfavor," agreed the notoriously pious Hincmar of Reims. "But he allowed a seed to be planted, a seed worse than defeat for one king or another king, a seed of apostasy." The word created a momentary silence. All knew what had happened the year before, how under pressure from both the Vikings of the north and his own bishops at home, the youthful King Alfred of the West Saxons had made common cause with some pagan sect, called, so they heard, the Way, had then successfully defeated the dreaded Ivar Ragnar, son of the Vikings, followed by Charles the Bald, Christian king of the Franks and deputy of the Pope himself. Now Alfred ruled unchallenged in England, though sharing his dominions with some heathen jarl whose name seemed almost a joke. But it was no joke that in retaliation for the crusade sent against him by Pope Nicholas, Alfred had declared the Church in England out of communion with the Catholic and Apostolic Church of Rome itself. Even less of one, that he had stripped the Church in England of its lands and wealth, allowing Christ to be preached and served only by those who were prepared to earn their own livings by free offerings, or even, it was said, through supporting themselves by trade. "For that defeat and that apostasy he must go," repeated Gunther. He looked round the table. "I say Pope Nicholas must go to God. He is an old man, but not old enough. We must hasten his departure." Now that the words had been spoken aloud, a silence fell. It was not easy for princes of the Church to talk of killing the Pope. Meinhard, Archbishop of Mainz, a fierce, hard man, spoke in a loud voice. "Have we any way to do that?" he queried. The priest to Gunther's right stirred and spoke. "There will be no difficulty. There are men we can trust in the Pope's entourage at Rome. Men who have not forgotten that they are Germans like ourselves. I do not recommend poison. A pillow in the night. When he does not wake in his office can be declared vacant without scandal." "Good," said Gunther. "For though I wish his death, I take my oath before God that I wish Pope Nicholas no harm." The group looked at him with faint signs of skepticism. All knew that only 10 years before Pope Nicholas had deposed Gunther and deprived him of his see as a penalty for disobedience, as he had done also to Teutgard of Trier, while he had further rebuked and overruled even the pious Hincmar over a dispute with a mere bishop. He was a great man who did his duty as he saw it. I do not blame him even for launching King Charles on his ill-fated crusade. No, there is no harm in crusades. But he made a mistake. Tell them, Arno," he added to his confessor. "Tell them our appreciation of the situation." He sank back, lifting the gold goblet of Rhenish wine on which so much of his archbishopric's revenue depended. The younger man pulled his stool forward to the table, his sharp face gleaming with enthusiasm beneath close-cropped blonde stubble. "Here in Cologne," he began, "we have made careful study of the arts of war, not merely on the field of battle itself, but also in its wider context. We try to think not merely like a tacticus." He used the Latin word, though up till then all had spoken the Low German of Saxony and the north, but like a strategos of the old Greeks. And if we think strategise, Hincmar at least winced at the strange medley of Greek and Latin, we see that Pope Nicholas made a critical error. He failed to see what we call here the punctum gravissimum, that is, the heavy point, the point of main weight of an enemy's attack. He did not see at once that the real danger to the whole Church, lay not in the schisms of the East, or in the struggles of Pope against Emperor, or in the naval raids of the followers of Mahound, but in the little-known kingdoms of the poor province of Britannia. Because only in Britannia did the Church find more than an enemy, a rival, a supplanter. "He is an Easterner," said Meinhard contemptuously. "Just so. He thinks that what happens here in the West, here in the northwest of Europe, in Germany and Frankland and the Low Countries, is of minor importance. But we know that here lies destiny, the destiny of the Church, the destiny of the world. I dare to say it, if Pope Nicholas does not. The new chosen people, the only true bulwark against the barbarians." He ceased, his fair face already flushing with pride. "You will find no arguments on that score here, Arno," Gunther remarked. "So, once Nicholas is dead, he must be replaced. I know," he raised a hand, "the cardinals will not elect anyone to pope who has any more sensible opinion, and we cannot expect to sway the Italians to sense. But we can sway them to nonsense. I think we are all agreed that we will use our revenues and our influence to ensure the election of someone we can count on to be popular with the Romans, well-born among the Italians, and a complete nonentity. I believe he has already chosen his papal name. Adrian II, they tell me. More serious is what must be done closer to home. Not only Nicholas must go, King Charles too. He also has been defeated, and by a rabble of peasants." "Gone already," said Hincmar decisively. "His barons will not forgive humiliation. Those who did not share it with him cannot believe that Frankish lancers could be defeated by slingers and bowmen. Those who did are anxious not to share his disgrace. There will be a rope round his neck or a knife in his ribs without us stirring a hand. But who is to replace him?" "Your pardon," said Erkenbert quietly. He had been listening with the greatest care, and slowly the conviction had come to him that these men, unlike the pompous and inefficient clerics of the English Church he had served all his life, actually respected intelligence more than rank. Junior spoke without rebuke. They put forward their own ideas and had them accepted. Or, if they were rejected, it was with reason given and after careful thought. Among these men, the only sin was to fail in logic or in imagination. The excitement of abstract thought worked on Erkenbert more than the fumes of the wine in his goblet. He felt that at last he was among equals. Above all, he wished to have them accept him, too, as an equal. I understand Low German, for it is like my own English. But allow me to speak in Latin for the moment. I do not understand how King Charles the Bald of Francia can be replaced, or what advantage any successor would be to this group. He has 2 sons, am I correct? Louis and Charles. He had 3 brothers, Ludwig and Pepin and Lothair, of whom only Ludwig is still alive, and is it 7 living nephews, Louis and Charles and Lothair? And Pepin and Carloman and Ludwig and Charles, completed Gunther. He laughed briefly. And what our English friend is too polite to say is that not one of them can be told from another. Charles the Bald, Charles the Fat, Ludwig the Saxon, Pepin the Younger. Which is which, and what does it matter? So I will put it this way in his place. The seed of the emperor, the great Charles, Charlemagne himself, has failed. The virtue is gone out of it. As we find a new pope in Rome, so we must find a new king here, a new king's line. The men round the table looked cautiously at each other, less cautiously as each realized that the unthinkable was being thought. Gunther smiled briefly at the effect of his words. Greatly daring again, Erkenbert spoke. It is possible. In my own country, kings' lines have been deposed, and in yours. Did not the great Charlemagne himself come to power through the deeds of his ancestors, who deposed the god-born to whom they had been servants? Deposed them and shore their hair in public, to show they were no longer holy? It could be done. What is it, after all, that makes a king? One man during the whole discussion had not spoken, though he had nodded in assent from time to time. The immensely respected Archbishop of Hamburg and Bremen in the far north, the disciple and successor of St. Ansgar, Archbishop Rimbert, famous for his personal courage in fanatical missions to and against the pagans of the north. As he stirred, all eyes turned to him. You are right, brothers. The line of Charles has failed, and you are wrong. Wrong in many ways. You speak of this and that, of strategy and the punctum gravissimum, and the West and the East. And in the world of men what you say may have a meaning. But we do not live only in the world of men. I say to you that Pope Nicholas and King Charles had a worse failing than any you have seen. I pray only that we may not fall into it ourselves. I say to you, they did not believe. And without belief, all their weapons and their plans were straw and chaff, to be blown away on the wind of God's displeasure. So I will tell you that we do not need a new king, nor a new king's line. No. What we must have now is an emperor, an imperator Romanorum. For we, comrades, we Germans are the new Rome. We must have an imperator to mark it. The others stared at him in silence, a new vision slowly forming in their minds. It was the blond-cropped Arno, Gunther's counselor, who broke in. And how is the new emperor to be chosen? He asked cautiously. And where is such a one to be found? Listen, said Rimbert, and I will tell you. And I will tell you also the secret of Charlemagne, the last true emperor of Rome in the West. I will tell you what it is that makes the true king. Chapter 2. The strong smell of sawdust and wood chips filled the air as Shef and his companions, rested now from the long ride from Winchester, strolled down to the keel yard. Although the sun had not long cleared the eastern horizon, hundreds of men were already working, leading up great carts loaded with wood and drawn by patient oxen, clustered round forges, bustling in and out of rope walks. The noise of hammers and saws came from all directions, mixed with the furious voices of gang foremen, but no whip cracks, no cries of pain, no iron slave collars. Braun whistled slowly and shook his head as he surveyed the scene. Only just released from his sick bed, he was still carefully watched by his physician, the diminutive Hund. Until now he had seen none of what had been achieved over the long winter, And indeed, even Shef, who had driven the work on in person or by deputy every single day, found it hard to credit. It was as if he had released a torrent of energy rather than creating it. Again and again over the winter he had found his wishes anticipated. After the fighting had ceased last year, he had found himself with the resources and wealth of a kingdom to command. His first and most urgent task had been to ensure the defense of his precarious realm. He issued the orders, and his commanders applied themselves eagerly, building war machines and training their users, recruiting troops, mixing his potentially refractory groups of freed slaves, Vikings of the Way, and English thanes, performing military service in return for their leases of land. This accomplished, he had set himself to his second task, to ensure the royal revenues. The job of recording all details of land and tolls, debts and taxes, till then carried on by custom and memory, he had passed on to the priest Boniface, with instructions to do in all the counties Shef now controlled what he had begun in Norfolk alone. It would take time and skill, but the results had already become visible. The third task, though, was Shef's alone, and that was to build a navy. If there was one thing that was clear, it was that all the battles of the previous 2 years had been fought on English soil and paid for with English lives. The way to ensure defense, Shef had seen, was to stop the attackers, and especially the Vikings outside the Way, in the place where they reigned supreme, at sea, supported by the accumulated wealth and taxes of East Anglia and East Mercia as well. Shef had started immediately to build a fleet. He had had much help and experience to draw on. The Vikings of the Way contained many skilled shipwrights, quite ready to pass on their knowledge and skills if properly rewarded. Thorvin and his fellow priests of the Way, immensely interested, had plunged into the work as if they had asked nothing better all their lives, as indeed was true, conforming to their code of forever seeking for new knowledge and supporting themselves and their religion by their working skills alone. Smiths, carpenters, hauliers, poured from all over eastern England to the site Shef had chosen for his dock, on the north bank of the Thames. It lay within his own dominions, but facing those of King Alfred, poised to guard, or to threaten, both the Channel and the North Sea, a short distance downriver from the commercial port of London, at the tiny hamlet of Creekmouth. The problem had been direction. Holding all these skilled and experienced men to the plan Shef had formed, but which directly contradicted much of their lifetime's collective experience. At first, Shef had asked Thorvin to direct the site, but he had refused, saying he must be free to leave at any time if the demands of his faith required it. Then he had thought of Ud, the ex-slave who had almost single-handed invented the crossbow and made safe the torsion catapult. Thus, to some eyes, defeating both Ivar Ragnarsson, champion of the North, and weeks later Charles the Bald, king of the Franks, at what men were coming to call the Battle of Hastings, 866. Ud had been a disaster, soon replaced. Left to himself, it transpired that the little man was only capable of taking an interest in things made of metal. He also could not direct so much as the boy who blew the bellows, from constitutional shyness. He had been removed and set to the much more congenial task of finding out everything that could be discovered about steel. As confusion grew, Shef had had to think over his true needs. A man used to the sea and ships, used to organizing the work of others, but not so independent as to alter Shef's orders, or so conservative as to fail to understand them. Shef knew few people. The only one of those who seemed even possible was the fisherman reeve of Bridlington, Ordloff, whose capture of Ragnar Harry Breeks 2 summers before had unleashed the fury on England. He it was now who turned to greet Shef's party. Shef waited for him to kneel and rise. Early attempts to do away with the formal code of respect had foundered on the looks of hurt and uncertainty of Shef's thanes. "I brought someone to see the work, Ordloff. This is my friend and one-time captain Vigga Bran. He comes from Halogalan, far, far in the north, and has sailed more miles than most men. I want his opinion of the new ships." Ordloff grinned. "He'll see much to stretch his eyes at, Lord, however far he's sailed. Things no one has seen before." "Truth. Right there is a thing that I have not seen before," said Bran. He waved at a pit a few yards off. Inside it was a man pulling one end of a 6-foot saw. Another stood on the huge log above, pulling on the other. Ready hands held the plank as they sawed it from the log. How does it work? I have only ever seen planks hewed out with adzes." "Me too, till I came here," said Ortloff. "The secret lies in two things. Better teeth on the saws. That is the work of Master Udd. And teaching these blockheads here." The men looked up, grinning. "Not to push the saw, just take turns pulling it. Saves a lot of wood and a lot of work," he added in a normal voice. The plank eased to the ground, caught by helpers, and the two sawyers changed places, the one beneath shaking dust and shavings from his hair. Shef noticed as they changed over that one wore round his neck the hammer of Thor, as did most of the workmen on the site, the other an almost indistinguishable Christian cross. "But that's nothing, sir," Ortloff went on to Bronn. "What the king really wants you to see are his pride and joy, the 10 ships we're building to his design. And one of them, Lord, now ready for your inspection, finished while you were in Winchester. Come and see." He led them through the gate of a stout palisade to a ring of jetties projecting out into a still backwater of the river. There, in front of them, lay 10 ships, men working on all of them, but one, the nearest, evidently complete. "Now, Sir Bronn, did you ever see anything like that this side of Halogalan?" Bronn stared, considering. Slowly he shook his head. "It is a big one, right enough. They say the biggest ocean-going ship in the world is Sigurd Snake-Eye's own Frani Ormer, the Shining Worm, that rows 50 oars. This is as big. All these ships are as big." Doubt clouded his eyes. "What are the keels made of? Have you taken 2 trunks and joined them? If you have, well, maybe on a river or off the coast in fair weather, but for deep sea or long voyage." "All single trunks," said Ortloff. "What you may be forgetting, sir, if you don't mind me saying so, is that up there in the north where you come from, you have to work with the wood you can get. And while I can see men grow big enough up there, it isn't the same for trees. What we got here is English oak. And say what they like, I've never seen better wood or bigger wood." Bronn stared again, shook his head again. "Well and good. But what in hell have you done to the mast? You've put it in the wrong place, and raked forward like an 18-year-old's prick. How is that going to shift a ship that size?" Honest pain filled his voice. Both Shef and Ortloff grinned broadly. This time Shef took up the tale. "The whole idea of these ships, Bronn, is that they have only one purpose, not crossing the ocean, not carrying men with spears and swords, not carrying cargo. These are ships for battle, ships to battle other ships, not by coming alongside and having their crews board each other, not even by doing what Father Boniface tells me the ancient Rome folk did, by ramming. No, by sinking the other ship and its crew along with it, and doing it from a distance. Now there's only one thing we know that can do that. You remember the pull-throwers I first made at Crowland that winter? What do you think of them?" Bronn shrugged. "Good against people. Wouldn't like to have one of those rocks fall into my ship. But as you know, you have to be the right distance to get a hit. 2 ships, both moving." "Right, no chance. Now what of the twist shooters we used against King Charles's lancers?" "Might kill the crew 1 man at a time. Couldn't sink a ship. The arrow they shoot would plug its own hole." "That leaves us with the last weapon, the one that Erkenbert the deacon made for Ivar. Gudmund used them to knock down the palisade at the camp above Hastings, the thing the Rome folk called the onager, the wild ass. We call it the mule." At a signal, deckhands dragged tarred canvas away from a squat, square object mounted in the exact center of the nearest ship's undecked hull. "What do you say to a hit from one of those?" Bronn shook his head slowly. He had seen the onagers shoot only once, and then from a distance. But he remembered seeing carts fly in pieces, whole files of oxen smashed to the ground. "No ship in the world could survive it. 1 hit, and the whole frame would go to pieces. But the reason you call it the mule is because of the kick. Come and see what we've done." The men walked up the gangplank to stare at the new weapon close up. "See," Shef explained. "These weigh 1.25 tons. They have to. You see how it works? Stout rope down at the base, with 2 handles. You twist the rope both sides. It holds this bar." He patted a 5-foot beam standing upright. a heavy leather sling dangling from a peg at its top. You force the bar down onto the deck, held by an iron clamp, and keep twisting. When it's at greatest strain, you release the clamp. Bar shoots up with the rock in the sling. Sling whirls round. Bar hits the crosspiece. Ordloff patted a thick beam on a massive frame, padded both sides with heavy sandbags. The bar stops, the sling releases, the rock keeps going. It throws flat and hard, anything up to half a mile. But you see the problem. We have to build it heavy to take the kick. We have to have it dead over the center line so we can fix the frame down onto the keel. And because it weighs so much, we have to have it centered fore and aft as well. But that's where the mast should be, objected Braun. So we had to move the mast. That's where Ordloff showed us something. You see, Sir Braun, Ordloff explained. Where I come from, we have boats like yours, double-ended and clinker-built and all. But because we're in it for fish, not for far voyaging, we rig them different. We step the mast forward of center, and we rake it forward too. And then you can see we cut the sail different, not square like yours, but on a slant. Braun grunted. I know. So if you take your hands off the steering oar, she turns head into wind and rides the waves. Fisherman's trick. Safe enough, but slow, especially with all this weight to shift. How fast is she? Shef and Ordloff exchanged glances. Not fast at all, Shef conceded. Gudmund ran a trial against one of his boats before we put the mule in this one. And even without that weight, well, Gudmund sailed rings round her. But you see, Braun, we aren't trying to catch anyone. If we meet a fleet in the open sea and they come to fight us, we'll sink them. If they sail away, the coastline has been defended. If they get past us, we'll follow and sink them wherever they go. This isn't a transport, Braun. It's a ship for battle. A battleship, added Ordloff approvingly. Can you train it round? Asked Braun. The mule, I mean. Can you point it different directions? You could with your dart throwers. We're working on it, said Shef. We tried putting the whole thing on a cartwheel, putting the cartwheel on an axle, and bedding the other end of the axle in a hole bored in the keel. But it was all too heavy to turn, and the kick kept breaking the axle. Ud has some idea of putting the whole thing on an iron ball, but no. It will only shoot directly on the beam. But what we have done is fit 2 bars, 2 ropes, 2 sets of handles, and so on, one either side. Only one crosspiece naturally, but that means we can shoot to either beam. Braun shook his head again. As they stood, he had been feeling the ship heave gently beneath him, even in the Thames backwater, trying to estimate how she would feel in the open sea. 1.25 tons of weight, much of it high up so that the machine stood higher than the gunwales. Sail pressure way off center line. A wide yard so they could spread plenty of sail, he noticed, but tricky to handle. He had no doubt the fisherman knew his business, and there was no question what a hit from one of those rocks would do. Remembering the fragile frame of every boat he had ever sailed, their planks not even nailed to the ribs but lashed with sinew, Braun could see the whole construction springing apart in a moment, leaving an entire crew struggling in the sea. And not even Sigurd Snake-Eye's own 50 champions could fight against that. "What are you going to call her?" he asked suddenly. "For luck." His hand shot automatically to the hammer pendant on his chest. Ordloff copied his gesture, fishing from under his tunic the silver boat of Njörð. "We've got 10 of the battleships," said Shef. "I wanted to call them after the gods of the way, Thor, Frey, Rig, and so on. But Thorvin would not allow it. He said it would be bad luck if we had to say, Heimdall is aground, or Thor is stuck on the sandbank. So we changed our minds. We decided to call each ship after one of the counties in my realm, and as far as we can, we will crew her from that county. So this is the Norfolk, over there the Suffolk, the Lincoln, the Isle of Ely, the Buckingham, and all the others. What do you think?" Braun hesitated. Like all sailors, he had deep respect for luck, and no wish to say the ill word that might bring down bad luck on the enterprise of his friend. "I think that once again you have brought a new thing to the world. It may be that your counties will sweep the seas. Certainly I would not care to encounter one, and men do not call me the timidest of the Norsemen. It may be that the kings of England will be the sea kings in the future, and not the kings of the north. Tell me," he went on, Where do you mean to make your first cruise? Across to the Dutch shore, said Shef. Then up along the coast past the Frisian Islands and into Danish waters. That is the main route the pirates come. We will sink every pirate ship we see. From then on, any who wish to invade us must take the long sea crossing from Denmark. But in the end, we will destroy their bases, seek them out in their own home ports. The Frisian Islands, muttered Bronn. The mouths of the Rhine, the Ems, the Elbe, the Eider. Well, I will tell you one thing, young man. All that is pilot water. You understand what I mean? You will need a pilot who knows the channels and the landmarks, so he can find his way by smell and hearing if he needs to. Ordloff looked stubborn. I found my way all my life with no more than lead, lookout and log line. Nor do I feel my luck has got any the worse since I left the monks who were my masters and found the gods of the way. Bronn grunted. I say nothing against the gods of the way. Again, both he and Ordloff touched their protecting pendants, and this time Shef, with a self-conscious gesture, reached also to pull out his strange ladder-like charm, the token of his patron rig. No, the gods may be well enough, but as for lead, lookout, and log line, you'll need more than that off Bremen. I say it, I, Bronn, champion of the men of Halogalan. The listening workmen shifted and muttered. Some of those new to the yards nudged each other, pointing at the unfamiliar pendant of rig. Sun slanted through the high windows of the great library in the Cathedral of Cologne, to fall on the open pages of several books spread across the massive lectern. Erkenbert the deacon, his short frame barely able to see its upper edges, stood lost in thought. He was alone. The librarius, knowing he had the archbishop's favor and approving the intentness of his research, had left him to himself, even with the great and precious Bible written on the skins of 80 calves. Erkenbert was comparing texts. Could the fantastic tale that the Archbishop Rimbert had told them days before possibly be true? It had convinced everyone else at the meeting, archbishops and councillors alike. But then it had flattered their pride, appealed to their sense of themselves as a nation, and as a nation continually rejected and undervalued by the power of Rome. Erkenbert did not share that feeling, or at least not yet. The English nation, remembering its conversion by the blessed Pope Gregory, had long boasted its loyalty to the popes and to Rome. But what had Rome sent in return? If what Rimbert said was true, then maybe it was time to be loyal elsewhere. The texts now. First among them was one that Erkenbert knew well, could have recited in his sleep. Nevertheless, important to look again. The four Gospelers' accounts of the crucifixion of Christ all told slightly different tales. Proof of their truth, of course, for who does not know that four men, seeing the same thing, will pick different parts of it to repeat? But John said more than the others. Turning the great stiff pages, Erkenbert found the passage he wanted and read it, whispering the Latin words softly to himself and mentally translating them into his native English. Sed unus militum lancia latus eius aperuit. But one of the soldiers pierced his side with the lance. With a lance, thought Erkenbert, with a Roman soldier's lance. Erkenbert knew better than most men what Roman soldiers' weapons looked like. At what had once been his home at the great minster of York, there had still remained standing much of what was formerly the headquarters building of the 6th Legion of Eboracum. The Legion had left York in Britain 400 years before, called away to fight a civil war on mainland Europe, but much of its arsenal had remained behind, and much of what had not been stolen or used still lay in the vaults. The imperishable bronze fittings for the catapults Erkenbert had made for the heathen Ivar had been genuine old work, as good as the day they were made. Iron rusted, but for all that Erkenbert had seen on its stand, kept cleaned and polished as a trophy, the full panoply of a Roman legionary, helmet, cuirass, short sword, greaves, shield, and of course the iron-shafted Roman javelin, the pilum, also called a lancia. Yes, thought Erkenbert, that could have happened. And no question but that the lance, the holy lance, the lance that had pierced the side of the Son of God himself, could have survived physically. He had himself seen and handled weapons that might be as old. But who might have thought to preserve such a thing? It would have had to be someone who recognized its importance at the very moment of its use. Otherwise the weapon would have gone back to the barracks, been mixed with 1,000 others. Who could have set aside such a weapon? Not, thought Erkenbert, for all the archbishop had said, the pious Jew Joseph of Arimathea, whom John the Gospeler mentioned 4 verses later. Such a man, if a disciple of Jesus, might well have been able to beg the body from Pilate, and to preserve the holy chalice in which Jesus had celebrated the Last Supper, though John said nothing of that. He would not have been able to gain possession of an infantry-issue weapon from the Romans. But the centurion now. Erkenbert turned the pages of the Bible thoughtfully, moving from one gospel account to the next. The centurion was mentioned in 3 out of 4, and in all 3 he said almost the same words. Luke, truly this was a righteous man. Mark, truly this man was the Son of God. Matthew, truly this was the Son of God. And in the 4th, in John, might the writer not have meant the centurion by one of the soldiers? If the centurion pierced the side of Jesus, as was his duty, and had seen or felt the miracle, what easier than for him to keep and treasure his own lands? Now where did the centurion go after the crucifixion? Erkenbert turned to another book, small, shabby, untitled. A book, it seemed, of letters, one after another, prattling of land and loans and debts, written by many authors, the kind of thing many efficient librarii would have sent to be scraped and reused. Erkenbert fixed on the one of which Rembert had told him. It seemed plain enough. A letter from Roman times written in Latin. Not good Latin, Erkenbert noted with interest. The Latin of a man who knew only the words of command, and to whom grammar was a mystery, and said at the top to be from one Gaius Cassius Longinus, centurion of Legio Trigesimus Victrix, describing in admiring terms the crucifixion at Jerusalem of a troublemaker, and now sent to the centurion's home at... Erkenbert could not read the name, but certainly something German, Bingen or Zobingen, maybe. Erkenbert pulled at his lower lip. A forgery? The letter had clearly been copied several times, but that was natural over the centuries. If the copier had been concerned to stress its importance, would he have made such a shabby copy with such inferior penmanship? As for the tale itself, Erkenbert had no doubt that a centurion in Jerusalem in the year of our Lord 33 might well have been from the Rhineland, or from England for that matter. Had the great Constantine, who had made Christianity the religion of the empire, not himself been proclaimed emperor on the very site of Erkenbert's own minster at York? The critical text was the 3rd, a modern work, written no more than 30 years before, or so Erkenbert judged from its style. It was an account of the life and the death of the great Emperor Charlemagne, whose degenerate descendants, in Archbishop Gunther's view, now incompetently ruled the West. Much of it was familiar to Erkenbert already. The emperor's campaigns, his fostering of learning. As Erkenbert never for a moment forgot, Charlemagne had called Alcuin, another man of York, another humble deacon like himself, from the English minster to control the destiny and the scholarship of the whole of Europe. Alcuin had been a man of great learning, true, but in literature, not in the practical arts. He was not an arithmeticus, as Erkenbert was. There was nothing to say an arithmeticus might not be as great a man as a poet. But in this Charlemagne chronicle there was something Erkenbert had indeed never heard, till Rembert had told them all of it. Not how the emperor died, for that was known, but the portents that announced it. Erkenbert shifted the book into full sunlight and read intently. The emperor, aged 70, was returning, it said, from his 47th victorious campaign against the Saxons, in full majesty and power. But then across the evening sky a comet had flashed. Cometa, thought Erkenbert, what we call the long-haired star. Long hair is the sign of the sacred king. That is why Charlemagne's ancestors had the kings they deposed shorn in public. The hairy star fell, and as it fell, the chronicle asserted, the emperor's horse shied and threw him. It threw him so violently that his sword belt was torn off, and the lance he was carrying in his left hand flew from it and landed many yards away. At the same time, at the emperor's chapel in Aachen, the word princeps or prince had faded from an inscription the emperor had erected for himself, and never returned. The king had died weeks later, the chronicle said, insisting to the last but these portents did not mean that God had taken his authority from him. Yet of them all, the greatest was the emperor's dropping of the lance, which previously he had carried everywhere with him. For that lance, the book insisted, was the Beata Lancia itself, the lance of the German centurion Longinus, taken from its hiding place in Cologne by Charlemagne in youth, and never leaving his side again in all his many campaigns and victories. He who holds this lance, the chronicle said, sways the destiny of the world. But no scholar knows where it is, for Charlemagne's counts diced for it after his death, and revealed only to each other who had been the winner. And according to Rembert, no man knows now, thought Erkenbert, straightening up from his books. For by his account the Holy Lance was taken by Count Reginbald to Hamburg and treasured as a relic, inlaid with gold and precious stones. But since the heathens of the north sacked Hamburg 12 years ago, it has not been seen, stolen away by some chieftain or kinglet, destroyed, maybe. But no, for if it is the holy relic, God would guard it, and if it was made marvelous with gold and gems, even the heathen would respect it. Does that mean that some petty chief among the church despoilers shall be the overlord of Europe, the new Charlemagne? Remembering Ragnar Harrybriggs, whom he himself had put to the serpent pit, and his sons Ubi, Halvdan, Ivar the Boneless, and worst of all, the Snake-Eye, Erkenbert felt his spine cringe in fear. That could not be allowed. If the relic were in the hands of the heathen, it would have to be rescued, as Rembert had urged so passionately. Rescued and transferred to the new emperor, whoever he might be, to unite Christendom once again. But what guarantee was there that this whole story, of lance and crucifixion and German centurion, was not just a fable, a forgery? Leaving the books, Erkenbert strolled to the window and stared out at the peaceful spring scene. He had come to the library to check the documents, and check them he had. They seemed reliable. The story they told held together. Furthermore, he realized it was a good story. He wanted to believe it, and he knew why he wanted to believe it. All his life, Erkenbert reflected, he had been in the hands of bunglers, incompetent archbishops like Wulfhere, incompetent kings like Ella, and the fool Osbert before him, stupid thanes and illiterate priestlings, in their posts only because of some kinship with the great. England was a land where all his tools had been made of straw. It was different here, in the land of the German prince-archbishops. Orders were carried out. Counselors were picked for their brains and their learning. Practical matters were attended to promptly, and those who understood them appreciated. Resources were far greater. Erkenbert knew that he had come to the great Gunther's attention simply because he had recognized the high quality of the archbishop's silver currency, and asked how it was maintained. From the new mines they had told him in the Harz Mountains. But a man who knows how to purify silver and separate out the lead is always welcome. Yes, thought Erkenbert, he admired these people. He wanted them to accept him. But would they? He could sense their fierce pride in their own race and language, and knew that he was to that an outsider. He was short and dark as well, and knew how much they valued strength and the fair hair they thought a mark of their origin. Could his personal destiny ever be here? He needed a sign. The rays of the sun had been moving all afternoon steadily westwards, across the lectern and the shelf of books beside it. As Erkenbert turned from the window, it shone on an open page. Gold glittered from the massive illuminated capital on it, done with fantastic art in interlaced serpent bodies, shining with silver and ruby patterns. That is English art, thought Erkenbert. He looked again at the great Bible whose pages he had been turning, intent only on what they said, not on their art or origin. Certainly English work, and from Northumbria at that. Not York, maybe, but Wearmouth or the scriptorium of the great Bede at Jarrow, from the time before the Vikings came. How did it get here? How did Christianity get here? Hamburg and Bremen were pagan towns to Charlemagne. It was brought here by the English missionaries, by the men of my own blood, by the blessed Willibrord and Winfrith and Willibald, the breaker of idols. My ancestors brought them a great gift, Erkenbert told himself with a flush of pride. The Christian religion and the learning with which to understand it. If any check me with my foreignness, I will remind them of that. Carefully, Erkenbert replaced the precious books on their shelves and let himself out. Arno, the archbishop's counselor, sat on a bench in the square outside. He rose as he saw the little deacon emerging. "Well, brother, are you satisfied?" Erkenbert smiled with total confidence and enthusiasm. "Completely satisfied, Brother Arno. You may be sure that the holy Rimbert has made his first convert of alien race. I bless the day he told me of this greatest of relics." Arno grinned down, momentary tension relieved. He had come to respect the little Englishman for his learning and his foresight. And after all, were the English not only some other kind of Saxon? "Well then, brother, shall we be about God's work, the finding of the Holy Lands?" "Yes," said Erkenbert fervently. "And after that, brother, the work it was sent for, the finding of the true king, the emperor of New Rome in the West." Shef lay stretched on his back, drifting in and out of sleep. The fleet was due to sail next morning, and from all that Bronn had said about the hardships of life at sea, it was important to sleep while one could. But it had been a trying evening. Shef had been obliged to host all his captains, the 10 English skippers he had with difficulty found to command his battleships, and the 40 or more way Vikings who skippered his conventional craft. It had needed much drinking of toasts, with both groups anxious not to be outdone. Then, when he had got rid of them and hoped for a confidential talk with Bronn, his convalescent friend had been in sour mood. He had refused to accompany Shef in the Norfolk, saying he preferred his own ship and crew. He had insisted that it was bad luck to sail with so many men in the fleet who did not know the Haf words, the elaborate taboo language by which sailors avoided mentioning directly such unlucky things as women, cats, or priests. Finding that dismissed even by Thorvin, who did intend to sail in the Norfolk, he had fallen back on telling depressing tales from his homeland, tales mostly of the unknown creatures of the sea, the mermaids and Marvendils, men who had angered the scary elves and been turned into whales, eventually one of a scoffer and scorner whose boat had last been seen being drawn under water by a long arm covered in gray hair. At that, Shef had broken off the conversation. Now he lay, afraid of what his dreams would show him. When the dream came, Shef knew immediately, for once, exactly where he was. He was in Asgard, home of the gods, and moreover he was standing exactly outside the greatest of the halls of Asgard, Valhalla, Odin's home of the heroes. In the distance, though still inside Asgard, he could see a vast plain, with what looked like a confused battle taking place on it. A battle with no battle lines, where every man struck everyone else, falling and bleeding at random. As the day wore on, men fell and did not rise. The battle resolved itself into a string of duels between single men. The losers fell. The winners fought again. In the end, only one man was left, hideously wounded, leaning on a great bloody axe. Shef heard a dim and distant cheering. "Hermod! Hermod!" The dead began to rise, their severed limbs reuniting, the gashes in their sides healing up. They helped each other up, the men who had killed each other, laughing and showing how things had gone. Slowly they formed into ranks and began to march back to the great hall, 12 abreast, a column thousands long, the figure with the great axe at their head. They marched round the building a few feet from Shef's unnoticed person, wheeled left, and tramped without breaking their ranks or their stride through the double doors of the hall, now flung wide. The doors slammed. Light even in Asgarth began to fade. Sounds of revelry rose from inside. Now up to the door came limping a poor man, roughly dressed. As Shef looked at him, he knew that only in Asgarth could such a creature remain alive. His back was broken in two, so that his upper half lurched along seemingly without connection to his legs. His ribs were splayed wide, his middle crushed flat, as if by the stamp of some mighty animal. Burst entrails projected from his coat. He reached the gate of Valhalla and stared at it. A voice came from inside, one of the mighty voices Shef had often heard before. Not the amused and cynical voice of his own patron, or maybe his own father, the god Rig, fomenter of skills and trickery. No, a cold and gravelly voice. This is the owner of the hall, thought Shef. This is Odin the Mighty himself." "Who sent you, mannikin?" said the voice. Shef could not hear the low reply, but the voice could. "Ah," it said. "Well, I know his mark. There will be a place for him here among my heroes, when the time comes." The crushed man spoke again, still inaudible. "You," said the mighty voice. "There is no place here for the likes of you. Who are you to stand in line against the Fenris brood when I have need of men? Away with you. Go round the back to my kitchen men. Maybe my chamberlain Thjalfi has need of another trencher liquor." The crushed man turned and hobbled away, round the building in the opposite direction to that from which the marching host had come. On his face, Shef saw as he passed was an expression of such desolate despair as he hoped never to see again. That is a man for whom even death has brought no peace, he thought. Are even the gods allowed to do such harm? What need is it that drives them to such evil? Chapter 3. From his vantage point in the stern of the leading ship, Shef looked back at the long trailing line. The Bedfordshire, fourth ship from the van, was sagging out of line again. As she had done ever since, by trial and error, they had picked on their present formation. All 10 of the English battleships, as Ordloff insisted on calling them, were heading due east, with the southwest wind behind them and on the beam. As easy a point of sailing as could be imagined, certainly far easier than their awkward sail up the first part of the Dutch coast from the Rhine mouth, with the wind almost directly behind them. Just the same, the Bedfordshire was wallowing slowly out to sea again. No point in shouting to the ship behind to pass on a message mouth to mouth till it reached the Bedfordshire's skipper. He knew the importance of keeping in line. He had had it shouted at him time and time again, by all the other skippers in turn every time they camped for the night. There was some error in his ship's construction. For some reason or other she made more of this leeway that Ordloff was always complaining about. They would get it fixed when they returned to dock. Meanwhile the Bedfordshire would do what she always did, wallow out to sea till she was 100 yards out of line, and then brace her sail round and awkwardly maneuver back into place. Where the others sailed along more or less straight, her progress was a string of shallow zigzags, like the patterns on a welded sword. It did no harm, at least for the moment, Shef concluded. He had realized one thing, though, and realized it some days before, almost as soon as he and the rest of the landsmen had stopped retching over the side. That was that the reason the Vikings ruled the seas and could descend at any spot in the Western world regardless of the precautions and the guards of the Christian kings was that they were very, very good at something quite unexpectedly complex and difficult: sailing boats. The seamen and skippers Shef had recruited from the English coastal ports were good enough sailors in their way, but it was not the Viking way. Fishermen, almost to a man, what they were good at was coming back alive. Like Ordloff, if the children's bellies had to be filled, they would put to sea in almost any weather. They had no interest, though, in getting anywhere unless it were to another likely bank or shoal, and certainly no interest in going anywhere fast or unexpectedly. As for the crewmen from the inland counties aboard to man the mules and shoot the crossbows, every detail of life at sea was a burden to them. At least 6 of them had fallen overboard already while trying to attend to their natural functions, though it was true that they had all been recovered from the calm and shallow sea. The main reason Shef insisted on camping every night instead of pressing on was that he dreaded the results of trying to cook afloat. Shef turned from the problems of the Bedfordshire to the low, sullen, sandy shore slipping by to the right, or to steerboard, as the sailors called it, the side of the ship which had the long steering oar mounted. Shef unrolled the long scroll of parchment on which he was attempting, following his earlier experience, to draw a chart of these unfamiliar lands. The natives on the coastal islands they had passed had told him a great deal. They were, of course, Frisians, and the Frisians felt strong kinship both with the English to whom they were related, and to the men of the Way, whose religion and order had been founded by their own Duke, Radbod, 150 years before. But more important, the Frisians of the islands were the poorest of the poor. On the desolate sandbanks on which they lived, sometimes 20 miles long but never more than a mile across, no hut, no flock of sheep, was ever more than 10 minutes from a Viking marauder. The islanders lived with little and stood ready to abandon that any moment. That did not mean they were not happy to strike back. Once the news had spread up along the islands that the strange fleet was an English one come to fight the Vikings, men had drifted into every campfire, eager to speak for a mug of ale or a good silver penny of the new coinage. The picture they gave was clear. As one rounded the IJsselmeer, the chain of islands began, running like the coast they sheltered slightly north of east. The islands' names seemed to become more familiar as one went further along. The Texel, Vlieland, Terschelling, which they had passed 3 days before. Shef did not know what those names meant. But then they had passed Skiermonnikoog, and further along a string of similar names, Langeoog, Spiekeroog, and Norderney. All these were easy to understand, for oak was just the hoarse Frisian way of saying I, an island, an eyot, and kook was the familiar Norfolk key, a sandbank. And all these islands were just sandbanks, drifts piled up over centuries by the rivers that flowed into the sea, and that continually threatened to choke themselves with silt. The first slight break in the chain had been the Ems, further up the twin estuaries of the Jade and the Weser, with somewhere inside them the guarded bishop's town of Bremen. Just ahead, past Bangeroog, the last of the long Frisian island chain now slipping past to starboard, lay the greater flow of the Elbe, with on it the port and stronghold of Hamburg under its powerful archbishop. Hamburg, famously sacked by the Vikings a dozen years before, so Bronn said, who had taken part, but once again recovering, the very spear point of the empire of Christendom leveled at Denmark and Scandinavia beyond. There would be a time to look into Hamburg and Bremen, but not now. Now the plan was to push ahead across the estuary of the Elbe, to the spot where the coastline turned north to the North Frisian Islands, to Jutland, to the South Danes, and, so some of the seamen said, to the flatlands from which the English had come in their turn centuries before, to the sack of Britannia and the overthrow of the Rome folk. Shef felt a slight stirring of excitement. Who was to say that up there might not still be Englishmen left, who could be called to the defeat of what surely must be their Danish oppressors? But it would be enough if he could reach there and return, having tried his ships and given their crews confidence. What he really needed, Shef reflected, still staring at the markings on his map, was a chart of what lay inside the island chain, between the islands and the main shore. If they could sail along there, his ships could defy wind and weather and water shortage, cruise along as easily as on the Ouse or the Stour at home, lurk inside shelter to pounce out on Viking fleets. But Ordloff had refused flatly to take the ships inshore, and Bronn had backed him utterly. Pilot water, he had repeated. Don't try it without a man born and bred there, and one you can trust. Shoals, banks, currents, tides. You can wreck a ship on sand or on Chesil as easily as you can on Flamborough Head. Easier, Ordloff had added. At least you can see Flamborough Head. Shef wondered obstinately how much of that was the Viking contempt for English seamanship. It had grown steadily during the days of their cruise, the Viking jokes getting continually more barbed, till Shef had had to restrain the crew of the Norfolk from manning the mule, and sending a few of the loudest laughers to the bottom. Since then they had evolved their current formation, the 10 battleships cruising inshore, and using all their efforts to keep up a decent speed, while the 40 accompanying craft, all Viking-manned, all built on the shores of the Kattegat or the Norway fjords, but all bearing the hammer and cross of the Way kingdom stitched to their sails, swept their contemptuous arcs far ahead and out to sea, though never out of sight. Always one sail remained on the horizon, keeping a keen eye on the English lubbering along behind, itself watched keenly by the sharpest eyes in Bronn's small fleet, a further horizon away. They can laugh, thought Shef, and they can sail too, I admit it. But this is like the sack of York, a new kind of battle. My men don't have to be the best sailors since Noah. They just have to be at sea. If the Ragnarssons want to get past us, or any other damned pirates out of the north, they must come in range. Then we sink them. The best sailors in the world can do nothing on shattered planks. He rolled up his scroll, thrust it in its waxed leather bag, and walked forward to pat the comforting bulk of the mule. Quicka, now senior catapult captain of the fleet, grinned gap-toothed at the gesture. He had won 40 well-stocked acres and a young bride for his part in last year's successes, wealth literally unimaginable for one who had been a slave of the monks of Crowland, owning nothing but a bone and bladder bagpipe, Yet he had left it all, his silk tunic apart, for this cruise. Hard to tell whether he hoped for more riches or more marvels. "Sail turning this way!" yelled the lookout suddenly from his uncomfortable stance on the single yard 15 feet above Shef's head. "And more behind, I can see them, all coming straight for us." The Norfolk heeled instantly, as the more excitable crew members rushed over to the left side, the backboard, to see for themselves. Moments of confusion as the boatswain and his mates kicked them back, Orloff shinning deftly up the knotted rope that led to the yard, following the lookout's pointing finger. Sliding back down again, face tense, to report. "It's Bran, Lord. All his ships tearing along together, fast as they can go, wind on the beam. They've seen something right enough. They'll tack and be alongside." He pointed at the sky. "When the sun's gone so far." "Couldn't be better," said Shef. "A still morning and a long afternoon to fight in. Nowhere for the pirates to hide. Serve the men their noon meal early." He clutched his pendant, the silver pole ladder. "May my father send us victory. And if Odin wants heroes for Valhalla," he added, remembering his dream, "let him take them from the other side." "Well now, what do we make of that?" asked Sigurd the Snake-Eye. He spoke to his two brothers, flanking him in the prow of the Frani Ormer. "A fleet in front, steering to meet us. And then suddenly they all spin round and take off as if they'd heard their wives were offering it free to all comers back home." A voice behind him, the skipper of the Ormer, Vestmar. "Pardon, Lord. Frani here, the lookout. He wants to say something." Sigurd turned, looked at the young man now being thrust forward. A young man where almost everyone else on the ship, Sigurd's 50 picked champions, was in his prime. A poor man, too, without a gleam of gold on him, and a plain bone hilt to his sword. Picked out by Vestmar and added to the crew, Sigurd remembered, for his sharp sight. Sigurd did not bother to speak, merely raised an eyebrow. Staring into the famous snake's eyes with their white-bordered pupils, Frani flushed and stammered. Then collected himself, swallowed, and began. "Lord, before they turned I got a good look at the lead ship. There was a man standing in the prow, like you are, Lord, looking at us." He hesitated. "I think it was Bran. Viga Bran." "You've seen him before?" asked Sigurd. The young man nodded. "Now think carefully. Are you sure it was him?" Ronnie hesitated again. If he were wrong, Sigurd had a fearsome reputation for vengeances, and every man in the fleet knew of his and his brother's consuming desire to find and kill the men responsible for the death of their mad brother Ivar, Shef the Englishman, and Viga Bran, Bran the killer. If the brothers were disappointed, yet on the other hand to lie to them or to hide what one saw, both were equally dangerous. Ronnie considered for a moment what he had actually seen, as the leading enemy ship rose on a wave. No, he had no real doubt. The figure he had seen was too big for any other man. "Yes, Lord. In the prow of the lead ship stood Viga Bran." Sigurd held his gaze for a moment, then slowly stripped a gold bracelet from his own arm, handed it over. "Good news, Ronnie. Take this for your sharp eyes. Now tell me one more thing. Why do you think Bran turned away?" Another gulp as the young man hefted the weight of the bracelet, hardly able to believe his luck. Turn away? Why would anyone turn away? "Lord, he must have recognized the Frani Ormer, and feared to meet us, feared to meet you," he corrected hastily. Sigurd waved a hand in dismissal, turned back to his brothers. "Well," he remarked, "you heard what the idiot thinks. Now what do we think?" Halfdan stared at the waves, felt the wind on his cheek, watched the faint dots of sail on the horizon. "Scouting ahead," he observed. "Fallen back on reinforcements. Trying to lead us on." "Lead us on to what?" asked Doobie. "There were 40 of them. That's about what we expected, of our own folk known to be—" He spat over the side. "With the waymen." "More way folk might have sailed south," suggested Halfdan. "Their priests have been stirring them up." "We'd have heard if there'd been any great number of them." "So if the reinforcements are there," concluded the Snake-Eye, "they must be from England. Englishmen in ships. A new thing. And where there is a new thing, there you find the Sigvarthsson, completed Ubi, his teeth showing in a snarl. Up to something, said Sigurd. Up to something, or he wouldn't dare to challenge us, not at sea. Look, the waymen are tacking, turning into the land. Well, we'll take their dare. Let's see how good their surprise is. And maybe we can surprise them, too. He turned to Vestmar, standing a careful few paces to the rear. Vestmar, pass the word. All ships ready for battle. Reef sail, rig the oars. But don't step the masts. Leave the yards up. Vestmar goggled for a moment. He had been at a dozen sea battles round the coasts of Britain and Denmark, Norway and Sweden and Ireland, too. Masts and yards were always stepped and stowed, to decrease the top hamper, give the ships every yard of speed under oars that they could make. In close-quarter battle there were no men free to trim sails, and no wish for anything that would block a man's sight of arrow or javelin. He caught himself, nodded, turned back, bellowing orders to his own crew and the ships nearest to him, orders to be passed on along and back to the 120 longships, cruising behind and aside. Quickly, skillfully, the Ragnarsson fleet prepared for action. Shef leaned over the backboard as Bronn's ship, the Walrus, ranged easily alongside at the end of the long turn that had brought it and the rest of the Wayman fleet back into line with his own 10. "The Snake-Eye?" he shouted. "Yes. It's the Franny Ormer in the lead right enough. They outnumber us 3-1. Have to fight them now. If you tried to get away, they'd sail you down before the sun started to sink." "That's what we came for," called Shef. "You know the plan?" Bronn nodded, stepped back, pulled from round his neck a long red silken scarf. Stepping to the leeward side, he let it stream in the breeze. Instantly the ships behind him lowered the sails they had half reefed and began to surge ahead, spreading into line abreast as they did so. A volley of orders from Ordloff and the Norfolk began to check her already sluggish pace, while her consorts also began to range up on her, not moving abreast, but forming a close line, so close that the prow of each battleship almost overlapped the stern of the one ahead. Steersmen watched with anxious care as the clumsy craft edged up on each other. At a wave from Quicka, the catapult crews lowered their throwing bars to the deck, fixed them with the well-greased sliding bolts, began to throw their weight onto the winding handles to bring the stout ropes to maximum torsion. "Wind both sides," called Quicka, looking at his master. "We might get a shot either way, God be good to us. I mean Thor be good to us." He pulled his hammer pendant out to swing free. Slowly the Wayman fleet edged into its agreed battle formation like an inverted T thrusting at the enemy. In front, lined up abreast, Bronn's 40 ships, sails now furled and masts stepped, moving forward at easy pace under oars alone. Shef could hear the men grunting as they put their weight into the easy swell of the waves. Behind their center, in line ahead and still under sail, the 10 English battleships. As the formation took shape, Shef felt the familiar sense of relief. All battles to him, he realized, had come to feel the same. Terrible, gnawing anxiety before they started, while he thought of the 101 things that could go wrong with the plan. Skippers not understanding, crews not moving fast enough, the enemy coming up unexpectedly before they were ready. Then the relief, followed instantly by a desperate curiosity. Would it work? Could there be something he had forgotten? Bronn was bellowing from the stern of his ship, breaking off to point forward urgently at the Ragnarsson fleet, now a bare half-mile off and closing quickly, oars threshing. What was he shouting? Shef heard the words and realized for himself at the same moment. The enemy were coming on to battle just as predicted, but their masts were still standing, though the sails were furled. "He smelled a rat," came the tail end of Bronn's bellow. Smell it or no, thought Shef, the rat is in range now. Now all it has to do is bite. From his neck he pulled a long blue scarf. Godive's gift, he remembered with a pang, given him the day she had told him she would marry Alfred. He streamed it to leeward, saw the faces turning as the lookouts saw it. Not a good luck memory, he thought. He loosed his grip on the silk, let the wind carry it into the yellow turbid sea. Sigurd Ragnarsson, standing in the prow of his ship, noted the strangely cut sails at the rear of Bronn's thin line. Noted, too, the giant figure of Bronn standing directly opposite him, waving an axe in ironic salute. Up to something, he thought again. Only one way to find out what it is. With elaborate care, he stripped off his long scarlet cape, turned, threw it into the bottom of the boat. At the same instant, a man stationed by the mast jerked a rope. From the top of the mast above the yard there flew free suddenly a great banner, with on it a black raven. The raven banner of the sons of Ragnar, woven, it was said, all in one night, with magic in its weft for victory. No man had seen it fly since the death of Ivar. As the watching fleet saw it break out, each oarsman put his back into 5 mighty heaves, then simultaneously tossed oars upright and hurled them clattering into the long-ship's wells. Over the din they gave one short cheer and seized up shields and weapons. Each steersman swung his suddenly accelerated boat, so as to close on its next neighbor, boatswain swinging grapnels so as to lash them fast. As was always the custom, the fleet would gain momentum and then drift down on its enemies lashed together, to lock prows with the opposing fleet and there fight it out with spears and swords over the half-decked forecastles, till one side or other gave way and tried, usually unsuccessfully, to break free. Bronn saw the banner fly, saw the men bracing themselves for their last sudden spurt. Even as the oars bent under the first fierce stroke, he bellowed in a voice fit to carry over an Atlantic gale, "Back oars and turn!" The Wayman front line, carefully rehearsed, split instantly in the center. Bronn's ship and all those to seaward of it swung hard to port, starboard oars pulling madly, port oars backing water. All those to shoreward swung hard the other way. Then, as the helmsmen struggled to keep from running foul of their fellows, the oars swung again, the fast maneuverable boats leapt away. Shef, standing by the mast of the Norfolk, saw Bronn's ship swerve away to left and right with the unanimity of 2 flocks of migrating birds. With a stab of fear, not fear for himself, but for his plan, he realized the Ragnarsson fleet was closer than he expected and coming on fast. If those veteran warriors laid aboard him, there could be only one ending. In the same moment he felt the Norfolk surge forward as Ordloff spread sail to its fullest extent. Slowly the battleship swung round to port, presenting her starboard beam to the dragon prows not 100 yards off. Behind her, her 9 consorts swung round in close line ahead. Again the Norfolk picked up a yard or 2 of speed as the wind came more directly over her stern. Shef heard Ordloff shouting encouragingly, "The wind's rising! We'll get round in time." Maybe, thought Shef. But just the same they were too close. Time to check them. He nodded to Quicka, crouched expectantly by the release. Quicka hesitated for only an instant. He knew the plan was to sink the lead center ship, the one with the great gilded snake's head on its prow. But his mule was still not bearing directly on it. Impossible to train it round. Waiting a split second for the heel of the waves, he jerked free the release bolt. A flash of motion, a violent thud against the padded beam, a thud that shook the whole ship, and seemed for an instant to check her way. The black streak that was a 30-pound boulder lashing across the water, a streak that ended just behind the prow of the ship immediately to port at the Frowny Ormer. For a second or two the advancing line of ships seemed to roll on as if nothing had happened, sending Shef's heart leaping into his mouth. Then tiredly, irresistibly, the ship fell apart. The flying rock had smashed the stem post to matchwood. The planks, carefully fitted into it, sprang from their notches. Below the waterline the sea rushed in, forced on by the ship's own motion. As it shot through the well, the sinews holding planks to ribs and ribs to keel sprang apart. The mast, its keelson pulled from under it, swayed forward, held for an instant by its stays, then swung wearily to one side. Like a giant's club, it scythed through the gaping crew of the ship next alongside. To the watchers in the English line, it seemed as if the ship had suddenly vanished, been pulled under by one of the water hags of Bronn's stories. For a moment or two they could see men apparently standing on the water, then fighting for their footing on loose planks, then down in the sea or struggling for a handhold on the gunwales of the ships alongside. And then the Suffolk too brought her mule to bear. Another streak flashed into the heart of the Ragnarsson fleet, and another as the 3rd ship in line swung round. Suddenly a Shef gaped. Noise seemed to be added to the battle. All at once he was aware of the snap of the crossbows, the song of the rope, as quick as handlers frantically wound their machine, the crash of rock on wood, and waves of cheering as Bronn's ship swung round to come in on the Ragnarsson flanks. At the same time Shef felt a sudden lash of rain, and the ships opposite blurred for a moment. A rain shower passing over the sea. Would it soak the ropes, and at this worst moment take his artillery out of action? Out of the blur came 3 dragon prows, shockingly close. Not the Snake's Head of the enemy flagship, now 100 yards behind them, but some other alert enemy skipper, who had cast his grapnels free and remanned his oars, realizing his foe had no intention of closing to fight fair, if they managed to lay alongside. Quicka raised a thumb. Shef nodded. The bone-jarring thud again, the streak of movement that ended this time almost before it had begun, at the very base of the center ship's mast. Again, suddenly no ship, just a flurry of planks and men gasping in the water. The other 2 were still coming on, only yards away now, men in each prow with grapnels swinging, fierce bearded faces staring over their shields, a simultaneous deep grunt as the oarsmen took one last stroke to drive themselves over the gap. A storm of cheering almost in Shef's ear, and a great bulk like a whale shouldering past only feet in front of the Norfolk's bow. One of Bronn's ships driving in under oars to intercept. Its prow swept along the starboard side of the Ragnarsson ship at a closing speed of 20 miles an hour, snapping the oars, hurling their butt ends back to cave in the ribs and shatter the spines of the rowers. As the 2 ships ground past each other, Shef saw the Wayman rowers rising from their benches to pour a storm of javelins over the side at point-blank range. The 3rd Ragnarsson ship saw the carnage, swung away past the Norfolk's stern, picking up speed for the open sea. Shef caught Ordloff by the shoulder, pointed across a half-mile of sea filled with shattered ships, drowning men, and desperate combats of single ships and groups. Through the showers of rain and spray picked up by the rising wind, he could see the Raven banner still flying, but already turned and moving east. The Franny Ormer, masterfully handled, had swerved its way unscathed through the English line, swung about, and was already in full flight. As the 2 men watched, her sail swept down from the yard, bellied out, and began to glide easily to safety. "Follow," said Shef. "She sails 2 yards to our 1. Cut her off from the open sea while you have a chance. Drive her inshore." "But that's the Elber Gat," protested Ordloff. Shef's fingers tightened commandingly on his shoulder. Chapter 4. Sigurd Ragnarsson stared thoughtfully over his ship's port quarter. Significantly, he had not picked up his long scarlet cape, but had left his arms free for action. He braced himself against the Ormer's heel on a long spear, iron-shafted, with a heavy triangular head. His brothers stood with their backs to him, also seeming relaxed but with weapons drawn. Discipline was savage in the Ragnarsson fleet, but the men in it were savage too, and these were picked veterans. They had no liking for turning from a battle, were already imagining what men might say about them later, wondering if the snake-eye had gone soft. No point in trying to explain. Just keep them wondering a little while longer. "What do you make of our friend behind?" said Sigurd to Vestmar, indicating the Norfolk laboring a long mile in their rear. "It's a clumsy rig, but he can sail it," replied Vestmar briefly. "One thing, though. He doesn't know his way. See the lookout on the yard and the skipper leaning over the prow looking for shoal water?" "Plenty of that around," said Sigurd. He turned to look inland. A coast nearly featureless, the 2 small islands of Neuvark and the Scharhorn already passed. The silty current of the Elbe stirring beneath the keel, and then nothing till the base of Jutland and the fought-over lands between Denmark and the Empire of the Germans. "All right. Strike sail. Get the men to the oars, and get someone in the bow with the lead line." Vestmar gaped, almost voicing a protest. A lead line, he thought. But I know the Elber Gat like I know my wife's backside. And if we strike sail, those bastards back there will be hurling their Jotun rocks at us while we break our backs to get away. He swallowed the words and turned on his heel, calling hoarsely. "We're gaining on them," called Shef. "Quicka, stand by the mule." Ordloff did not reply. He looked tensely at the sky, looked again at the ship they were pursuing, took the lead which his crewman in the bow had passed to him, sniffed the mud sticking still to the wax at the end of the lead cylinder on the 5-fathom rope, stuck a tongue out, tasted it. "What are you doing that for?" "Don't know," muttered Ordloff. "Sometimes you can tell if there's shellfish, what kind of sand it is, if there's a shoal coming up." Look, snarled Shef. He doesn't know where he is either. He's had a man in the bow swinging the lead this last 2 miles, just like you. Keep behind him, and if he doesn't run aground, you won't. Not as easy as that, young lord, thought Ordloff. Not as easy as that. There's other things, like the current. See him sliding through it like a snake while it grips our keel. And the wind, and these blasted squalls of rain coming down. And the tide. Is it still making? Now, if I was at home in Yorkshire, I'd feel it in my bones when we got to the full. But here in foreign parts, who's to know when it turns? Can't be far off. Another 1/4 mile and we're close enough for a shot, called Shef. Get the oars out bow and stern. Just leave space clear round the mule. As the grinning men heaved awkwardly in the short chop of the waves, the Norfolk picked up another trifle of speed, began visibly to close on the long dragon shape ahead. Shef stared, estimating range and bearing. Right, that'll do. Take a good aim, Quicka. Ordloff, swing her to the right, no, to starboard, so we can shoot. As the Norfolk swung to the steering oar, the sail canted round. Yells of rage from Quicka as its lower edge blocked his view. A scurry of sailors hastily heaving the ropes to brail up. Ordloff cursing furiously as the oarsmen faltered in their stroke and the prow swung further, steadied, lurched back. As the sail finally jerked up out of their way, Shef and Quicka gaped for a moment, wondering where their quarry had gone. There! In the instance of confusion, the frowny oarmer had jinked like a hare, spun to port, and was now directly stern on to them, moving away at a frantic speed, oars flashing like the last moments of a race. Too far for a shot now, yelled Quicka into Shef's ear, beside himself with excitement. We can't keep that up for long. Ordloff, take us in after her. Ordloff hesitated, eyeing the long ripples of shoal water either side of the fleeing Viking. Shoal water 1/2 mile wide between 2 long banks just showing. Beyond that, a waste of unknown banks and channels leading for miles to the featureless German shore. The memory of the other skipper's lead line reassured him. Dangerous water, but he doesn't know it either. If anyone strikes, he'll strike first. The Norfolk heeled round, bringing the wind on to her other beam, spread sail again, and headed for the narrow channel in her enemy's wake. That'll do, thought Sigurd, feeling the faintest grate of sand under his keel. We're through at the very top of the tide. He caught a glint of relief in Vestmar's eyes as well, hastily dropped. One of the rowers blew out his cheeks and, greatly daring, raised an eyebrow at the helmsman. They had felt the pull of the sand under their blades these last minutes, had rowed shallow automatically like the seamen they were. Now they could feel the water deepening again. Maybe the snake-eye had not lost all his luck. Maybe... Behind them Sigurd could see the English ship still coming on, the hammer and cross half visible on her sail. And behind her a squall blowing across the flat open estuary, a squall that would catch up with her. Now. As the rain drummed down with sudden April fury, Ordloff peered tensely over the bow. The leadsman's voice in his ear rose to a shriek. 2 fathom now, skipper! 2 fathom, and I can see the shoal! In oars! Bellowed Ordloff in the same moment. Furl sail! Stand by to back off! Too late. As he shouted, one of the oarsmen, swinging stoutly but unskillfully, felt his oar turn under him, twist and throw him bodily off his bench, half over the side. Jammed in the sand, the stout ashwood held the weight of the driving ship for an instant, dragged her over, snapped into splinters. As the ship heeled, more oars caught, throwing the rowers this way and that. The last gust of the squall caught the sail, drove the keel on to the crest of a wave, dropped her with a grinding thud on the sand. For seconds there was total confusion as Ordloff and his mates, yelling frenziedly, kicked men out of their way, heaved ropes, seized oars, tried first to boom the ship off the bank onto which she had run, then to prop her at least on an even keel. Slowly the noise died, the landsmen, their king included, huddled nervously in the center of the boat. Shef found himself facing a pair of reproachful eyes. We didn't ought to have done it. Run aground right on top of the tide. Look. Ordloff pointed over the gunwale at the sandbanks already appearing to either side, as the sea started its long 6-hour ebb. Are we in any danger? Asked Shef, remembering the way Ragnar's 2 Norse had run aground and gone to pieces before both of them 2 long springs before. No, not danger of breaking up. It's soft sand, and we hit fairly slow. But they took us in proper." Ordloff shook his head with rueful admiration. "I bet that skipper there knew where he was to the inch. Swinging away with that old lead line and just drawing us on. And now a mile off and making his way back to sea." Shef looked round sharply, suddenly conscious of what might happen if the Snake-Eye and his picked crew came wading across the shallows. But they were nowhere to be seen. He stepped to the prow and looked slowly and carefully right round the flat gray horizon, looking for the mast, the raven banner that had been flying in front of them not 10 minutes before. Nothing to be seen. In some inlet or creek the Franny Ormer was lurking like a poisoned snake, waiting for the tide and clear passage out. Shef sighed deeply, tension released, and turned back to Ordloff and the silent crew. "Can we get off before nightfall?" Ordloff shrugged. "We can try and kedge her off. Keep everyone busy." Hours later the mood round the stranded ship had lightened, lifted by hard work, sweat, and a growing feeling that at least the battle had been won, even if some of the enemy had got away. The dropping tide, 15 feet of drop in these parts, had revealed to everyone what the Norfolk had done. She lay now 1/2 a mile from the main Elba channel, in a shallow valley between 2 long sandbanks, with runnels and streamlets stretching in all directions through the rounded hillocks of the shoals, broken here and there only by planks and ribs from long-forgotten wrecks. At first Ordloff had had the crew over the side, digging round and under the keel with the intention of dragging the boat bodily backward the way she had come. As the tide fell and the distance to the main channel became clear, they had abandoned that idea. Not more than 60 or 70 feet ahead there lay another deep-water channel, still 10 feet or more deep, even with the tide almost out. Clearly the Ragnarsson skipper had reached it, knowing well it was there, and then swung right or left while his enemy's attention was distracted. Inland towards Hamburg and the main channel, or out to sea by some unknown route. It made no difference now. Now the business of the Norfolk's crew was to drag their ship the few feet needed to get her over the almost imperceptible crest of the shoal, and then down and into deep water. Already they had dug the sand away in front of her so that her bows now pointed definitely, if gently, down. But to shift her before the nighttime tide, they needed a purchase. Ordloff had rigged one rope already, fixed at one end to the ship's anchor firmly planted in hard sand, passed round the base of the mast, and then handed to 30 men hauling together. The ship had stirred, groaned, remained motionless. "We need another rope," said Ordloff, "with a straighter pull if we can get it, and room for the rest of the lads to heave. Best if we could fix it over there." He pointed to the sandbank the other side of the channel in front of them, maybe 30 yards wide. "Have you got one long enough?" asked Shef. "Yes, and we fixed up another anchor out of halberd heads. We just got to get it over there." Shef heard a silent appeal. The Norfolk, big as she was in comparison with other vessels of her day, was far too small to carry even a dinghy in the cramped space that had to hold everything, crew and provisions. She had instead a tiny craft made of skin over a pole frame, more a coracle than a canoe, hard to steer and easy to capsize. Ordloff or any of his Norfolk fishermen could handle it, but they were busy at skilled tasks. Any of the landsmen who made up the rowers and mule team would certainly capsize it and drown. Shef sighed. An hour before he had drawn out the last of the ship's scanty, daily renewed store of firewood, and told Quicka to light a fire on the sand, rig the ship's great iron kettle, and make what he could out of the hard rations: flour, salt fish, and barley meal. To a hungry man the smell beginning to rise from the kettle was tempting. He looked at the sun already sinking down the sky, considered a night spent struggling in rising water, and gave in. "All right. I suppose I was a fenman before they made me a jarl or a king. I'll do it. Can you handle it? Watch me. If I didn't have the anchor to carry, I could swim over in a dozen strokes anyway." Ordloff's boatswain loaded the anchor carefully in the bottom of the coracle, keeping sharp edges away from the hide, made certain the rope attached ran freely. Shef looked again at the kettle, calculated the distance and the chances of an upset, and removed the gold circle he wore as a sign of rank. He handed it to Withelm, a handsome youth of noble family and impenetrable stupidity, who had been forced upon him as his ceremonial sword-bearer, and who was already carrying his sword belt. "Hold that till I come back." Withelm frowned at the casualness of the gesture, but slowly accepted its sense. "And your bracelets, lord?" Shef thought for a moment, then slowly pushed the gold bracelet he wore on each bicep down and over his wrists, passed them to Withelm. They were unlikely to fall off, but if the coracle tipped over, as was likely enough, who knew what might happen? He strolled to the edge of the channel, settled himself in the coracle, accepted the paddle, and shoved off. A difficult craft to steer, with only one paddle and an awkward weight in it that brought the sea to within 3 inches of the gunwale. The trick lay in a twist of the paddle to straighten her up with every stroke. Cautiously, Shef navigated across, tormented all the while by the smell of food, splashed ashore, dug the anchor in to cries of direction from Ordloff. Then, with more haste as he heard the sounds of pottery bowls being served out, scrambled back in for the return crossing. The rope was stretched across the channel. Easier than paddling was to sit with his back to the ship and haul himself along the rope, hand over hand. Slowly Shef realized that the shouting from the ship had changed its tone, become urgent, frantic. He turned to the left, as he always did with his one eye, to see what was happening. Nothing visible, but Ordloff, with a look of horror on his face, gesturing and pointing to the right. Shef swung hastily the other way, almost overturning the coracle with the jerk. For a moment all he could see was a black bulk throwing white water almost on top of him. Then his mind took in what it saw. The Frani Ormer, bearing down on top of him, oars flashing, bow wave curling to either side of the narrow channel. With mast stepped and snake prow and dragon tail removed, she had lain concealed, no higher than a war canoe, behind some nameless and invisible bank, watching her opportunity. Now she had seen it, and was coming down as if to ram and trample her frail enemy under. In the same instant that he recognized the boat, Shef saw a scarlet-caped warrior leaning over the prow, a mighty spear balanced in his hand. His teeth showed in a grimace of hate and concentration. In that instant, Shef knew that there was no chance such a man would miss his throw. The arm went back, the spear poised. Shef hurled himself instantly over the side, down into the water, plunging desperately for depth. A great surge in the water pressed him further down, till he felt the sand grate on his chest. For a moment he felt as if he would be caught between keel and sea-bottom. He scrabbled furiously up and away. Something struck him a glancing blow on the side of the head, an oar digging deep, and he dived again. Then his lungs would bear no more. He had to surface and breathe, but the surface was not there. He fought his way up with frantic strokes. Shef shot gasping into the air a few yards behind the Ormer's stern, stared wildly round him, struck out for the nearest shore, found himself back on the sandbank where he had sunk the anchor. On the opposite bank someone had turned over the kettle. Swords and halberds were being thrown to men clustered round their ship. A line of helmets showed over its gunwale as the dozen crossbowmen wound their weapons. Ordloff was shouting directions, preparing to fight off an assault over the sand. No chance of bringing the mule to bear as the Norfolk lay, bows on to the channel, and in any case tilted half over on one side. The Frani Ormer was turning in her own length in the narrow channel, port oars pulling, starboard reversing, turning not towards the Norfolk but towards Shef, standing isolated on the wrong side of the deep water. Shef contemplated a plunge and a dozen strokes back to his friends, hesitated, imagining the harpoon plunging into his back as he swam. Too late. The prowless Ormer was stroking steadily towards him, a handful of men clustered by the side watching him intently. Shef backed away, further up the sandbank, out of easy javelin range, wondering what came now. He was weaponless and alone. A cry, and the oars stopped their beat, remained jutting out from the rowlocks. A man stepped over the side, onto one, walked down it in sailor's goatskin shoes, jumped the last feet onto the hard sand. A young man Shef saw watching warily a dozen yards away, but tall and strong, with a gold bracelet round one biceps. A rush of air overhead, and another. Crossbow bolts from the Norfolk trying to help. But a long carry from stranded ship to channel, and then across the channel, and the bulk of the Ormer in the way. Shef backed further as the young man drew his sword. 3 more men stepped onto oars and made their way towards him. Shef, sparing just one glance from his nearest enemy, recognized all 3. Halfdan Ragnarsson, who had umpired his home gang at York, Ubi Ragnarsson the Grizzled, and between them Sigurd, who had taken Shef's eye at Bedricksward. As if remembering, Shef's empty eye socket suddenly gushed salt water. The Ragnarssons held axe, sword, and spear. All three wore mail. The young man closest to Shef did not. Shef turned and began to run down the sandbank. It took him away from the Norfolk, but that could not be helped. If he stayed where he was, they would kill him. If he ran across the bank, he would be floundering in water again in a few strides. Mistake, he realized an instant later. He was running the same way as the Ormer was facing, and she was keeping easy pace with him on his right, shielding his pursuers from the crossbows and with men ready for a shot with bow or javelin. He veered to the left, hearing feet pounding on the sand behind him. The bank came to an end. He hurled himself straight out into the water in a flat dive, took 3-4 powerful strokes, felt the sand under his belly again, and scrambled to his feet once more. A dozen strides, and he risked a look over his shoulder. The young man had hesitated on the edge of the water, but was splashing through it no more than waist-deep. The Ragnarssons were behind, older men and weighed down by their mail, but spreading out to cross the little channel yards apart and cut off any break back. In front of him and on both sides there lay nothing but a confusion of rounded banks, with pools and shallow runnels draining to the main channels. Every now and then one of the runnels was a deep one. That was where they might catch him, still swimming as Sigurd aimed his spear or the young man caught his heel. But if he got enough of a lead, he could swim one of them and get away. Men in mail would not be anxious to try a deep channel, and would lose sight of him if they did. Shef turned as the young man reached shore and ran again. Ran just a little slower than his best, swerving and glancing over his shoulder every dozen yards as if terrified. 50 yards and splashed through a shallow pool. 50 more and round a steeper bank. The Ormer a furlong away now and powerless to intervene. The Ragnarssons spread out and calling to each other to keep him in sight. The tall young man's panting easy to hear as he closed the gap, raising his sword every few strides as if hoping to strike. Vikings were poor runners, Shef remembered grimly. He swerved through another knee-deep rivulet, leapt up the other side onto firm sand, and swung round. The young man paused in the water, then grinned exultantly and leapt forward, sword up for a forehand cut. Shef sprang inside the blow, both hands grabbing the right wrist, and back-heeled his enemy's legs from under him. Both went down with a thud on the sand, the sword bouncing away. No time to grab it, and too risky to grapple. All the Viking had to do was hold him till the Ragnarssons got there. Shef stepped back, arms spread in the wrestler's stance. The young man faced him, still panting, still grinning. "My name is Huntey," he said. "I am the best wrestler in Ebeltoft." He closed, reaching out for a collar and elbow grip. Shef ducked and snatched for the knife at Huntey's belt. As Huntey dropped a hand to cover it, he straightened up, swinging his left arm backhand under Huntey's neck and thrusting a hip behind him. Off balance, the tall man fell backwards. Onto a knee, braced to catch his spine. In the same instant, Shef heaved down with both arms and all the smithy-trained strength in his body. A snap of spine, and Huntey looking upwards with terror in his eyes. Still holding him over one knee, Shef patted his cheek gently. "You are still the best wrestler in Ebeltoft," he said. "It was a foul throw." He pulled the knife from Huntey's belt and stabbed upwards, deep under the rib cage, rolled the body aside, and straightened, retrieving the sword with its plain bone handle. A deeper channel just a few yards away. Shef trotted to it, hurled the sword 30 feet to the other side, plunged in and stroked swiftly across. Turned and stood on the shore to face the Ragnarssons trotting up together, breathing hard. He ducked his head for a moment to let his empty eye drain, then looked across and met the snake-eyes' gaze. "Come over," he called. "There are 3 of you, all great warriors. So was your brother Ivar. I killed him in the water too." Halfdan strode into the water, sword raised. His brother Ubi caught him by the shoulder. "He would cut you down before you had your feet under you." Shef grinned, deliberately exaggerating it, hoping to provoke a charge. If one man came across, he would try to kill him while the water still hampered his movements. If 2 or 3 crossed together, he would run again, confident that if nothing else he could outdistance them. He had the initiative now. This was a puzzle they had to solve. for they did not know he had made up his mind to run. If they all crossed together, the odds were that they would kill him, but he would get at least one blow in first. They might think, seeing the body of their henchman, that he was full of the fighting madness and would take their dare. Without warning or backlift, Sigurd's javelin came darting at his belly, launched without as much as a flicker of expression. Shef saw the flash, leapt with the reactions of youth into the air, kicking his legs wide. The shaft tapped him agonizingly in the groin as it flew through. Shef landed in a crouch on the sand, bit his lip to conceal the pain. "At least your brother Ivar fought fair, standing on the same plank as I did," he called. "Did anyone tell you how he died?" His testicles crushed in my grasp, he thought, and his face cut to ribbons where I butted him with the edge of my helmet. I hope that was not the story they heard, for if he fought fair, I certainly did not. The snake-eye turned away, not even bothering to draw his sword. He muttered something to his brothers, and they turned too, stepping back towards the body of Huntey. Shef saw Sigurd stoop and retrieve the gold bracelet from Huntey's arm. Then the three began to make their way together back to their ship. They had not taken the dare. Sigurd is a clever man, thought Shef. He turned and fled from the sea battle rather than fight according to my plan. Now he has done the same again. I must remember that does not mean that he has given up. He looked round, assessing his own situation. He was cut off from the Norfolk. It might or might not be attacked by Sigurd and his crew, might or might not win the duel. But in any case he did not dare to try to rejoin it. Impossible to say what ambushes Sigurd might lay in the sandbanks. He would have to go the other way, towards the unknown shore, across maybe a quarter-mile yet of sandbanks. He had the clothes he stood up in, a flint and steel tied to his belt, and a poorly made iron sword with a bone handle. His stomach reminded him that he had not eaten since the noon meal. He was already starting to shiver uncontrollably in his soaked woolen breeches and tunic. The salt water was irritating his empty eye, so that by some freak the other one wept continually. The sun was a bare hand's breadth above the flat horizon, and he could not stay where he was. The tide was rising. Soon he would be faced with a long swim rather than a walk. He felt less of a king than ever. But then he told himself he had never felt truly a king at all. At least now that he was a man, he had no master or stepfather to beat him. Turning towards the German shore on the north bank of the Elbe, he thought to pick up the javelin Sigurd had hurled at him. A fine weapon, as was to be expected, iron-shafted for a foot below its long triangular head. The head itself of excellent steel, without marks of use. No silver inlay or decoration. The snake-eye, sensible man wasted no money on what he meant to throw at his enemies. Yet there were marks on the steel, runes. Tutored carefully by Thorvin, Shef managed to read them. Gungnir, they said. So the snake-eye thought it no desecration to imitate Odin himself. It was no heirloom or ancient weapon. Shef's smithcraft told him that this was new forged. Thoughtfully Shef sloped the spear over one shoulder, tucked Hrani's sword into his belt, and set out wearily and cautiously for the north bank of the Elbe across its guardian sands, just visible in the twilight. Far to the north of the sandbanks of the Elbe, north even of the Ragnarsson stronghold in Danish Sjælland, the great college of the Way in far-off Kaupang lay still under deep snow on the Norwegian shore. Thick ice bridged the fjords from one bank to the other. Men out in the open moved hurriedly to the next place of shelter. Yet between the rapid shapes of skiers, one figure came to a halt, stood motionless in the snow. Viglake of the many visions, most respected of the priests of the Way. Where he stood, birds began to flutter out of the sky, land around him, forming a circle. As the flock grew thicker, men pointed, called others to watch. Slowly a circle of men, priests and their apprentices and servants, formed outside the ring of birds, keeping a decorous 50 yards away. One of the birds, a small redbreast, flew up from the throng, perched on Viglake's shoulder, twittered loud and long. Viglake stood unmoving in the snow, his head cocked as if paying attention. Finally he nodded courteously, and the bird flew off. A second bird came, sat on his gloved hand where it clutched the pole of his skis. This time it was a tiny wren, its tail cocked up like a rider's spur. It too sang a long song and waited. "Thank you, sister," the watching priests heard Viglek say. Then all the birds flew hastily up and off to safety in the branches. The newcomer was a great black crow, which did not sit by Viglek, but paced up and down in front of him, calling from time to time in harsh and challenging caws. It sounded as if it were jeering. Still Viglek stood silent. In the end, the bird lifted its tail, squirted a stream of droppings onto the grass, and in its turn flew off. After a while Viglek raised his eyes and stared into the far distance. When he dropped them, his face had changed back to its normal expression. Knowing the vision had passed from him, his colleagues ventured to approach. In the lead was Valgrim, admitted head of the college and priest of Odin Allfather. There were few who cared to take such responsibility. "What news, brother?" he said at last. "News of the death of tyrants, and worse news. My brother the Redbreast told me that Pope Nicolaus is dead in Romeburg, smothered under a pillow by his own servants. He paid the price not for sending his men against us, but for losing." Valgrim nodded his head, a smile of pleasure creasing his beard. "My sister the Wren told me that in Frankland King Karl the Bald is also dead. One of his counts told the story of how Karl's ancestors had the long-haired king shaven to show that they were kings no more, and said that God had sent baldness to Karl to show he should never have been king. When Karl told men to lay hands on the count, the other counts rose and slew him instead." Valgrim smiled again. "And the crow," he prompted finally. "That was the worst news. He told me there is a tyrant still living, though close to death today, Sigurd Ragnarsson." "Tyrant he may be," said Valgrim. "Yet he is the favorite of Odin for all that. If the way could win him to its side, it would gain a mighty champion." "That may be, too," said Viglek. "Yet his creature the crow treats us as his enemies, the murderers of his brother. It threatened me, threatened all of us with his vengeance. And yet the crow was not telling all the truth, I know. He was keeping something back." "What?" Viglek shook his head slowly. "That is still hidden from me. Yet for all you say, Valgrim, I do not think the road to victory at Ragnarok lies through the likes of Sigurd Ragnarsson, with his sacrifices and his cruelty. It is not great champions alone that will overcome Loki and the Fenris brood. Nor is it blood that will bring Balder back from the dead. Not blood, but tears." Valgrim's face flushed even in the cold at the challenge to his authority, and the mention of unlucky names and deeds. Controlling himself, he asked finally, "And at the end, when you seemed to look far away?" "Then I saw eagles in the distance. First one mounted above the other, and then the lower one flew higher again. I could not see which would win in the end." Chapter 5. Erkenbert the deacon sat in the sunlight behind a stout table, ink and parchment in front of him. It had been a long day's work, almost over now, but a deeply satisfying one. Erkenbert felt confidence, respect, almost awe creeping over him as he shuffled the thick pile of parchment sheets, filled with row after row of names, each one an application to join the ranks of the new order, which the archbishops of the West had proclaimed, the Order of the Lance, or in their tongue the Lanzenorden. During their slow journey north from Cologne to Hamburg, Erkenbert had realized that there were special factors favoring the establishment of an order of warrior monks here, in the German lands. In his native Northumbria, as indeed over the whole of family-conscious England, the thanes who formed the backbone of any army were good at one thing alone, establishing themselves comfortably on the estates granted them by the king, and then moving heaven and earth to see that not only did they hold on to them, however old, fat, or unfitted for military service they became, but also that the estates were passed on in due form to their children. Sometimes they sent sons to perform service for them. Sometimes they worked their way into royal or monastic favor by enforcing the king's dooms or the abbot's, and witnessing any charter that needed a voice to swear one way or the other. However they did it, even if they had to send their daughters to tempt some magnate's lust, it was rare in England to find a parcel of land without some noble son who thought he had a claim on it. or a noble son who would prove in the end to be disappointed. Not so in Germany. The warrior class there had not been allowed to settle in and make itself comfortable. Service had to be performed. If it was not, a better replacement was found immediately. A middle-aged warrior had better have seen to his own security by the time his sword arm stiffened, for his lord would feel no obligation to do it for him. As for the sons of warriors, there were many with little prospects, no assured future. In a sense, thought Erkenbert very quietly to himself, for all their concern with noble blood, they were more like peasants or churls than nobles, for they might be dispossessed at any moment. To such men, warlike though they were, to be allowed to enroll in an order which would provide them a home and comradeship till the day they died, as if they were black monks, might well have unexpected appeal. Yet he and his colleagues would not have had so much success in recruiting their serf soldiers if it had not been for the oratory of Archbishop Rimbert. A dozen times as they made their way north from Cologne to Hamburg, Erkenbert had heard him call together the masses in whichever town they had chosen for their halt, and had heard him preach. Always he took as his text the words of St. Mark, "I will send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves." He reminded his hearers how Jesus had forbidden St. Peter to resist the soldiers when they came for him in the Garden of Gethsemane, how he had urged his disciples to turn the other cheek, and if a man compelled them to go with him 1 mile, to go with him voluntarily for 2. He would pursue the theme till he saw the looks of doubt or disgust on the faces of his warlike listeners. And then he would say to them that what Jesus said was no doubt true. But what if a man compelled you to carry his pack for 1 mile, and you carried it from good will for 2, and then, instead of thanking you, he cursed you and told you to carry it another 2, another 10, another 20? What if you turned the other cheek, and your enemy struck it again and again, using his heaviest dog-whip? As his listeners stirred and muttered angrily, he would ask them why they felt anger. For were these things that he put to them not far less, not 100 times less, than the insults and injuries they had had to endure from the pagans of the north? And then he talked to them of what he, Rimbert, had seen in his many years as the apostle to the north. Daughters and wives ravished, men taken away and left to die in slavery, Christians on their knees in the snow, wailing as they waited to be sacrificed to the heathen gods at Odense or Kaupang, or worst of all, Swedish Uppsala. Wherever he could, he would tell each particular audience of what had happened to men or women from that town or that district. He seemed to have an inexhaustible stock of heart-rending stories, as who would not, Erkenbert reflected, if he had spent 30 years on the pointless and hopeless task of preaching to the heathen. And when his audience's anger was at its height, when the serf knights among them scowled and wrung their hands and swept off their leather caps in passion, then Rimbert would tell them his text. "I will send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Yes," he would say, "the good priests of my missions, not 1 in 10 of whom ever returns to his home. They have been sheep, and sheep they will remain. But from now on," and as he said this, his voice would rise to an iron clangor, "when I send out my sheep, I will see that with each sheep there goes not another sheep, not a wolf, no, but a great dog, a great mastiff of the German breed, with a good spiked collar round his neck, and 20 other wolfhounds running with him. Then we will see how the wolves of the north listen to the sheep's preaching. Maybe they will listen closely to his bleat in the future." And Rimbert would condescend to joke and play with words, sometimes even imitating the noise of a sheep to set his audience laughing uproariously in the relief of its tension and anger. And then Rimbert would tell them slowly and quietly of his plan, to send mission after mission into the north, through the friendlier of the chiefs and kings of the heathen, each mission centered on a learned and pious priest, as had always been the custom, but each mission containing also a new and strong bodyguard for that priest, men of noble birth and knightly station, men without wives or children or ties, men expert with sword and lance and mace, men who could ride a war-stallion with shield on one arm and lance in the other, controlling it with knees and fingertips alone, men whom even the pirates of the north would walk carefully around, fearing to antagonize them. And then, when he had their full attention, Rimbert would tell them of the Holy Lance, and of how when it came back to the Empire the spirit of Charlemagne would come again and lead Christendom once more to triumph over all its enemies. And he would invite suitable applicants to present themselves to his servants to see if they were worthy of a place in the Lanzenorden. Which was why Erkenbert now had the thick piles of parchment in his hand, covered with row after row of names. The applicants' names, their claims to noble birth, for no peasants or peasants' sons would be admitted under any circumstances, the lists of the worldly wealth they could bring to the order, and the details of their personal arms and equipment. In due course, some names would be crossed out, some would be accepted. Most would be crossed out, and most of those not for failure in wealth or nobility, but because they could not pass the tests devised for them by the Archbishop's Waffenmeister, his master-at-arms, which, as Erkenbert ceased his writing, were going on in this place or that all over the wide exercise field outside the wooden stockade of much-sacked Hamburg. Men cutting at each other with blunted sword and shield, men riding horses along a complex course of jumps and figures to strike down with a lance, men grappling with each other hand to hand in a ring, and everywhere the grizzled Waffenmeister or the sergeants of his staff, noting, comparing, repeating names. Erkenbert looked across at Arno, the counsellor of Gunther, sent along with Erkenbert into Rimbert's archdiocese to watch, assist, and report. They grinned at each other with the curious fellow-feeling that had grown between them, the small dark one and the tall fair one, each recognizing the other's delight in efficiency, in the exercise of pure intelligence. "The Archbishop will get his first 100 easily," offered Erkenbert. Before Arno could reply, another voice cut in. "He will only need 99 now," it said. Deacon and priest stared up from their stools at the newcomer. He was not a tall man, Erkenbert noted, ever sensitive on this point, but his shoulders were extraordinarily broad, made to seem even more so by a pinched, narrow waist like a girl's. He was wearing a padded leather jacket such as horsemen wore under their mail. Erkenbert saw that extra strips had been sewn in to widen the upper body neatly, but without any attempt to match colors. Beneath the jacket there seemed to be only a fustian tunic of the cheapest kind and well-worn woolen breeches. The eyes staring down were a bright penetrating blue, the hair as fair as Arno's, but sticking up like the bristles of a brush. He had seen dangerous faces and crazy faces, Erkenbert reflected, remembering Ivar the Boneless. He could not remember ever seeing a harder one. It seemed to have been chiseled out of rock, the skin stretched taut over prominent bones, set on a neck as thick as a bulldog's. The head seemed almost small. Erkenbert found his voice. "What do you mean?" "Well, fellow, the Archbishop wants 100. I make one less than 100. Have you heard of the art of arithmetic? That makes 99. Erkenbert flushed at the jibe. "I have heard of arithmetic, but you have not yet been selected. First we need to know your name and your parents' names and many other things, and you would have to go before the Waffenmeister. In any case, you are too late for today." He felt a hand laid on his arm, Arno speaking softly and carefully. "Colleague, you are correct, but I feel in this case we may make an exception. The young Herr here is known to me, to us all. He is Bruno, son of Regenwald, the Count of the Marches. There can of course be no doubt as to his suitability on the score of ancestry." Erkenbert reached irritably for the parchment. "Very well. If we are to do this in proper form, we must then proceed to the questions of wealth and the contributions the applicant can bring to the order." He began to write. "The name is Bruno. The son of a count must naturally be Bruno of—" "Bruno von Nowhere," said the soft voice. Erkenbert felt his writing hand enclosed in a vast, irresistible grip, gentle but with metal cables stirring beneath it. "I am the Count's third son, with no estate. I own nothing but my arms and armor and my good horse. But let me ask a few questions of you, little man with the paper. You speak Deutsch well, but I can tell you are not one of us. I have heard nothing also of your noble family. I ask myself, who is this who has the right to say who shall and who shall not be a Ritter of a noble order? No offense, I hope." Arno cut in hastily. "The learned deacon is an Englishman, Bruno. He fought in the Pope's army that was beaten and came to tell us the story. He saw also the deaths of the famous Vikings, Ivar Boneless and Ragnar of the Hairy Breeches. He has told us a great deal of value, and his heart and soul for our cause." The grip round Erkenbert's hand released. The blond man stepped back, interest showing on his craggy face. "Good," he said. "Good. I am prepared to accept an Englishman as a comrade. And there is one thing the little Englishman has said. Take no offense, friend. Each of us has his strengths. One thing that is true. I must certainly pass the Waffenmeister." His voice rose to a shout. "Dankwart! Where are you, you old villain? Set me a test. No, do not trouble. I will set them myself." During the talk with Erkenbert, activity had ceased on the field. The Waffenmeister, his sergeants, the so far successful applicants, had quit their various tasks and come to cluster round the newcomer. They cleared a lane for Bruno as he stepped away from the table. In 4 bounds he had reached the great black horse, standing untethered close by. He sprang into the saddle without touching stirrup or pommel, snatched a lance stuck in the ground, and was already in motion towards the circuit of jumps and quintons. As his horse rose to the first hurdle, Erkenbert realized the blond man had tucked his left arm theatrically behind his back, to make up for the fact that he carried no shield. His reins were dropped. He was controlling the stallion by knees and thighs alone. An overarm stab at the first quinton, an instant twist and leap. As dust rose from the field, Erkenbert could make out only the crash of tumbling targets and a black centaur rising every few seconds over fence after fence. The more expert watchers had started to cheer every stroke. In what seemed moments, the horse was back, the rider swinging again to the ground, breathing hard and grinning broadly. "Did I pass that part, Dankwart? Tell the man with the paper, then. It doesn't count if he doesn't mark me down. But now, Dankwart, we have an expert watching, one who has seen real battles and seen great champions fight. I want to show him something and have his opinion. Who is the best man here today with sword and shield?" The grizzled Waffenmeister pointed impassively to one of the applicants who had been sparring with his sergeants, a tall young man in a white surcoat over mail. "That one there, Bruno. He's good." Bruno walked towards his proposed adversary, took one hand between his two, looked up at him with a curious tenderness, like a lady to her lover. "You agree?" he asked. The tall man nodded. Sergeants handed each of them a shield, a heavy kite-shaped one of the horseman's pattern. Then a heavy sword, edges blunted, point carefully rounded. The 2 men stepped back, began to circle each other warily, each moving to the right, away from his opponent's sword. Erkenbert, no expert, saw only a blur of motion, 3 repeated clashes as the tall man struck, low, high, backhand, whirling the sword as if it were weightless. 3 solid, determined parries from Bruno, twisting his wrist each time to take the blow at right angles on his own blade, ignoring the shield. Then, as the 4th blow came, he had stepped inside it, jerking the edge of his shield up to catch the descending sword just above its guard. As the tall man stepped back to recover his balance, Bruno's sword was in the air. It seemed for an instant as if 3 swords were striking at once, the tall man parrying desperately in all directions. Then his shield was down, his sword was up. He was in a half-crouch to parry a blow not struck. Bruno seemed even to pause for an instant, to weigh what was needed. Then his sword swept through the gap too fast for sight. A thud, a gasp, and the tall man was sprawling on his back. Erkenbert realized a second after the blow that he had seen the Count's son deliberately rolling his wrists, at the moment of impact, to soften the blow. He had no need to exercise his full force. Bruno had already dropped sword and shield, was helping his opponent up with the same curious tenderness. He patted his cheek, looked closely into the other man's eyes, waving a hand in front of them to see if the other could focus. Relief crossed his face. He stepped back, grinning. "A good bout, young knight. I am glad we shall be comrades of the order. Another time I will show you the trick of that feint. It is easy to learn." He looked round, acknowledging the applause of the circle of watchers, waving so that his opponent should be included in it. Another thing about these Germans, thought Erkenbert, remembering the prickly, awkward insistence on rank and precedence of his homeland. They worked together very easily. They liked to form clubs and groups and companionships, and all share their food and their beer. Yet they will still accept a leader who insists on being one of the men. Is that a strength or a weakness? Bruno was approaching the table again, eyes shining with a kind of manic glee. "Now," he said, "will you write me down?" As Arno reached for the pen and the parchment, he laughed, bent over, collected Erkenbert's gaze, and said with sudden gravity, "Now, comrade, they say you have seen the great champions, Ivar Boneless, and maybe the warrior they call Killer Bran. Tell me, how do you think one such as myself would compare with them? Tell me the truth now, I take no offense." Erkenbert hesitated. He had seen Ivar fight in battle against the champions of Mercia, though only from a fair distance behind. At closer quarters, he had seen the duel on the gangplank between Ivar and Bran. He remembered Ivar's snake-like speed, the unexpected power in his relatively slender frame. Thought of what he had just seen, measuring the strength and leverage of the broad shoulders in front of him. "Ivar was very quick," he said at last. "He could dodge a blow rather than block it, and still remain poised to strike back. I think if you had an open space to fight him in, you might have worn him down, for you would be the stronger. But Ivar is dead." Bruno nodded, face intent. "So what of Killer Bran, the one who killed him?" "It was not Bran who killed him. Ivar was too quick for Bran, mighty man though he is. No." The hatred in Erkenbert's heart welled up. "It was another who killed Ivar. The son of a churl, devil-possessed. He had only a dog's name to call himself, Shef, and he did not know his father. In fair fight you would defeat 100 like him, and now they call him a king." The blue eyes were thoughtful. "Yet he killed a great champion, you say, fair fight or no. These things do not happen by accident. Such a man should never be despised. The greatest gift a king can have, some say, is luck." By the time Shef reached solid ground, he was chilled through, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. The rising tide had forced him to swim twice, no great distance, but soaking him through each time. There was no sun to dry him. A fringe of seaweed marked the edge of tidal sand, with just beyond it a shallow dike, obviously man-made. Shef scrambled to the top of it and turned to look out to sea, hoping against hope that he would see the Norfolk standing in to rescue him, and that in an hour or so he could count on dry clothes and a blanket, a hunk of bread and cheese, maybe a fire on the sand while someone else stood guard. At that moment he could imagine no greater reward for being a king. There was nothing to be seen. The gray twilight made everything out on the flat seem the same, gray sea, gray sky, gray sandbanks, slowly yielding to the water. He had not heard the clash of battle behind him as he made his way to the shore, but that did not mean anything. The Norfolk might have been carried by boarders, or she might have been refloated and be continuing her single-ship duel with the Frani Ormer, or both ships might long have sailed out once more to the open sea. There was no hope in that direction. Shef turned the other way and contemplated the drab landscape in front of him. Plowed fields with shoots of green barley showing. Somewhere a few hundred yards off, in the dimness, black bulks that might well be grazing cows. All that showed a certain confidence here on the edge of the pirate sea. Were the men of this land great warriors, or slaves of the Vikings? Or did they rely on the dangerous shoals to keep them safe? Whichever was true, their land was no great prize, flat as a man's hand, kept from the tide only by a 6-foot dike, muddy, sodden, and featureless. More to the point, there was no prospect of warmth in it anywhere. In a wooded country, Shef might have thought to find a fallen tree to break the wind, boughs to pile under and over him to keep him out of the wet, maybe a drift of decaying leaves to rake over himself. Here there was nothing but mud and wet grass. Yet the cows and the plowed fields showed there was a village not too far away. Men never plowed more than a couple of miles from their homes and byres. The time it took an ox to travel that distance, morning and evening, was the most that any sensible man would add on to his day. So there must be a house, and with a house a fire, somewhere all but in sight. Shef looked round for a gleam of light. Nothing. That was only to be expected. Anyone who had light and fire would have the sense to shut it in. Shef turned to his left for no reason than that it was away from the land of the Christians and Hamburg, further down the Elbe, and began to walk briskly along the dike. If he had to, he decided, he would walk all night. His clothes were bound to dry on him in the end. He would be ravenously hungry by dawn, his body's resources used up by keeping out the cold, but that could be borne. He had fed well all the months he had been a king, and a jarl before that. Now was the time to use some of that up. But if he lay down in the fields, he would be dead by morning. After only a few minutes of stumbling, Shef realized that he was crossing a track. He paused. Should he follow it? If the natives were hostile, he could be dead well before morning. The patter of rain on his shoulders made his mind up for him. He moved cautiously down the track, his one eye probing the darkness. The village was no more than a cluster of long houses, their low walls showing just slightly darker than the sky. Shef reflected. No hall for a lord, no church for a priest. That was good. The long houses were different sizes, some long, some short. One of the shortest ones was the closest to him. In the winter, these folk, like the poor people of Norfolk, would bring their beasts in the house with them for warmth. A small house meant few cows. Was it not true that charity was likeliest among the poor? He moved cautiously towards the door of the nearest house, the smallest. A chink of light through the wooden shutters. He planted the snake-eyes spear, butt down in the ground, pulled the sword from his belt, and held it by the blade. With his right hand he pounded on the ill-fitting door. A scurrying inside muttered words. It creaked open. Shef stepped forwards into the ill-lit doorway, his sword balanced across both hands in token of submission. Without a pause he found himself lying on his back, staring up at the sky. He had felt no blow, had no idea what had happened. His arms and legs seemed to pay no attention to his insistent commands to them to move. He felt a fist gripping the neck of his tunic, hauling him half upright, a voice in his ear muttering in a thick dialect, but comprehensibly. "All right, come along, get your feet under you. Let's get you inside and have a look at you." His legs sprawling, Shef staggered inside, his arm round someone's shoulder, and sank onto a stool by a meager fire. For long moments he could pay no attention to anything but the warmth, holding his hands out to it, crouching over it. As the steam started to rise from his clothes, he shook his head, rose unsteadily to his feet, and looked round. Facing him was a stocky man, hands on hips, with a mop of curly hair and an expression on his face of irrepressible good humor. From the thinness of his beard, Shef realized that he was even younger than himself. In the background stood two older folk, a man and a woman, looking at him with alarm and distrust. Shef tried to speak, realized his jaw was stiff and sore. An exploring hand found a growing lump on the right-hand side. "What did you do?" he asked. The stocky man grinned even more broadly than before, made swift, darting movements with his hands and body. "Gave you a bit of a dunt," he replied. "You walked right into it." Shef cast his mind back, amazed. In England and among the Vikings, men hit each other with their fists often enough, but wrestling was the warrior's sport. By the time someone had raised his fist and swung it, even a grandfather should be able to duck out of the way. Even walking into a dark room, he would have expected to see a swing coming and at least react to it. Nor would you expect a swing to knock a man down. Fighting with fists was an affair of prolonged and clumsy bludgeoning, which was why the warriors despised it. Yet Shef had seen nothing and felt nothing till he was on the ground. "Do not be surprised," said the old man in the background. "Our Carly does that to everyone. He is a champion. But you had better tell us who you are, or he will strike you again." "I got separated from my ship," said Shef. "Had to walk and swim across the sandbanks." "Are you one of the Vikings? You speak more like one of us." "I am an Englishman, but I have been much among Norsemen, and can understand their speech. I have spoken with Frisians as well. You speak most like them. Are you Frisians?" "The Free Frisians," Shef added, remembering how they liked to describe themselves. Even the old woman laughed. "The Free Frisians," said the stocky youth, "living on sandbanks and running for their lives every time they see a sail. No, we are Germans." "The Archbishop's men?" inquired Shef cautiously. He could see his sword now, standing in a corner where they must have put it. If the answer were wrong, he would lunge for it and try to kill the stocky youth at once. Again they laughed. "No. Some of us are Christians, some follow the old gods, some none. But none of us has any wish to pay tithes or kneel to a lord. We are the folk of the Ditmarsh," the youth ended proudly. Shef had never heard the name from anyone before. He nodded. "I am cold and wet, and hungry," he added. "May I sleep inside your house tonight?" "Sleep by the fire and welcome," said the older man, who Shef realized must be the father of the stocky one, the master of the house. "As for hunger, we have plenty of that ourselves. But you can dry yourself here rather than die out on the marsh. Tomorrow you must go before the village for a doom." I have gone into a doom ring before, thought Shef. But maybe the Ditmarshers' doom will be kinder than the great armies. Feeling his swollen jaw again, he moved to the side of the fire while the family of the house prepared itself for sleep. Chapter 6. Shef woke in the morning feeling strangely calm and rested. For a few moments he lay on the packed earth floor and wondered why. The fire was out, and he had kept from shivering in the night only by curling into a ball and gripping knees with arms. His clothes had dried from body heat, but dried stiff and harsh from salt water. His belly was pinched with hunger, and he was alone and without resources in a strange and probably hostile land. So why did he not seem more anxious? Shef got to his feet, stretched luxuriously, and pushed open the wooden shutter, letting in the sunlight and the fresh air smelling of grass and blossom. He knew the answer. It was because his cares and responsibilities had fallen from him. For the first time for many months, he did not have to think about other people's needs, how to feed them, how to persuade them, how to praise them to make them do his will. His childhood had made him used to cold and hunger, and to blows and the threat of slavery as well. But now he was no child, but a man in his prime. If anyone struck him, he could strike back. Shef's one eye noted the weapons he had leant against the corner of the hut. Grani's sword and Sigurd's spear. They were the only possessions he now had, apart from the pendant round his neck and the flint and eating knife slung from his belt. They would have to do. Out of the corner of his eye, Shef saw that the older couple had emerged from their box bed. The man went straight out of the door. That could be ominous. The woman pulled a quern from under their rough table, scooped grain from a barrel into it, and began to grind it with a hand pestle. The sound brought Shef's childhood back even more strongly. As long as he could remember, every day had started the same way, with the sound of women grinding grain into flour. Only jarls and kings could live far enough away from daily necessity not to hear it. It was the task warriors hated most, though on campaign even they had to do it. Perhaps women hated it too, Shef reflected. At least it showed these people had food. His belly cramped in response to the thought, and Shef glanced again towards his weapons. A touch on his arm. The young man with the curly hair stood there, grinning as always. He held out a hunk of black bread in a dirty fist, strong-smelling yellow cheese on top of it. As Shef took it, his mouth running instantly with saliva, he produced an onion, divided it in his palm with a crude knife, and passed Shef half. The two squatted on the floor and began to eat. The bread was hard, old, full of bran, and gritty with stone from the hand quern. Shef tore it with his teeth, relishing every mouthful. After a while, his stomach relaxing in its demands, he remembered the soreness in his jaw, the strange events of last night. As his hand went up to explore the swelling, he caught the young man. What had the woman called him? Our Carly? Grinning at the gesture. "What did you hit me for?" he asked. Carly seemed surprised at the question. "I didn't know who you were. Simplest way to deal with you. Simplest way to deal with everybody." Shef felt a certain irritation rising. He swallowed the last lump of cheese, rose to his feet, spreading his arms and flexing the muscles in his back. He remembered the man he had killed yesterday, the young Viking from Ebeltoft. He had been a bigger man even than Shef, and Shef out-topped Carly by a head. He would not have done it if it had not been for the dark. Carly was on his feet, too, a look of glee on his face. He started to circle Shef in a strange shuffle, not like a wrestler's planted stance. His fists were doubled, his head sunk below his shoulders. Impatiently, Shef stepped forward, hands grabbing for a wrist hold. A fist jabbed at his face. He brushed it aside. Something struck him below the ribs on his right side. For an instant, Shef ignored it, tried again to grapple. Then pain shot up from his liver. He felt his breath leave him, and his hands dropped automatically to guard the spot. Instantly, his head snapped back, and Shef found himself staggering back against the wall. As he straightened, blood ran down into his mouth. His teeth felt loosened. A surge of anger drove Shef forward with lightning speed, aiming to body check, trip and go for a bone-breaker hold. The body was not there, and as he whirled to reach the darting figure now behind him, he felt another blow in the back, a stab of agony from a kidney. Again he blocked a blow at the face, this time remembering instantly to swipe downwards to thwart the liver punch that followed. Still no grip, and another blow high up on the cheekbone as he hesitated. But the circling had brought Shef into easy reach of the spear propped against the wall. How would that grin look? Shef stood up straight, spread his arms wide in token of defenselessness. "All right," he said, looking at Carly's grin. "All right. You would have knocked me down even if it had not been dark. I can see you know something I do not. Maybe many things." Carly grinned even more broadly than before and dropped his hands. "I expect you know some things, too. A seafarer like you, with a spear and a sword as well. I have never been outside the Ditmarsh, hardly ever outside this village. How about a trade? I will show you what I know, and you show me what you know. I could soon teach you how to strike and guard with your fists, like we do here in the Ditmarsh. You move very fast, too fast for most of these plowboys." "A trade," Shef agreed. He spat on his palm and looked at Carly to see if he understood the gesture. The other grinned and spat too. The pair slapped palms violently to seal the bargain. As Shef wiped the blood from his nose with the back of his sleeve, they resumed their companionable squat. "Now listen," said Carly. "You've more important things to learn right now than fist-fighting. My old man has gone out to tell the village you're here. They'll assemble outside, make the ring, and decide what to do with you. What are their choices? First off, someone will say you're a slave. That'll be Nico. He's the richest man in the village, wants to be a lord. But silver is short in the Ditmarsh, and we never make slaves of each other. Having someone to sell in the market at Hedeby is what he thinks about all the time." "Hedeby is a Danish town," said Shef. Carly shrugged. "Danish, German, Frisian, we don't care. No one tries any tricks on the Ditmarsh. They couldn't find the path through the fens. And anyway, they know there's no silver here. Lot to lose for a tax collector, nothing much to gain. If I don't want to be a slave, what's the other choice? You could be a guest friend." Carly looked at him sideways. "Like with me. That means exchanging gifts." Shef felt his biceps, regretting the last-minute decision yesterday to strip the gold bracelets from them. One of those would have bought him hospitality for a year, or a knife in the back. "What do I have, then? A spear, a sword, and this." He pulled the silver pole ladder of rig from under his tunic, and glanced across at Carly to see if he recognized the sign. No interest there. But Carly had glanced more than once at the weapons propped in the corner. Shef stepped over to them, picked them up for a closer look. The spear with the Gungnir runes. Excellent steel, glinting new forged. A beautiful balance in the hand. The sword. Serviceable enough, but a little too heavy. The blade mere sharpened iron without a specially welded edge, beginning already to pock slightly with rust. Swords were more valuable than spears, the mark of the professional warrior besides. Still. Shef held out the sword. "Take this, Carly." He noted the way the young man took it, the way he held the blade slightly off the square, disastrous for a parry. "And I will give you 2 more things. 1, I will show you how to use the sword. 2, if ever we stay by a forge, I will forge it again for you to make it a better weapon." The freckled face flushed with pleasure as the door opened. Carly's father came in, jerked a thumb over his shoulder. "Come, stranger," he said. "The doom ring is outside." Some 40 men stood outside in a rough circle, their wives and children forming a larger circle outside them. All the men were armed, but not well. Spears and axes, but no mail or helmets. A few had shields on their shoulders, but not strapped on ready for use. What the Ditmarscher saw emerging from the hut was a tall warrior, his calling unmistakable from his bearing. Straight back, wide shoulders, no sign of the stoop or the cramped muscles of the peasant who had to follow a plough or bend every day over hoe or sickle. Yet he bore no gold or silver on him, carried only the long spear in his right hand. He was scarred as well, with one eyelid drooping over a sunken socket, and the whole side of his face seeming drawn in. Unnoticed blood smeared his face, and his plain tunic and breeches were dirtier than a peasant's. The circle stared at him, unsure how to read these signals. There was a low mutter of comment as Carly emerged behind him, gripping in inexpert hands the sword he had been given. Shef looked round, trying to appraise the situation. The waking feeling of calm and confidence was still with him, unshaken by the brush with Carly. Thoughtfully he pulled the silver rig pendant up on its chain, so that it hung outside his tunic. Another mutter of comment, men peering closer to try to identify the sign. Some of the men watching, maybe a quarter of those present, similarly hitched pendants into view. Hammers, boats, phalluses. None like Shef's. The man directly facing Shef stepped forward, a bulky man in middle age with a red face. "You came from the ships," he said. "You are a Viking, one of the robbers of the north. Even such as you should know better than to set foot on the Ditmarsh, where the free men live. We will enslave you and sell you to your kin at Hedeby, or to the bishop's men at Hamburg, unless there is someone who will pay to have you back. Not likely from the look of you." Some instinct drove Shef forward across the ring, sauntering slowly till he came face to face with his accuser. He looked at him, tilting his head back to accentuate his greater height. "If you know I came from the ships," he said, "you know there were 2 ships fighting. One was a Viking. It was the Frani Ormer, the great ship of Sigurd Ragnarsson. Did you not see the raven banner? The other one was mine, and Sigurd was running from it. Get me back to it, and I'll give you a man's price in silver." "What kind of ships chase Viking ships?" said the burly man. "English ships." The listening crowd made noises of surprise, disbelief. "It's true the first ship was a Viking," said a voice. "But he wasn't running. He was leading on. And he fooled the other skipper proper. If that second ship was English, they must all be fools. Mast and sail all wrong, too." "Take me back to it," repeated Shef. Carly's voice came from behind him. "He couldn't do it if he wanted to, stranger. No boats. We Ditmarshers are bold enough in the marsh, but half a mile out to sea, and that's pirate water." The burly man flushed and glanced angrily round. "That's as may be. But if you've nothing else to say, One-Eye, then what I said stands. You're my slave till I find a buyer. Hand over that spear." Shef tossed the spear in the air, caught it at its point of balance, and feinted a lunge. He grinned broadly as the other man jumped clumsily away, then turned his back on him, ignoring the threatening axe. He began to stroll round the circle, looking into face after face, and addressing his words directly to the pendant-wearers in the circle. They were just like the Norfolk farmers whose disputes he had so often judged as a jarl, he decided. Get their interest and exploit their village divisions. "A strange thing," he remarked. "Man gets washed up on the shore, might be alive, might be dead. What do you do with him? Where I come from, the fishermen, if they have the cash, put a silver ring in their ears. You know what that's for. So if they drown and their bodies come to shore, the folk are paid for burying them. The folk would bury them anyway in duty, but they don't like the idea of taking a last service for nothing. Now here I am, no ring in my ear, but not dead either. Why should I get worse treatment? Have I done any harm? I've made a gift to your Carly there, and in exchange he's knocked me down, bloodied my nose, loosened my teeth, and given me a sore jaw. So we're all good friends." A rumble of amusement. As Shef had guessed, Carly was something between an object of admiration and a standing joke. "Now what surprises me is our friend behind me." Shef jerked a thumb over his shoulder at the burly man. "He says I'm a slave. Well, maybe. Says I'm his slave. Did I go to his house? Did he capture me single-handed in peril of his life? Maybe you all decided that anything that fell off a ship belonged to him. Is that right?" This time a definite rumble of rejection, and what sounded like a loud breaking of wind from Carly. "So what I suggest is this." Shef had almost completed his circuit now and was coming back face to face with the burly man. "If you want to make a slave of me, Nico, then take me along to Hedeby and put me in the sail ring. If you can make a sail, well and good. But then you must share the money with the village. Till you get to Hedeby, though, I stay free. No bonds, no collar. And I keep my spear. Sure, you can guard me as much as you like. Finally, till we get there, I'll work for my keep." Shef tapped his pendant. "I have a skill. I'm a smith. Give me a forge and tools, and I'll work at whatever you need." "Sounds fair enough," called one voice. "I have a plowshare with its edge coming away. Needs careful work." "He don't talk like a Viking," called another. "More like a Frisian, only without the cold in his head." "Did you hear the bit about sharing out?" called a third. Shef spat on his palm and waited. Slowly, with hate in his eyes, the burly Nico spat too. They slapped palms perfunctorily. As the tension slackened, Shef turned and walked back to Carly. "I want you to come to Hedeby too," he said. "See the world. But we both have much to learn before we get there." 40 miles out to sea, within sight of the Holy Island, the English fleet rocked on the waves, sails furled, like a flock of giant seabirds. At the center 4 ships were lashed together for conference. The Norfolk escaped from the muddy channels of the Elbe Gat. The Suffolk, commanded by the senior English skipper Hardred. Bronze Walrus, and the Seamew of Guthmund the Greedy, to represent the Viking waymen. Feelings were running high, and strong voices carried over the water to the listening fleet. "I can't believe you just left him on the Thor-forsaken sandbank," said Bronn at a pitch just short of a bellow. Ordloff's face remained mulish. "Nothing else to do. He'd vanished out of sight, tide coming in, night coming on. No knowing if Sigurd and his picked champions weren't going to appear from the next sandbank. We had to get out of there." "Do you think he lived?" asked Thorvin, flanked on either side by fellow priests of the Way called from their ships. "I saw 4 men go after him. 3 came back. They didn't look pleased. That's all I can say." "So the chances are he's stuck in the Ditmarsh somewhere," concluded Bronn. "All those bastards have webbed feet." "They tell me he's a fenman, too," said Ordloff. "If he's there, he's probably all right. Why don't we just go after him? It's daylight now, and we can pick our tide." This time it was Bronn's turn to look mulish. "Not a good idea. First off, no one lands in the Ditmarsh, not even for water or an evening Stranhook. Too many crews have vanished. Second, like I told you weeks ago, all this is pilot water. And you said you could find your way with lead and lookout. You got stranded, and you could again, maybe in a worse place next time. Third thing, though, is we still have the Ragnarssons around. They started off with a long 100 of ships, 120, the way you count. How many do you think we sank or captured?" Hardred replied, "We captured 6. The catapult sank at least a dozen more, which leaves them 100 to our 50. Less than 50, since they boarded the Buckinghamshire and cut a hole in her bottom, and I have half a dozen ships too weakly manned now to be useful. And we won't take them by surprise again." "So what do we do?" asked Ordloff. There was a long silence. Finally Hardred broke it, his careful Anglo-Saxon contrasting oddly with the camp patois brewed from Norse and English of the others. "If we are unable to rescue the king," he said, "as I am told we are, then I see it as my duty to return the rest of the fleet to English waters to take instructions from King Alfred. He is my master, but the agreement between himself and King Shef," he hesitated before coming out with the words, "was that one should succeed to all the rights of the other if the other should predecease him, as may now be the case." He waited for the storm of protests to die down, and went on, his voice gaining firmness. "After all, this fleet is now the main shield and protection of English shores. We know we can sink the pirates if they appear, and we will. That was the main aim and goal of King Shef, as of King Alfred, to have a peaceful coastline and a peaceful land behind it. If he were here, he would tell us to do what I suggest." "You can go," shouted Quicka, the freed slave. "Go back to your master. Our master is the one who took the collars from our necks, and we won't leave him to have some web-foot half-breed put one on his." "How are you going to get there?" said Hardred. "Swim? Bronn won't take you. Ordloff daren't, not on his own." "We can't just sail away," pleaded Quicka. Thorfinn's deep voice broke in. "No, but it is in my mind that we can sail on, or some of us can. Something tells me that it is not Shef Sigvarthsson's fate to die silently or to vanish. Someone may have him for ransom, or for sale. If we go to a major port where news is gathered, we will hear something of him. I suggest we go on to Kaupang, some of us." "Kaupang," said Bronn. "To the College of the Way." "I have reasons of my own for going there, it's true," said Thorfinn. "But the Way has many followers and many resources, and the college is deeply concerned about Shef. If we go there, we will get help." "I won't," declared Hardred flatly. "Too far, too risky, hostile waters all the way. And we know now the counties aren't fit for a deep-sea crossing." Ordloff nodded in glum agreement. "Some go back, some go on," said Thorfinn. "Most go back, I think," said Bronn. 40 ships, even 50 ships aren't enough to get through all the fleets of Norway and Denmark. The Ragnarssons, King Halvdan, the Hlaðir Jarls, King Gamli, King Hrorik, and all the others. They'd best turn back to guard the way in England. There are plenty who'd be glad to stamp it out. I'll take the walrus. Go out deep sea, not hug the coast. I'll get through. I'll take you, Thorfinn, and your fellows to Kaupang and to the college. Who else? How about you, Gudmund?" "Take us!" Quicka was on his feet, face red with rage. "We aren't turning back. Take me and my mates and our catapult, too. We can unship it from the Norfolk if that Yorkshire fart won't risk his skin. Kaupang, Ditfen, we'll take them all if we got to." A hubbub of agreement from the waist of the ship showed that the freed slaves of the catapult crews had been listening. "Me too," said an almost inaudible voice from a small figure lurking behind the mast. Bronn looked in several directions till he realized it came from Udd, the steelmaster, allowed on the cruise only in his former role of catapult crew spare hand. "What do you want to go to Norway for?" "For knowledge," said Udd. "I have heard men speak of Jarnberaland, iron-bearing land," he added, translating. Another slight figure appeared to stand unspeaking by him, Hund the leech, Shef's childhood friend, now with the silver apple of Idun round his neck. "Very well," said Bronn decisively. "I'll take my own crew and the Seamew as consort. I'll have space for no more than 10 volunteers. You, Hund, you, Udd, and you, Quicka. Cast lots for the rest." "And us as passengers," said Thorfinn, nodding to his 2 fellow priests, "till we reach the college." Chapter 7. Shef stepped back a pace, his feet sinking into the soft mire. He twirled the peeled branch in his hand and eyed Carly carefully. The short man had lost his grin and gained a look of anxious determination. At least he had learnt to hold his sword right, edge and guard absolutely parallel with the line of his forearm, so that cut or parry would not be deflected. Shef moved in, swung forehand, backhand, thrust, and sidestep, as Bronn had taught him months before in the camps outside York. Carly parried easily, not quite managing to catch the light wood with his heavier blade, but well into line every time. The speed of his reactions was excellent. Still the same old problem, though. Shef accelerated slightly, feinted low, and rapped Carly briskly over the sword arm. He stepped back and lowered his stick. "You've got to remember, Carly," he said. "You aren't cutting brushwood. What you've got there is a 2-edged sword, not a 1-edged billhook. What do you think the second edge is for? It's not for your main stroke, because you always slash with the same edge to get your full force into it." "It's for the back flick," said Carly, repeating his lesson. I know. I just can't make my muscles do it unless I think about it. And if I think about it, it's too late. So tell me, what would happen if I tried to face a real swordsman, a Viking from the ships? Shef stretched out a hand for the sword he had reforged, looked at its edges critically. It was not a bad weapon, not now. But with what he had had by him at the forge in the Ditmarsh village, he had not dared to do too much. The weapon was still all of one metal, without the blends of soft and hard that gave a superior sword its flexibility and strength. Nor had he been able to weld on the hardened steel edges that were the sign of a master weapon. No good metal, and a forge that would not get iron to more than red heat. So now that they had left the village, every time he had fenced with Carly using his Gungnir spear like a halberd, the iron edges of the cheap sword showed notches, to be taken out with hammer and file. Yet you could learn from the notches. If they were at right angles to the blade, Carly was fencing properly. A bungled parry showed cuts and shures of metal at odd angles. None this time. Shef passed it back. "If you faced a real champion like the man who taught me, you'd be dead," he said. "So would I. But there are plenty of farmers' sons in Viking armies. You might meet one of those. And don't forget," he added, "if you're facing a real champion, you don't have to fight fair." "You've done that," guessed Carly. Shef nodded. "You've done a lot you don't tell me about, Shef." "You wouldn't believe me if I told you." Carly pushed his sword back into the wooden, wool-lined scabbard they had made for it, the only thing that would keep out the rust and the everlasting damp of the Ditmarsh. The two men turned and started back to the makeshift camp in the clearing 30 yards away, smoke trailing sullenly from the cooking fires into the misty air. "And you don't tell me what you're going to do either," Carly went on. "Are you just going to walk into the slave ring and let Nico sell you, like you say?" "I'll walk into the slave ring at Hedeby right enough," said Shef. "After that, things will go as they will. But I don't reckon to end up as a slave. Tell me, Carly, how am I coming along?" He referred to the hours Carly had spent in exchange for the fencing lessons, teaching him how to make a fist, how to strike straight forward instead of with the usual round-arm swing, how to step forward and put the weight of the body into a hooked punch, how to block with the hands and weave the head. Carly's habitual grin spread across his face once more. "Just like me, I guess. If you met a real champion, a fist fighter from the marsh, he'd be all over you. But you can knock a man down well enough if he stands still." Shef nodded thoughtfully. That, at least, was a skill worth knowing. Strange that they should have so specialized in one fighting art, here in this unvisited corner of the world. Perhaps it was because they did so little trade and had so little metal that they fought by choice empty-handed. Only Nico bothered to look up as they rejoined the campsite, giving the pair of them an angry glare. "We reach Hedeby tomorrow," he said. "Then your prancing will have to stop. I say your prancing will have to stop," he repeated, voice rising to a shout as Shef ignored him. "The master you'll find in Hedeby won't let you fool around pretending to be a sword master. It'll be work all day and the leather across your back if you shirk. You've felt it before. I've seen you stripped. You're no warrior out of luck, just a runaway." Carly lobbed a handful of mud neatly into Nico's campfire, and the shouting died into exasperated mutters. "It is our last night," said Carly in a low voice. "I've got an idea. See, we're coming out of the Ditmarsh. Be on the high road tomorrow, and the dry land where the Danes live. You can talk to them then, but I'm not so good at it. But there's a village half a mile off where the girls still speak good marsh talk, like me, and you too. You still talk like a Frisian, but they'll understand you. So why don't we just slip off and see if there isn't anyone in the village who feels like a bit of a change from whichever mudfoot she's attached to?" Shef looked at Carly with a mixture of irritation and affection. During the week he had stayed in the Ditmarsh village by the sea, he had realized that Carly, cheerful, open, and thoughtless, was one of those men whom women invariably liked. They responded to his humor, his lack of care. He seemed to have tried his luck with every woman in his home village, and usually successfully. Some husbands and fathers knew, some turned a blind eye. All were careful about giving Carly an excuse to use his fists. But there had been general approval of Carly going off with Nico and the others on their trading trip to Hedeby, whether they managed to include Shef as merchandise or not. Their last night in the hut Carly shared with his parents had been broken by continual scratching on the shutters and stealthy disappearances into the bushes outside. They were not Shef's women, so he had no cause for complaint. Yet Carly made him anxious at some deeper level. In his youth, working at the forge at Emneth in the fen and traveling round the neighboring villages on work errands, Shef had several lusty encounters with girls, churls' daughters, even thralls' daughters, not young ladies whose virginity was prized and guarded, but ready enough to educate his ignorance. It was true they had never sought him out as they did Carly, perhaps put off by his unsmiling concern for the future, perhaps sensing his inner obsessions, but at least he had had no need to think he was lacking or abnormal. Then had come the sack of Emneth by the Vikings, the crippling of his foster father, the capture and then the rescue of Godive, the moment in the little hut in the copse that summer morning when he had become Godive's first man, and thought he had reached the summit of his ambition. And since then Shef had had no dealings with any woman, not even Godive after he had won her back, not even after they had put the gold circle of kingship on his head, and half the trulls in England had been his for the taking. Shef wondered sometimes whether the threat of Ivar to castrate him had worked on his mind. He knew he was still a whole man, but then so had Ivar been, or so Hunt had insisted, and he had been called the Boneless just the same. Could he have caught impotence from the man he had killed? Had his half-brother, Godive's husband, put a curse on him before he was hanged? It was something in the mind, Shef knew, not in the body. Something to do with the way he had used the woman he loved as bait and as bribe, an inner agreement with her rejection of him and her marriage to Alfred, the most truthful man Shef had ever met. Whatever the case, he did not know the cure. Going with Carly might lead only to humiliation. Tomorrow he would be in the slave ring, and the day after he could be facing the gelders. "Do you think I stand a chance?" he asked, patting his ruined eye and face. Carly's face creased with delight. "Of course. Great tall fellow like you, muscles like a blacksmith, foreign accent, air of mystery. What you got to remember, these girls out here, they're bored. Nothing ever happens. They aren't allowed out near the road where anyone could grab them. No one ever comes into the marsh. They see the same faces from the day they're born till the day they die. I tell you." Carly expanded in fancies as to how the girls of the Ditmarsh had to amuse themselves for want of handsome strangers, or ugly strangers for that matter, while Shef stirred the stew pot and twisted strips of dough round twigs to toast in the fire. He did not think Carly's plan would work, or not for him at any rate. But he had gone on the naval expedition in the first place for one reason only, to shake off the black mood of Alfred and Godive's marriage. He would take any opportunity to break the spell upon him, but without any expectations. It would take more than a marsh wife to remove his memories. Hours later, walking back to camp through the marsh in the black night, Shef wondered again at his own lack of concern. Things had gone much as he had foreseen. The arrival in the village at the hour when folk left their doors and strolled round, the casual conversation with the menfolk to pass on news, Carly's meaningful looks and quick words with one listening girl and then another, while Shef held the attention of their male protectors. Then the ostentatious leaving at dusk, followed by the stealthy circuit back to a willow copse hanging over stagnant water. The arrival of the girls, panting, fearful, and excited. Shef's had been a pleasant, plump girl with a pouting face. At first she had been flirtatious, then scornful. Then, finally, as she realized that Shef himself had no hope or anxiety concerning his own failure, worried. She had stroked his ruined face, felt the scars on his back beneath the tunic. "You have had hard times?" she had said, half questioning. "Harder than those scars show," he had replied. "Things are hard for us women, too, you know," she had told him. Shef thought of what he had seen at the sack of York and in the ruin of Emneth, thought of his mother and her life story, of Godive and Alfgar and the bloody birch, of the stories of Ivar the Boneless and his dealings with women. Remembered finally the slave girls' bones, buried alive with their backs broken, which he had stumbled over in the old king's howe, and said nothing. Then for a while they had lain without speaking till the urgent noises coming from Carly and his mate had ceased once and then again.
I won't tell anyone,
she had whispered as the other pair finally emerged, damp and muddy, from their hollow. He would never see her again. It ought to worry him, Shef reflected, not to be a whole man. Somehow it did not. He paused, tested the footing of the stretch ahead with the butt spike of his spear. In the darkness of the marsh something gurgled and plopped, and Carly drew his sword with a gasp. "It was just an otter," Shef remarked. "Maybe. Don't you know there are other things in the marsh?" "Like what?" Carly hesitated. "We call them thyrses." "Yes, so do we. Great big things that live in the mud and catch children who play too close. Giant women with green teeth. Arms covered in long gray hair that reach up and turn over a fowler's boat," Shef added, embroidering on one of the stories he had heard from Bronn. "Merlings that sit and feast on the—" Carly grabbed his arm. "Enough! Don't say it. They might hear themselves called and come." "There are no such things," said Shef, confident again of his bearings and moving off on the slightly firmer ground between two sloughs. "People just make up the stories to explain why people don't come back. In marshes like this, you don't need a thirst to make you vanish. Look, there's the camp through these alders." Carly looked up at him as they reached the edge of the camp clearing, men already wrapped motionless in their blankets. "I don't understand you," he said. "You're always sure you know best, but you act like a sleepwalker. Are you sent by the gods?" Shef noticed Nico awake and seated silently observing from the shadows. "If I am," he said, "I hope they have some help for me tomorrow." In his dream that night he felt as if the nape of his neck were gripped in steely fingers, forcing him to look this way and then that. The first sight he saw was somewhere on a desolate plain. A young warrior stood, holding himself upright with difficulty. Black blood covered his armor, and more ran down his legs from under the mail shirt. He clutched a broken sword in his hand, and another warrior lay at his feet. From somewhere far off, Shef heard a voice chanting, "16 wounds I have, slit is my armor, closed my eyes, I cannot see to walk. Angantir's sword sliced me to the heart, the sharp blood-pourer, poison-hardened." You can't harden swords in poison, thought Shef. Hardening is a matter of great heat and sudden cooling. Why is water not sudden enough? Maybe it is the steam that comes from it. What is steam, anyway? The fingers at his neck tweaked him suddenly, as if to make him pay attention. Across the plain, Shef saw birds of prey flying, and the chanting voice said again, "The hungry raven roves from the south, the white-tailed carrion fowl follows his brother. It is the last time I lay for them at table. It is my blood now the battle beasts feast on." Behind the birds, Shef thought for a moment he could see women, female shapes riding on the wind, and behind even them the dim sight of great doors opening. Doors he had seen before, the doors of Valhalla. "So the heroes die," said another voice, not the chanting one. Even in the paralysis of his dream, Shef felt a chill as he recognized the grim, ironic tones of his protector, the god Rig, whose latter sign he wore round his neck. "That is the death of Hjalmar the Magnanimous," the voice went on. "Picked a fight with the Swedish berserk, provided 2 recruits for my father Odin." The scene vanished. Shef felt his eyes twisted supernaturally elsewhere. A moment, and then another vision came into focus. Shef was looking down at a narrow pallet laid on an earth floor. It was somewhere aside from main rooms, maybe a blind passageway somewhere out of the way of passing feet, but cold and comfortless. On it, an old woman was stretching herself out, carefully and painfully. Shef knew that she had just been told that she was bound to die by a leech or a cunning man or a beast doctor. Not from the lung sickness that usually carried off the old folk in the winter, but from some growth or evil inside her. It hurt her terribly, but she dared not speak of it. She had no relatives left. If she had had a man or sons of her own, they were dead or gone. She lived now on the doubtful tolerance of those not her blood. If she gave trouble of any kind, even her palate and her bread would be withdrawn. She was a person of no importance. She was the girl he had left in the marsh, come to the end of her life, or she could be. There were others she could be. Shef thought of Godive's mother, the Irish slave whom Wulfgar, his foster father, had taken as a leman, and then sold away from her child when his wife grew jealous. But there were others, many, many others. The world was full of desperate old women, and old men too, trying with the last of their strength to die quietly and not attract attention. Then they could creep into their graves and vanish from mind. They had been young once. From the scene, Shef felt such a wave of hopelessness as he had never imagined before. And yet there was something strange about it. This slow dying might be years in the future, as he had first thought when he seemed to recognize the woman. Or it might be years in the past. But for a moment, Shef seemed to know one thing. The old woman praying for an unnoticed death on the pallet bed was him. Or had he been her? Shef snapped awake with a jerk and a sense of relief. Round him, the camp lay quiet in its blankets. He let his inhaled breath out slowly and relaxed his tensed muscles one at a time. They came out of the marsh the next morning almost in a stride. One moment they were plodding forward through the black pools and across the shallow streams that seemed to flow in no direction, in a thin, cold mist. Then the ground was rising beneath their feet. The mist cleared away, and barely a mile off across bare turf, Shef could see the army road marching along the skyline, with on it a continual to and fro of travelers. He looked back and saw that the Ditmarsh was invisible beneath a blanket of fog. It would clear in the sun and reform again at nightfall. No wonder that the Ditmarshers lived hand to mouth and knew no invaders. Shef was amused also to see how his companions changed as they came out onto the road. In the marsh they had been secure, confident, ready to sneer at the outside world and their neighbors. Here they seemed to put their heads down and hope to escape without attention. Shef found himself standing straight and looking round him, while the others stooped and closed up together. Shortly a party on horseback caught up with them, 10 or a dozen men riding together with pack animals, a salt train heading north up the Jutland Peninsula. As they rode past the Ditmarshers, they called to each other in Norse. "Here, see the mud feet out of the fen. What have they come out for? Look, there's a tall one. Must have been Mother's little adventure. Hey, Marshman, what are you looking for? Is it a cure for your spotted bellies?" Shef grinned at the loudest laugher and called back in the fluent Norse he had learnt from Thorvin and then from Bronn and his crew. "What would you know about it, Jutlander?" He exaggerated the hoarse gutturals of the Reba dialect they spoke. "Is that Norse you are speaking, or is it a disease of the throat? Try stirring honey in your beer, and maybe you can cough it up." The traders checked their horses and stared at him. "You are no Ditmarsher," said one of them. "You do not sound like a Dane, either. Where are you from?" "Ensker M," said Shef firmly. "I am an Englishman." "You sound like a Norwegian, and one from the back end of nowhere at that. I have heard voices like yours trading furs." "I am an Englishman," Shef repeated. "And it is not furs I am trading. These folk and I are going to the slave ring at Hedeby, where they hope to sell me." He pulled his ladder pendant into view, turned his face full on to the Danes, and winked his one eye solemnly. "No need to keep it a secret. After all, I have to find a buyer." The Danes looked at each other and rode on, leaving Shef well content. An Englishman with one eye and a silver pole ladder round his neck. It only needed one friend of Bronn or of the Way, or even one of his skippers from last year's campaign gone home to retire to hear that, and Shef should at least have enough credit to get passage back to England, though he did not want to take ship from Hedeby on the Baltic shore. Nico scowled at him, feeling that the situation was slipping beyond his grasp. "I'll have that spear of yours before we reach the market." Shef used it to point to the wooden stockade round Hedeby coming into view. As he shuffled slowly forward in the line of merchandise for sale the next day, Shef felt his heart beating faster. He still had the inner calm, or was it indifference, which had never left him since he woke up king no more in Carly's hut. Yet though he knew what he planned to do, he could not know how it would be taken. It depended on what a man's rights were. In the slave market at Hedeby, what he and his friends could enforce, likely enough. The market itself was no more than a cleared space on the shore, with the central knoll a few feet high to display the goods to the buyers. Behind it, the tideless Baltic lapped gently on a thin strip of sand. To one side, wooden piers ran out far into the shallow water to enable the broad-hulled Norse to come in and out with cargo. Around the whole ran a stout stockade of logs, flimsy enough in comparison with the Roman walls of York far away, but in good repair and heavily manned. Shef had heard little of the deeds of King Rorik, who ruled in Hedeby and from it to the Dane Dyke 30 miles to the south. But his revenues depended entirely on the tolls he took from traders in the port, and he both guarded it and ruled it with a prompt and heavy hand. Shef glanced from time to time at the gallows erected in plain sight on the outermost jetty, a half-dozen bearded corpses dangling from it. Rorik was anxious to show traders their rights would be protected. One of the many things Shef could not know was whether his plan might be taken as a discouragement to trade. But in any case, as the morning drew on and the line moved forward, his mood grew grimmer. The lot being put up this time consisted only of women. 6 of them pushed forward by a group of grinning Vikings. His man held each of them by the arm while their leader walked round the knoll, shouting their merits out. All young girls, Shef could see. At a word, their mantles were pulled away, and each stood in a short tunic, bare-legged to above the knee, the white skin drawing all eyes in the sunlight. Whoops filled the air, lewd suggestions shouted across the crowd. "Where are they from?" Shef asked the armed guard standing near the slave line. The man eyed Shef's build and, bearing curiously, grunted a reply. "Wends. See the white skin and the red hair? They catch them on the south shore of the Baltic." "And who are the buyers?" Shef could see, now, a group of dark men in strange clothing pressing forward to inspect the women more closely. They wore headcloths instead of standing helmeted or bareheaded, and the curved daggers in their belts glittered with precious metal. Some of them at all times faced outward as if expecting surprise attack. "Men from the Southlands. They worship some god who is a rival to the Christ god. Great buyers of women, and they pay in gold. Have to pay high this year." "Why is that?" The guard looked at him curiously again. "You speak Norse, but don't you know anything? The woman price went up as soon as the English market turned nasty. Used to get good girls from England." The Cordovan Arabs were asking questions now through an interpreter. A bystander relayed them to the crowd. "He wants to know if they're all virgins." Roars of laughter and a great bull voice crying, "I know the tall one isn't Alfred. I saw you trying her out yesterday outside your booth." The leader of the sellers looked round angrily, trying to scowl the barrackers into silence. The Arabs, called to their interpreter, huddled together. Finally, a bid. Expostulation, rejection. But no counterbids. A deal struck. Shef saw the flash of money as it was paid out and drew in his breath at the sight, not of silver, but of gold dinars. A toll paid to the auctioneer, another to the Jarl of King Rorik, watching with careful eye, and the women were wrapped and hustled away. Next to go forward was a strange figure, a middle-aged man in the remains of a black robe. He appeared to be bald, but a slight black fuzz grew on his scalp. A Christian priest, Shef realized, with a tonsure that had not been shaved recently. As he came out, another man pushed his way out of the crowd and seemed to go to embrace him. Another priest, another black robe, but this time with fresh tonsure. A guard thrust him back. Another called for bids. Instant response from a party of tall men, heavily built and swathed in furs even in the spring sunlight. Swedes, Shef thought, remembering the accent of Gudmund the Greedy and some of the others he had met in the ranks of the Ragnarsson's great army. They were offering 8 ounces of silver. One of them pulled a purse from his belt and threw it on the ground to back the offer up. The priest, who had been pushed away, was back again, dodging the guards, spreading out his arms and shouting passionately. "What's he say?" muttered the guard by Shef. "He's trying to forbid the sale," Shef answered, catching some part of the gabble of Norse and Low German that the priest was using. "Says they have no right to sell a priest of the true God." "They'll sell him too if he doesn't shut up," said the guard. Indeed, the Swedes had thrown another purse on the ground, exchanged words with the auctioneer, were walking forward towards both men, satisfaction on their faces. Another man stepped from the crowd, and the satisfaction faded, replaced by looks of wary calculation. Shef, used to judging warriors, could see immediately why. The newcomer was not a tall man, shorter than the shortest of the Swedes, but he was immensely broad across the shoulders. More, he moved with an easy confidence that set men back. He wore a padded leather jacket, worn and with different strips let into it here and there. His left hand rested on the pommel of a long horseman's sword. His hair stood up like a stiff blond brush over a face tight-drawn, clean-shaven, as hard as stone. But it was smiling. The blond man put a toe under one of the purses, flicked it back to the Swedes, flicked back the other. "You can't have him," he said in stilted Norse, his voice carrying in the sudden silence. "Neither of them. They are priests of Christ, and they are under my protection. The protection of the Lansenorden." He called suddenly in a louder voice and swept his arm around. Shef realized there were a dozen men, mailed and armed, close to the ring. They outnumbered the Swedes, but there were 200 Norsemen watching, all armed as well. If they made common cause against the Christians, or if King Rorik's men decided to protect their trade and market. "We'll pay for one of them," called the blond man conciliatingly. 8 ounces. Christian money is as good as heathen. 10 ounces, said the leader of the Swedes. The auctioneer looked questioningly at the blond man. 12 ounces, he said in a slow, deliberate voice. 12 ounces, and I will forget to ask how one of you comes to have a Christian priest, and what you others want Christian priests for. 12 ounces, and think you are lucky. The Swede slipped his hand further down the handle of his axe, spat on the ground. 12 ounces, he said, and the money of Odin rings better than the money of any smooth-faced gelding of a Christian. Shef felt the guard beside him start to move, saw Rorik's Jarl also begin to step forward. As he finished speaking, the Swede threw his axe up to grip it in striking position. But before any of them had completed his movement, there was a streak in the air, a thud, a gasp. The Swede was gaping down at the brass hilt protruding from the center of his body. Shef realized that the blond man had never attempted to draw a sword, but had instead flicked a heavy knife from his belt and thrown it underhand. Before the thought had formed, the blond man had already taken 3 steps forward, drawn, and was standing with the point of his long sword resting exactly on the throat ball of the cellar. "Do we have a sale?" he called, looking for an instant sideways at the hesitating Jarl. The seller, slowly and cautiously, nodded. The blond man flicked the sword away. "Just a private disagreement," he remarked to the Jarl. "Doesn't affect the market. Happy to settle with his friends anywhere outside the town." The Jarl hesitated, then nodded too, ignoring the shouts of the Swedes bent over the body of their leader. "Pay the money and take your man away. And hold that noise, the rest of you. If you call men names, you'd better learn to be quicker. If you have a grudge, you're welcome to fight it out, but not here. Bad for business. Come on, somebody, get the next lot up here." As the Christian priests embraced and the blond man rejoined his knot of mailed supporters, bristling with weapons, Shef found himself thrust forward onto the knoll. For a moment, panic seized him like an actor forgetting his lines on an unexpected cue. Then, as Nico bustled forward and he saw the worried face of Carly just behind him, he remembered what he had to do. Slowly, he started to pull off his grubby woolen tunic. "What's this?" said the auctioneer. "Strong young man, able to do simple smith work, offered for sale by some webfoot. Who cares?" Shef threw the tunic to the ground, adjusted the silver pendant of rig in the center of his chest, flexed his muscles in a parody of the behavior of farm hands at a hiring fair. The sunlight showed the old scars of flogging across his back, flogging he had received from the hands of his stepfather years before. "Is he tractable?" shouted a voice. "He sure doesn't look it." "You can make a slave tractable," shouted Nico, standing next to the auctioneer. Shef nodded thoughtfully, stepped over to the pair of them. As he did so, he carefully spread the fingers of his left hand and then curled them into a tight fist, thumb outside the second joint, as Carly had shown him. He had to make this dramatic. Not a shove, not a scuffle. Stepping forward onto the left foot, according to Carly's demonstrations, he swung his left arm in a short arc, putting all the weight of his body behind it, and aiming as if to end with his fist behind his right shoulder. The left hook connected not with Nico's jaw. Carly had advised against that for beginners, but with his right temple. The burly man, completely unprepared, dropped instantly to his knees. Instantly, Shef had him by the collar, jerked him to his feet, turned to face the crowd. "One webfoot," he shouted in Norse. "Talks a lot. No good at anything. What am I bid?" "I thought he was selling you," shouted a voice. Shef shrugged. "I changed my mind." He stared round at the crowd, trying to overbear them with his one eye. What made a thrall? In the end, there must be consent. A thrall who simply disobeyed, simply fought back, could be killed, but was worth nothing. On the edge of the ring he realized there was a minor fracas going on as Nico's son and nephew came forward to his assistance, only to find Carly barring their path, fists raised. All right," snarled the Jarl, almost in Shef's ear. "I can see the pair of you are unsaleable, but I'll tell you this. You still owe an auction fee, and if you can't pay it, I'll take it out of both of you." Shef looked round. A dangerous moment. He had hoped to see a friendly face before this, if the Danes met on the road had spread the word. Now he would have to settle with the Tol Jarl on his own. He had only 2 possessions left. One hand closed round the silver pendant. That was his last resort. The other. The Gungnir spear thumped into the turf at his feet. Carly, beaming and rubbing his knuckles, waved cheerfully at him. Shef started to pull the spear out, to show the rune marks on it to the contemptuous Jarl, to try to strike a deal. "If he's for sale, the One-Eye," called a voice, "I'll buy him. I know someone who wants him bad." With a feeling of doom at his heart, Shef turned to face the voice. He had hoped a friend would recognize him. He had not forgotten the chance that it would be an enemy, but had gambled that all the followers of the Ragnarssons, the survivors of the men he had known in the great army, would be with the Ragnarsson fleet at sea on the other side of Denmark. He had reckoned without the loose alliances, the continuous joinings and defections of the Viking world. It was Skuli the Bald who had commanded a tower in Shef's scaling of the York walls the year before, but had then thrown in his lot with the Ragnarssons who had betrayed them. He was coming forward now, his ship's crew closed up behind him in a disciplined formation. At the same moment, some inner warning told Shef another face was staring at him fixedly. He turned, met a pair of black, implacable eyes, recognized them instantly. Erkenbert the Black Deacon, whom he had seen first at the death of Ragnar in the Snake Pit, and seen last being loaded aboard the transport ships after the defeat of the Christian crusade at Hastings. He was standing next to the rescued black-robed priest, talking rapidly to the blond German and pointing. "Shef Sigvarthsson Ivarsbane," said Skuli, grinning, now only a few feet away. "I'm ready to pay more than market price for you. I reckon Ivar's brothers will pay me a man's weight in silver in return." "If you can collect," snarled Shef, backing away and looking swiftly over his shoulder for a wall to set his back against. Carly was with him, he realized. He had drawn his sword, was shouting defiance in a growing hubbub. Shef saw instantly that he had forgotten everything he had been told, was holding the weapon like a thatcher cutting reeds. If the tension snapped, Carly would be dead within 5 heartbeats. The blond German was within Shef's line of vision now as well, sword also drawn, his men trying to make a line between Shef and Skuli. He, too, was shouting something about a price. In the background, traders and slaves were scattering, some trying to get well away, others drawing, seeming to align themselves with one faction or another. The guards of King Hrorik, taken off guard by this sudden outbreak among the customers, were trying to form a wedge to drive into the midst of the likely battle. Shef drew a deep breath, hefted his spear. He would go straight for Skuli and take his chance with Erkenbert and the Christians. One act of charity first. He turned, meaning to club the unsuspecting Carly with the spear shaft. If the little man was on the ground, maybe no one would kill him, as they would if he tried to fight. Something clung to the spear point, weighing it down, hampering him. Something else over his face, blinding him. As he tore frantically at the blanket, trying to wrestle free, a soft concussion caught him on the side of the skull, and he found himself on one knee, struggling to rise, struggling to see. If he lost consciousness, the next thing he might know was a Ragnarsson face intent on cutting the blood eagle through his ribs. Someone kicked Shef's feet from under him, and his head met the ground. Chapter 8. "Sorry about that," said the fat face from the other side of the table. "If I'd heard about you just a little bit earlier, I'd have bought you off your Ditmarsh friends myself, and no one would have been any the wiser. But as a king yourself, you must know how it is. No king is cleverer than the information he gets." Shef stared, trying to bring the face into focus, shook his head to clear it, and winced. "There," said the face. "I don't think you heard a word I've been saying. Where does it hurt?" Shef rubbed his left temple, realized at the same time that the lump on his skull was on the right. A hand passed in front of his eyes, and he realized he was being tested for concussion. "Lump on one side, pain on the other. Makes you think the brain is loose inside the skull, doesn't it?" The face went on conversationally. "That's why so many veteran warriors are, well, a little strange. We call it vidrug, the counterblow. But I can see you're recovering now. Let me just run over some of what I said again. I'm King Rorik of Hedeby and South Jutland. And you are?" Shef grinned suddenly, realizing the gist of what was said to him. "I am your fellow king, King Shef of the East and Middle Angles." "Good. I'm glad it's all coming back. We have these riots in the marketplace pretty often, you know, and the lads have a drill for it. Throw sailcloth over all the weapons, and then clip everyone who looks dangerous while they're trying to get their blades free. We don't like losing customers permanently." A large hand poured wine into what Shef realized was a golden cup. "Take some water with that, and you'll soon feel better." "You lost a customer today," said Shef, remembering the knife standing from the Swedish buyer's heart. "Yes, bad business, that. But my Jarl reports that the dead man gave provocation. Besides—" A plump finger jerked Shef's pendant from under the tunic, which he realized someone had found and put back on for him. "You're a man of the way, right? So you don't have much time for Christians. None at all, from what I hear of your victory over the Franks, and I dare say they have even less for you. But down here I have to keep a very close eye on them. There's only the Dane dike between me and Odin knows how many German lancers. It's true they fight among themselves all the time, and it's truer that they're even more frightened of us than I am of them. But I really don't like to go stirring up trouble, especially in matters of religion. So I've always let the Christians send their priests up here and appeal for converts, and never said a word when they started baptizing the slaves and the women. Of course, if the poor souls wander off into the countryside and end up sold, or thrown into the bog for good luck, I can't do anything about that. I keep order in Hedeby and along the trade road, and I judge disputes at the Thing, telling my subjects what to believe or who to leave alone." The fat man laughed. "You know how risky that would be. But this is something new. This spring, when the priests came north from Hamburg, 3 or 4 of them, each one had an escort with him, not big enough to call an army, not even big enough to be a serious menace, and plenty of cash to pay their way. So I let them in. But I tell you something." The face leaned forward. "As one king to another. Very dangerous men, very valuable men. I wish I could hire 6 of them. That one you saw, the blond one with the hair like stiff wire. My guard captain says he's the fastest man he's ever seen. Very tricky, too." "Faster than Ivar Ragnarsson?" asked Shef. "The boneless one? I was forgetting that you had bested him." Shef's vision seemed to clear as the wine did its work, and he looked more sharply at the big man leaning back in his wooden chair till the stout back of it creaked. Gold circlet on his head, heavy gold chain round his neck, and thick bracelets on his arms. An air of simple good nature, like the host of a peaceful town tavern, but sharp eyes under heavy brows, and a network of scars along the muscled right forearm, the places where a dueler picked up cuts. A successful dueler, for failed ones did not live long enough for the scars to heal. "Well, I certainly owe you one for that. He used to worry me badly, and his brothers still do." A heavy sigh. "It's a hard life for a king down here, with the Empire and the Christians growling the other side of the Dane dike, and 50 sea kings to the north forever disputing which shall be king over all. The Christians say they need an emperor now, Sometimes I think we do too, but there. If we thought that, we'd have to decide who it was. Maybe me. Maybe you. Maybe Sigurd Ragnarsson. If it was him, neither you nor I would live to see the day, nor want to. But I'm forgetting myself. You've had a hard time, I can see that. And you look as if you could use a good dinner, too. Why don't you sit in the sun somewhere this afternoon, till it's time for the night meal? I'll see it's all safe. I owe some money, said Shef. That man I hid in the slave ring, he did bring me here and feed me for a week. I ought to pay him. And then I need money to buy passage home. If there are English traders in the port, I can borrow from them, on my own credit and that of my co-king Alfred. Rorik held up a ringed hand. All dealt with, all paid for. I sent the Ditmarshers off very happy. I always try to keep in with them, too. They can be a nuisance when they're angry. The one young one insisted on staying behind, though. Don't thank me, you can always pay me back. But as for the passage home, well, not just yet. Shef looked at the shrewd, jolly face. In the corner behind it he could see Gungnir propped against the wall. He had no illusions about being able to reach it. Stay here with you? I've sold you on, as a matter of fact, said Rorik, winking. Sold? Who to? Don't worry, not Schooley. He offered me 5 pounds of silver. The Christians went to 10, and a pardon for all sins from the Pope written in purple ink. Who, then? Rorik winked again. Your friends from Kalpang, the Priest College of the Way. Made me an offer much too good to refuse. Said something about a trial. Better than being tried by Sigurd Snake-Eye, though. Wouldn't you say? With a length of stout blood sausage in his belt, a long black loaf under his arm, and a twist of salt in one hand, Shef strolled out into the strong afternoon sunshine, bidden by King Rorik to go out and rest till dinner. Half a dozen guards surrounded him, there to ensure at once that no one molested him and that he did not escape from the town. Carly, for once rather subdued, accompanied them, sword still slung from his belt, and carrying Shef's spear over one shoulder. For a few minutes the little group walked through the crowded streets of Hedeby, full of booths selling amber, honey, wine from the south, fine weapons, bone combs, shoes, pig iron, and everything else that might be traded into or out of the Scandinavian lands. Then, as Shef grew tired of the constant edging and jostling, he caught sight of a low green mound, within the town stockade, but without buildings or people on it. He pointed to it wordlessly and headed over. The pain in his head had gone, but he still walked slowly and carefully, afraid to set it off again by some movement. He felt also as if information from the outside was filtering through to him slowly, as if he were under a foot of clear water. He had a great deal to take in and think about. He reached the mound and sat down on the top of it, looking out over the bay of the Schlei and the green fields to the north of it. Carly hesitated, then drove the butt spike of the spear into the soft turf and sat down also. The guards exchanged glances. "You have no fear of the Howe, bride?" asked one of them. "I have been in a Howe before," said Shef. His belt knife had gone, he noticed. Rorik was taking no chances at all. He passed the sausage to Carly to cut up and began to break up the bread. The guards gingerly sat or squatted in a ring around them. After a while, belly full, back pleasantly warmed by the sun, Shef pointed out to the fertile landscape facing them outside the town's perimeter. The river Schlei ran to the north of the town, and on the opposite shore he could see hedged fields, ploughmen driving their ox teams, brown furrows growing along the green, and rising out of the trees here and there, the curls of smoke from chimneys. To an Englishman the Viking lands appeared as the home of fire and slaughter, its inhabitants seamen and raiders, not ploughmen and charcoal burners. Yet here at the center of the Viking storm the land looked more peaceful than Suffolk on a summer day. "I have heard that this is where the English came from once upon a time," Shef said to the nearest guard. "Are there any Englishmen still living over there?" "No," said the guard. "Just Danes. Some of them call themselves Jutes, if they don't want to admit connection with the sea kings from the islands. But they all speak the Danish tongue, just like yourself. That bit of land is still called Angle, though. It's the angle between the Schlei here and Flensburg Fjord on the other side of it. I dare say the English came from there right enough." Shef reflected further. So much for his hope once upon a time of rescuing oppressed Englishmen from Danish rule here in Denmark. Still, it was strange that the Ditmarshers did not speak Danish, living next to them as they did. Strange, too, what they did speak. Not English, nor Danish, nor yet exactly that strange language the priest had spoken this morning, a kind of German. Something with bits of all of them, and yet perhaps most similar to the Frisian Shef had got used to hearing from the men of the islands off the Dutch coast. Once upon a time this borderland had been a melting pot of tribes. Now lines were being drawn more carefully. Christians this side, heathens that, German spoken here, Norse there. Yet the process was a long way from finished. The guard called his language Danish, Dinsktunga. Others called the same language Norse, Norskmal. The same people called themselves Danes one day and Jutes the next. Shef was king of the East Angles, and Alfred of the West Saxons, but both sides would agree that they were at bottom Englishmen. The German tribes were ruled by the same pope and the same royal family as the Frankish tribes, but did not think of themselves as connected. Swedes and Gauts, Norwegians and Gadgedlar. One day all of this would have to be sorted out and made clear. There was an urge to do it already. But who would succeed in drawing the lines, in imposing law on some level higher than Rorik's good-for-business ethic? Without much surprise, Shef observed the blond German walking towards them out of the town, the man who had killed the Swede and rescued the priest-slave that same morning. Rorik's guard saw him too, reacted without even a pretense of warriorly calm. Two instantly barred his path with swords drawn and shields raised, the other four poising javelins at 10 feet range. The blond man smiled, unbuckled his sword belt with exaggerated care, let it drop to the ground. As the guard commander snapped orders at him, he stripped off also his leather jacket, set it down, peeled a heavy throwing knife from under his sleeve, a short needlepoint from inside his boot. One man closed, searched him roughly and thoroughly. Finally, grudgingly, they stood back and let him pass, the javelins still poised. As he stepped the last few feet towards Shef, Carly too drew his sword and stood in a posture of suspicious truculence. The blond man looked at the way Carly held the sword, sighed, and sat down cross-legged facing Shef. His smile this time indicated a secret complicity. "My name is Bruno," he remarked. "I am here with the mission of the Archbishop of Hamburg-Bremen to the Danes, ransoming some of our people back, you know. And they tell me you are the famous Shef Sigvarthsson, the bane of the even more famous Ivar." He spoke Norse with a marked accent that made the name Sigvard almost into Siegfried. "Who told you that?" The smile of complicity and understanding again. "Well, as you guessed, it was your little countryman, the Deacon Erkenbert. He is a passionate little fellow and will hear no good of you at all. Yet he cannot deny that you beat the Ragnarsson sword to sword." "Sword to halberd," corrected Shef. He added no further details. "So, that is not often a winning game. But you use odd weapons. May I glance at your spear?" Bruno rose and studied the spear planted in the grass at Shef's side, carefully not touching it, hands behind his back. "An excellent weapon. Newly forged, I see. I take an interest in spears, and in other things too. May I see what you have round your neck?" Ignoring the growl of doubt from Carly, Shef pulled out his silver pendant with the rig sign on it, and let Bruno, seated once more, stare intently at it. "And what would you call that, now?" "It is a crocky," said Shef. "A pole ladder. A center pole with rungs either side. It is the emblem of my god." "Yet I believe you were baptized a Christian. Such a shame that one who belonged to the true God should go over to a pagan idol. Do you feel no urge to change back? Might you not, if certain difficulties were cleared from your path?" Shef smiled for the first time in their exchange, remembering the horrors inflicted on him and on others by the black monks, by Wulfgar and Bishop Daniel. He shook his head. "I would not expect you to change your mind the first time anyone suggested it. But let me give you two things to think about," the blond man went on. "One is this. I have no doubt all this fighting and struggling looks as if it is about land and money. And it is. Rorik would not let me have you, because he thought he had a better deal elsewhere, and he does not want to strengthen us in any way. I know you won over the English kingdoms to your heresy of freedom for all gods by abolishing the tithes men have to pay to the church. But beneath that struggle, I am sure you know well that there is something deeper, a struggle not just of men, but of other powers. Remembering the strange sights he had seen, the compelling voices of his protectors and the other gods in the strange Asgard world of his dreams, Shef slowly nodded. There are powers which it does no man good to be associated with. Our church calls them devils and demons, and you may think that is just the church's prejudice, protecting its, what is the word? Its single trade in salvation for the soul. Well, I know priests too, and I too despise their concern for money, for buying and selling the things of God. But I tell you, Shef Sigvarthsson, as one warrior to another, a great change is coming, and there is one coming who shall bring it. On that day, the kingdoms will be overthrown and cast into a new mold, and the priests, yes, and the archbishops and the popes who think to control it, they will be controlled. On that day, you do not want to be on the wrong side. And how will anyone know which is the right side? Said Shef, observing the gleam of passion on the hard, stony face. Hearing the ring in Bruno's voice, the guards edged closer as if expecting some outbreak of sudden violence. Bruno's face split in another of his unexpected and strangely winning smiles. Oh, there will be a sign. Something pretty unmistakable, I expect. A miracle, a relic. Something sent from God to work in the world, a chosen leader to use it. He rose to his feet, prepared to go. You said you had 2 things to tell me, prompted Shef. Be on the right side when the kingdoms are shaken, that was one. The other? Oh, yes, of course. I have to tell you, you are in part mistaken about your own sign. I hope you recognize others better. What you have round your neck, you may call it a kraki in Norse, or a ladder in your language and mine. In Latin, though. You have heard Latin from the priests? Well, they would call it a graduale. From gradus, a step, you know. Shef waited, not sure of the point. There are those who believe in the Holy Graduale. The Franks call it the Holy Graal. Dreadful the way the Franks talk Latin. Can you imagine a language in which aqua turns into O? Yes, the Holy Graduale, or Grail. That is what you have round your neck. It's supposed to go with the Holy Lance, some say. Bruno stepped over to his pile of clothes and weapons and slowly resumed them, covered all the time by javelins. Finally he looked at Shef, nodded a farewell, and strolled peacefully back towards the town and the markets. What was all that about? Carly asked suspiciously. Shef did not answer. The feeling of being under water was growing on him, as if he were now fathoms deep, but in clear water which hid nothing from his view. Still looking out over the peaceful fields of the angle, he felt the pinch on his neck that told him his sight was being directed. On top of the green fields and the furrows and the curling smoke plumes of cottages, other pictures began to impose themselves. He was still looking at exactly the same place, but the buildings of Hedeby were no longer there. There were more trees, less plowland. This is the angle as it was when the English left it, something told him. 10 long war-boats were cruising into the Schlei, much the same as those of Sigurd Ragnarsson, but different, more primitive in design. No mast or sail, only oars, and a stiffer, crankier air, without the living suppleness of the full-fledged Viking ship. War canoes with rowlocks. Shef's sight followed them as they pulled upriver, found an inlet, paddled along it into a small, shallow lake. The crews streamed out, never more than thigh-deep in the water, dispersed into the countryside, began to come back late in the day, laden with metal, with sacks and barrels, cattle and women. They settled down by their ships, lit fires as night came on, began to slaughter the beeves and rape the women. Shef watched unmoved. He had seen worse in reality without the distancing of his vision. The men of the land had not gone, had fled only to find their weapons and gather their strength. Now they had a leader. Where the canoes had paddled into the lake, he felled trees, threw them in to block the exit. Then the landfolk began to close in on the scene of rape and riot. Arrows flew from the trees. The raiding party abandoned their entertainments, ran to their weapons, gathered to beat off the attack. Some women slipped away, crawled into the darkness or into the black water of the lake. Others were struck by flying arrows, cut down by angry raiders. The people of the land made a line and pressed forward, shields raised. The raiders met them. The two sides hacked at each other over yellow linden shields for a few minutes. Then the land folk fell back. Once more arrows flew from the trees. A voice called out from the dark forest, promising to give all the raiders to the war god, hang them on trees for the birds. The raiders gathered their ships, tried at dawn to break out the way they had come, met the tangled tree trunks of the barricade. During a long morning's fighting, Shef saw, speeded up as if all was done by two armies of ants, the raiders defeated, split up, blankets thrown over their weapons so that the survivors were borne down or pinned between shields. In the end, 10 war boats, their gunwales hacked and splintered, lay on the edge of black mud, 120 grim-faced prisoners standing or lying by them. The victors cleared the site of bodies and weapons, brought them all to the captured ships, urged on by the orders of their leader. Shef expected to see the prisoners stripped of armor and valuables, the loot divided. Instead, the men began to smash holes in the boat's planks. They drove the captured spears into tree trunks and bent them so that the iron shafts were useless. They snapped the bows and arrows, punched holes in the bronze helmets, took the swords, heated the blades in fire to destroy their temper, and then rolled the blades up with tongs into twisted spirals. Finally, they turned to their prisoners, marched each one to a cauldron, bent him over it, cut his throat and bled him into it like a Michaelmas pig. The bodies were stacked in the boats, pushed out into the lake to sink, the broken weapons left on the boggy shore. Everyone went away. For years everything lay as it had been left, the place avoided by all except the occasional odd or daring child. The boats and bodies and weapons sank slowly, maggot-ridden, into the black mud. Even more slowly the lake dried out. Now cows pastured on it, all memory of what had happened there long gone, both among the victor Angles, whose descendants now lived far across the sea, and among the men of the islands, to whom no word of their defeated expedition had ever come back. And why do they do that? Shef found himself asking. The scale of what he was watching changed. He was no longer looking at real earth, at real history. Instead, he seemed to be viewing a drawing that moved. Across a bare plain, the sun rose. Only it was not the sun. It was a ball of fire in a chariot, drawn by horses. The horses ran in terror, foam-flecked. Across the sky behind them ran giant wolves, tongues lolling, determined to pull down the horses and eat the sun. When the sun is hidden, or the moon, something told him, it is a wolf's shadow falling across it. One day the wolves will catch up and blood rain from the sky before sun and moon go out. From the plain a great tree rose, giving air and shade and life to all the worlds beneath its branches. Looking closely, Shef saw that it twisted continually in pain. Beneath the earth, at its heart-root, he could see a giant serpent gnawing on it, venom dripping from its jaws. In the sea swam an even more monstrous serpent, rising from time to draw down a ship under full sail with one snap of its jaws. Deep beneath both the tree serpent and the ocean serpent, Shef's new sight could see the dim outlines of some even more monstrous shape, chained to the foundations of the world, but writhing in pain so that the earth shook. It too was tormented. Continually it struck back. One day it would break free to urge on the wolves of the sky and the serpent of the sea. That is the world the pagans know of, Shef thought. No wonder they hate and fear their gods, and seek only to propitiate them with cruelty. Their gods are afraid too. Even Odin Allfather fears Ragnarok, but does not know how to avert it. If there were a better way for the pagans to follow, they would take it. He thought of Thorvind's preachings of the Asgarth way. Thought, too, of the White Christ, the suffering face under a crown of thorns, which he had once seen on a wooden statue at Ely Cathedral, of the martyred King Edmund, who had died under Ivar's chisel. But that is not the whole story, something told him. Only a part. One day you may see the world as the Christians see it. Till then, remember this. Remember the wolves in the sky and the serpent in the sea. The pleasant warmth on Shef's back had faded. As his normal sight slowly returned to him, he realized that he was still looking out across the Schlei, his eyes wide open and unblinking. The green fields were still there, but the afternoon sun had faded, clouded over. His guards had drawn back, were muttering anxiously to each other as they stared at him. Closer, a man knelt on one knee, looking deeply into his face. Shef recognized the white clothes and rowan-berry necklace of a priest of the Way, noted the silver boat, which said that this was a priest of Njörð, the sea god. "I am Hagbarth," said the priest. "I am here to take you to Kaupang. My colleagues have been very anxious to meet you, to test you on their own ground. Fortunate for us that you came here from England." He hesitated. "Will you tell me what you have just seen?" "Nothing but the world as it is," said Shef. "To see things the way they are, that is a rare skill," answered Hagbarth. "And even rarer in broad daylight. Maybe you are the true prophet that Thorvin says, and not the false emissary of Loki that others declare. I will bear witness for you. We must go now. To Hrorik's hall, and on to Kaupang." Shef rose from the ground, stiffer and more cramped than he should have been. As he plodded down from the knoll towards Hedeby, he reflected on what he had seen. Was it his own mind telling him to accept the Christian Bruno's offer? Was it a warning, telling him of the true nature of the world he was entering, the world of the Sea Kings, shaped by blood and horror over 100 generations? As they came to the edge of the town, they saw a coffle of slaves marched by. Shef looked at them, surprised to see such wretched folk find a market. Old men, old women hobbling along, all with faces marked by a lifetime of toil. Mere bags of bones, like old oxen fit only for slaughter and the broth pot. "Are they worth bringing to market?" he asked. "The Swedes buy them for the sacrifice at Uppsala," said one of the guards. "Summer and winter, 100 oxen, 100 horses, 100 men and women they sacrifice and hang in the great oak groves at Uppsala. They say that without it, the kingdom of the Swedes would fall, and the sky come down on their heads. If you can get no more work out of your thrall, you can always get one last payment that way." One of the other guards laughed. "Keeps all the thralls working as hard as ever they know how, too. Maybe it's us should pay the Swedes." Chapter 9. Against the startling blue sky, the great mountain line stood out in brilliant white. In fold after fold, the range tumbled down to the black water at its foot, black only where the outflowing river kept a channel clear. Elsewhere, thick ice still covered the shallow water of the bay, joining the mainland to the island scattered along the shore. A thin powder of fresh snow covered the trees on the islands, and the ice between them. Where wind had swept the snow away, the ice lay old and transparent, still feet in thickness, but taking its color from the black depths beneath. In the prow of the longboat, Shef and Carly watched, awestruck. In the land they had left, spring was far advanced, the buds out and the birds singing and nesting. Here there was no fresh green, only the dark bloom of the conifers, and the bright sun seemed only to be thrown back by the hard snow. The longboat was moving slowly now, under oars alone, and they at no more than the paddling stroke. Hagbarth had furled sail in the night as soon as he felt the loom of the land on either side, as soon as he knew they were within the deep bay that ran up in the end to the town of Oslo. Now from time to time, the crew heard the sharp rap-rap of ice chunks striking the boat's fragile planks. Standing above them on the very gunwale itself, holding on with one hand as he leaned outboard, a crewman called sharp directions to the helmsman at the steering oar, directing him away from the greater ice lumps, the small islands that came drifting down the current from the land. "Not much risk from ice this late in the spring," Hagbarth had said the first time his southern passengers had jumped to their feet in alarm at the knocking beneath their feet. "But we won't risk it just the same." Shef had been profoundly glad, and Carly even gladder, of the reduction in speed, and not just out of fear of what awaited them at journey's end. Neither man, not even Shef, had made a fast passage in a Viking longboat before. It was an experience very different, Shef now realized, from the stately waddle of the Norfolk up the Dutch coast, the sickening roll and lurch of sailing in a Yorkshire fishing coble. The Viking boat, Hagbarth's own, Arvandil, had seemed to slide over the water like a great supple snake. Each wave as it came towards them rose far above the gunwales, looked down on the undecked hull, seemed certain to crash down on it in a swamping torrent. Then the prow rose, swarmed up, seemed like an intelligent creature, to look over the other side and begin its downward curve while the stern post was still rising. After a while, Shef, his nerves starting to return, found Carly sitting staring in horror at the lower planks below the waterline. They shifted continually, moving away from the boat's ribs and then moving back again, held only by lashings of twisted root or sinew. Often the gaps were large enough for a man to put foot, hand, or even head through. At such moments there seemed to be nothing except habit holding the side planks together at all. For a while after that, both Carly and Shef sat together, convinced deep in their bellies that if they slackened the tension of their watch, the charm would break and the sea come rushing through. As for anything striking the eggshell's sides, the thought was unbearable. Shef had once asked Hogbarth if Norsemen ever carried horses or oxen from place to place, and if so, how they prevented the beasts from rushing to and fro in panic. Hogbarth had laughed. "If you put a horse in my Arvandil," he said, "I have always found that any of them, even the fiercest stallion, takes one good look round him and then stands very, very still." Shef could see why. And yet they had had to hurry, ice or no ice, running under full sail all the time during daylight, moving at a speed only a little under a horse's full gallop or a man's all-out sprint, as fast as a young man would go if he had nothing to carry and no more than a quarter of a mile to cover, for hour after hour. In the 12 hours of daylight on their first day, Shef thought they might have traveled more than 150 miles, though it was true they had tacked continually, making it less than that in a straight line. In the 2 nights and 2 days of their voyage, maybe 400 all told, 400 miles to bring them from the spring of flatland Denmark to the settled chill of Norway and the mountains. All the way, Hogbarth, explaining their haste, had commented on the immediate dangers on one or either side. Ships of King Hrorek had convoyed them up the South Jutland coast by night and through the Great Belt, the gap of water between the Danish mainland and Odin's own island of Finn. Not too much risk there, Hogbarth had said. Hrorek has an arrangement with King Gamli of Finn. But then they had swerved sharply out to sea with dawn and the turn-back of Hrorek's escorts. King Arnod of Aalborg, Hogbarth had explained. Not hostile, does business like anyone else. But part of his business is robbing ships. Anyone without his leave, not related to him or his jarls, or just too weak to resist. Anyway, he feels threatened now, has to keep up a reputation. Who's threatening him, Shef had asked, wondering already if the sea legs he had acquired weeks before would keep off seasickness in the strange swoopings of the Arvandil. Hogbarth had spat carefully past Carly's vomiting form, and jerked a thumb to starboard, to the dim shapes of Finn and Shelon beyond. "The real bastards," he had said briefly. "Your friends, the Ragnarssons. Their base is over there, the Brethrabor, and the Emperor of the Greeks himself wouldn't want to meet them at sea. Don't worry," he had added. "As far as we know, the Snake-Eye took the whole lot south to meet you, and they haven't come back yet. If they have, they'll be coming round the point over there on the backboard right about now. Unless they've strung out to make a nice long line from coast to coast just ahead." Even after they had cleared the menace of the Skagerrak, and were sailing wind abeam 10 miles off the long coast of the South Swedes, Hogbarth's conversation was a long list of human hazards. King Tate of the East Gauts, King Vifil of the West Gauts, reports of independent pirates off the Vedder Islands, rumors of a fleet of broken men out of the small lands trying their luck up towards Norway, King Hjalti of the farmsteads, and always, or so Hogbarth had said, though by this time Shef was suspecting him of deliberate terrorization, the possibility of the fearsome kings of the West Fjords taking a change from their usual raiding grounds in the Atlantic Islands and against the Irish, and coming over to vex the Swedes, whom they hated. "In your country," Carly had asked once, pale with sickness and terror, "can anyone call himself a king?" "Not anyone," Hogbarth had said with all seriousness. "It helps if you can call yourself one of the God-born, and there are plenty of people to check that. Us, for a start, we priests of the way. And there are some who are too proud to lie about their ancestry, like the Fladir Jarls. If they are descended from anyone, it must be the trolls. But as a rule, if you can raise a fleet, say 60 ships or so, and you can find yourself a base on land, even if it is only a few square miles like the Breiðrabor. The Ragnarssons took that from old King Kolfin of Shellan, and defied him to take it back. Then you can call yourself a king. Sea king is what they usually say. And how do you get to be a king of somewhere? Like the farmsteads, or the small lands, or the midden heaps, or the further cow-buyer? Asked Shef, temper strained by fear. Get a thing to accept you, said Hogbarth briefly. Easiest way to do that is to stand in a clearing and say you're king and you're going to tax everybody. If you get out of the clearing, you're probably a king, God-born or no. The tension had only slackened at dawn that day when Hogbarth, looking carefully round him at the first blink of dawn, had pronounced them within the waters of the Norwegian kings, Olaf and Halfdan. Kings of Norway? Shef had asked. Kings of the Westfold and the Eastfold, Hogbarth replied. One each, but co-kings of both. And don't look like that. What about you and Alfred? You're not even brothers. Half-brothers, that is. Further argument had been cut out by the appearance from either side of heavily manned warships, each half the size again of the Arvendil, long pennants flying. Shef knew enough of the sea to recognize them as coast defense craft only, unfit for a deep-sea passage or a hard gale, because of their riveted keels, but capable of jamming in 100 warriors each for a short while, untroubled by the need to carry rations and water. As the ice narrowed in from either side, they closed up, eventually falling into line astern, each ship paddling gently into the whirlpools made by the one ahead, as the oars dipped and pulled in the dark water. Ahead, Shef could see what looked like a substantial township, many log houses with plumes of smoke rising from all of them. At its center rose a large hall, horns jutting from ridge and gables. Further away, outside the town but below the mountains, he could see with his one sharp eye a collection of larger buildings, some of them strangely shaped but all half hidden by the firs. Where the town ran down to the shore, dozens of boats of all sizes lay at jetties. And at the largest and longest of the jetties, he could pick out what seemed to be a welcoming committee, or a group of jailers. Shef looked longingly at the islands scattered thickly to the left. The ice was barely 50 yards away now. Then a few hundred yards more to the land, and on every island plumes of smoke to show shelter and habitation. All ruled by the co-kings of whichever fold it was. If your heart did not stop beating as soon as you touched the freezing water, if you did not freeze solid as soon as you climbed out of it. Shef belatedly realized that he cut hardly a kingly figure himself. He had started the trip in exactly the same tunic, breeches, and leather shoes that he had worn continually since he had struggled ashore on the Ditmarsh 2 weeks before, bemired, salt-stained, blood-stained from his own blood and the Viking he had killed on the sandbanks, with a fortnight's accumulation of tar patches, spilt broth, and sweat on top. It was no worse than what he had worn most of his boyhood in the Norfolk marsh, but Vikings he had noticed were cleanlier than Englishmen, or at least than English churls. Only Carly sat next to him when they came to eat. As they sailed further north and the sea wind came keener, Hogbarth had tossed each of them a thick blanket, which they now hugged round them. By contrast to their squalor, Shef could pick out on the jetty scarlet capes, gleaming armor, polished shields reflecting the sun, and in a solid body at the water's edge, the shining white clothes of the priests of the way, competing with the snow behind. Shef ran a hand ineffectually through his hair, dislodging a louse, and turned for advice to Hogbarth, then turned back again with sudden incredulous joy. One figure over there by the shore stood out even among the tall shapes around him. Surely, yes, that must be Bronn. Scanning quickly along the jetty, Shef realized that there were other men there in a little knot, smaller than the rest as Bronn was bigger. And one of them showed up in a bright flash of scarlet. It was the silk tunic the ex-slave Quicka wore for great occasions. Now that he knew what he was looking for, Shef could pick them out readily. Bronn there well to the fore, Gudmund the Greedy standing beside him, and in a self-effacing clump to the rear, Quicka and Osmond and a gang of their mates. Shef looked again at the white tunics and cloaks of the priests of the way, standing at the very edge of the jetty. Yes, Thorvin was there among them, and Skaldfinn too, and Hund. Outnumbered, though, by a cluster of other priests, one formidable figure near the front, almost rivaling Bronn even in size. And there was another group there as well, standing separate both from the priests and from Bronn and his friends. A puff of wind from the mountains caught the pennons held by standard-bearers, and for a moment Shef saw the hammer of the way, white on black, and from the group he could not identify a blue streamer with a strange design he did not recognize. He looked a mute question at Hogbarth. "It is the gripping beast," said Hogbarth, dropping his voice, the jetty now only 50 yards away. "Of King Halfdan? Or King Olaf?" "Neither," said Hogbarth with a touch of grimness. "Of Queen Ragnhild." The crewmen tossed oars, dropped them clattering into the bottom of the boat. Ropes flew out from prow and stern, were caught and snubbed to tree-trunk bollards. The Arvandil settled gently alongside the jetty. The gangplank was thrown across. Shef hesitated, conscious of his own appearance. Facing him, the big unknown priest looked down, what seemed to be scorn and mistrust on his face. Shef remembered the last time he had stood face to face with an enemy on a gangplank, when he had killed Ivar, champion of the North. No one else could ever say that. Shedding his blanket and snatching the Gungnir spear from Carly's ready hand, he stepped onto the gangplank, strode across it, meaning to force the priest to stand back. As he reached the other end, an arm like the base of a mast quietly thrust the priest aside, and Bronn shoved forward, holding out an immense fur cape made from the skin of a white bear, its brooch and chain of gold. In an instant he had wrapped it round Shef's shoulders, fastened the links. Then he fell to one knee, his face still only just below Shef's own level. "Hail, King of the East and Middle Angles," he called. On the signal, Quicka and his mates, and the crews of the Walrus and the Seamew further behind, cheered and clashed their weapons. Bronn, who had never knelt in his life before, winked one staring eye, and jerked his head infinitesimally at the others on the jetty. Shef caught the hint, turned to Hogbarth, who had followed him up the gangplank. "You may present your colleagues," he said imperiously. "Why, this is, King Shef, may I present to you Valgrim the Wise, head of the College of the Way and priest of Odin. Valgrim, this is—" Valgrim was paying no attention. With a scowl for Bronn, he reached out one hand, seized the spear in Shef's grip, and turned it so that he could read the runes on it. After a moment he released the spear, turned, and walked wordlessly off. "He didn't like that," muttered Bronn. "What do the runes say?" "Gungnir. It's not my spear anyway. I took it from Sigurd Ragnarsson." Most of the other priests of the Way had moved off after their leader, leaving Thorvin and Hund behind. As they departed, Shef saw the other group coming towards them under the blue and silver banner. He gaped up at it. A strange design, of a beast with snarling face, seemingly throttling itself with one paw while clutching its own ankle with another. He dropped his eyes, found himself face to face with the most striking woman he had ever seen. He would not have thought her beautiful if someone had described her. Since his childhood, Shef had framed his ideas of beauty on Godive. Tall but slight of figure, with brown hair, gray eyes, and the perfect complexion she had inherited from her Irish slave concubine mother. This woman was Tiger to Godive's sleek leopard, as tall as Shef, with broad cheekbones and great green eyes set wide apart. Her breast swelled out the dark green gown she was wearing, and heavy hip bones showed through as she walked. Two long plaits hung round her face and over her shoulders, held in place by a heavy gold band low over her forehead. She was not a young woman either, Shef realized belatedly, but double his age or Godive's. At her side walked a young boy, maybe 10 years old. Confused and unwilling to face the woman's stare, Shef dropped on one knee to the boy's level. "And who are you?" "I am Harald, son to King Halfdan and Queen Ragnhild. What happened to your eye?" "Someone put it out with a hot needle." "Did it hurt?" "I fainted before it was finished." The boy looked scornful. "That was not Drengilgir. Warriors do not faint. Did you kill the man who did it?" "I killed the man who caused it." The one who did it is standing over there, and the one who held me. They are friends." The boy looked nonplussed. "How can they be friends if they blinded you? Sometimes you will take from your friends what you will not from your enemies." Belatedly, Shef realized the boy's mother's thigh was only inches from his blind side. He rose to his feet, conscious as he did so of the strong female warmth. There on the jetty, with dozens of men all around, he could feel his manhood stirring as it had not for all the Ditmarsh girl's efforts. In another moment he would feel the urge to throw her down on the wooden deck, if he were strong enough, which he doubted. The Queen looked scrutinizingly at him, seemingly aware of what he felt. "You will come when I call you, then," she said, and turned away. "Most men do," muttered Bronn again in Shef's ear. Over his voice, as he watched the green gown retreating magnificently towards the snow, Shef heard a sound he would once have picked out through any distractions, the clink-clink, beat-beat of light and heavy hammers working at a forge, and other sounds, too, which he could not place. "We've a lot to show you," said Thorvin, finally making his way up to his former apprentice. "Right," said Bronn. "But first a bathhouse. I can see the lice in his hair, and it puts me off even if Queen Ragnhild likes it." "He came stalking ashore with one eye and a spear in his hand with the Gungnir runes on it," growled Valgrim. "What else has he to do to declare himself Odin? Ride an 8-legged horse? He is a blasphemer." "Many men have one eye," replied Thorvin. "And as for the Gungnir runes, he did not have them cut. The only reason he has the spear is that Sigurd Snake-Eye threw it at him. If there is a blasphemer, it is Sigurd. You have told us that when he first appeared to you out of nowhere 2 winters ago, he said he came from the north. Yes, but all that he meant was that he came from the north of his kingdom. And yet you have presented this to us as if this accident were proof that he is the one we await, that he is the one who will come from the north to overthrow the Christians and put the world on its better path. If this aping of Odin is an accident, then what he said to you was an accident. But if what he said to you was a sign from the gods, then this too is a sign. He is setting himself up as Odin. And I, the priest of Odin in this college, I say that such as he cannot have Odin's favor. Did he not refuse the Odin sacrifice when he had the Christian army at his mercy?" Thorvin fell silent, unable to see a way round Valgrim's logic. "I can tell you that he is one who sees visions," put in Hogbarth, "and not only in his sleep." The listening priests, a score of them together, looked at him with interest. They had not formed their holy circle, nor set up the holy cordon of rowan berries round the spear and the bale fire. What they said was still unprivileged, not done under the guidance of the gods. Still they were not forbidden to speak of holy things. "How do you know?" grunted Valgrim. "I saw him in Hedeby. He sat on a mound outside the town, a grave mound, an old king's howe. They told me he made his way there unprompted." "Means nothing," said Valgrim. He quoted derisively lines from one of the traditional poems of the past. "Then the bastard sat on the barrow, when the princes parted the spoil." "Bastard or not," Hogbarth went on, "I saw him with his eyes wide open, seeing nothing and replying to no one. When the fit passed, I asked him what he had seen, and he replied, he saw things as they were." "What did he look like when the fit was on him?" asked the priest, with the sign of Ull, the hunter-god, round his neck. "Like him." Hogbarth jerked a thumb at the most respected of the priests in the conclave, Viglake of the Visions, seated unspeaking at the end of the table. Slowly Viglake stirred. "One other thing we must remember," he offered. "The evidence of Farman priest of Frey, our brother still in England. He says that 2 winters ago he was in the camp of the Ragnarssons, searching for new knowledge, trying to see whether even among the Loki brood there might be the one we await. He had seen Thorvin's apprentice, whom they now call King Shef, but he knew nothing of him, thought him only an English runaway. Yet the day after the great battle with King Jatmund he too saw a vision, in daylight, a vision of the smithy of the gods. In it he saw Thorvin's apprentice in the shape and place of Volund, the lame smith, and he saw Odin speak to him. Farman told me, though, that Odin did not take him under his protection. So maybe Valgrim, as priest of Odin, is right to fear him. There may be other plans than Odin's. Valgrim's chest swelled with rage, both at the challenge to Odin's plans and at the thought that he might be a prey to fear. He did not venture to defy Vigleik. Among the priests who had gathered to the college from the whole of Norway and the other Scandinavian lands, there were more who knew of Vigleik the seer than of Valgrim the wise in the ways of kings and the arts of government. One of the arts of government was to keep silent till the moment came. "Guidance may come to us," he said pacifically. "Who from?" asked a priest from Ranrika to the north. "From our holy circle, when the time comes to form it. Also," said Vigleik, "if we are fortunate, from King Olaf. He is the wisest of kings on the earth, though not the most lucky. I suggest we invite him to attend our conclave, to sit outside the circle. He is not the one, though once we thought he might be. Yet if anyone may recognize a true king, it is he." "I thought Olaf Elf of Gerstad was dead," muttered the Ranrika priest to one of his back-country fellows. Washed from head to foot in a great tub of heated water, his hair cut short and scrubbed again and again with lye, Shef stepped cautiously across the old, hard-packed snow of the college's precinct. His clothes had been taken away, and replaced with a hemp shirt and tight-fitting woolen drawers, a thick wool tunic, and trousers over them. Bronn had repossessed the bearskin cape, muttering that if he found lice in that he would send Shef out to hunt down another one, but he had replaced it with a mantle of homespun. His gold bracelets again shone on Shef's biceps, though he had refused to replace the gold circlet of kingship on his cropped head. He walked clumsily in a pair of thick winter boots borrowed from Gudmund, padded out with wound rags. In spite of the cold and the snow, he felt warm for the first time in days. The undersized steelmaster kept pace with him. After the rough administrations of Bronn, Shef had greeted Quicka and the rest of his faithful gang, handed Carly over to them, scowling distrustfully, and told them to consider him a new and valued recruit, and then become aware that Ud was standing to one side, tongue-tied as ever. One only became aware of Ud when he had something to say, or to show. It was certainly something to do with metal. Remembering the forge noises he had heard from the jetty, Shef clapped Ud on the shoulder, added a final warning about good behavior to Carly, and followed Ud out into the open. Quicka and the other English ex-slaves who had come to this unknown land in the north had promptly slammed the door, wedged every chink they could find, and returned to their normal habit of clustering round the fire in as much animal warmth as they could manage. Ud was not heading towards the place from which familiar forge noises came, but to a small building separate from the main frequented halls and dormitories. As they walked, a figure shot suddenly past them at a speed no man could match. Shef jumped to one side, fumbling for the sword at his belt, saw the figure sweep away down the slope to the township well below. "What was that?" he gasped. "Skates? On snow? Downhill?" "They call 'em skis," said Ud. "Or ski runners or something. Wooden boards you tie to your feet. They all use 'em up here. Strange folk. But now look at this." He pushed the door open and led Shef into an empty shed. For a few moments, Shef could see nothing in its dark interior. Then, as Ud fumbled open a shutter, he saw a great stone wheel lying in the middle of the shed. As his eyes grew used to the dimness, Shef realized that there were actually two wheels, one over the other. A machine of some kind. "What do they do?" he asked. Ud lifted a trap-door, pointed under the shed to a channel below. "When the snow melts, there's a stream under here. See the wheel down there, with the paddles on it? Water flows, turns the paddles. Axle on that wheel turns these two above. The surfaces touching each other have channels cut in 'em. Pour grain in. Grinds the grain." Shef nodded, remembering the monotonous noise of the old woman grinding corn in the Ditmarsh hut, the job that never ceased, the job that warriors hated. "Does it much faster than women with the old pestle and mortar," Ud added. "Mind you, it's been frozen solid since we got here. They say when it's working, it grinds as much corn as 40 women working all day. The folk come up from the town and pay the priests to use it." Shef nodded again, reflecting on how the monks of St. John or St. Peter would have appreciated such an addition to their income. He saw the potential of the device. but he could not understand Ud's interest. It was notorious that the little man cared for nothing but metal. Best not to rush him. Silently, Ud led his king out and down the slope to a second shed. "This is like rung 2, he said, with a glance at Shef's ladder emblem. "And this is down to us. See, ever since last year the priests here have been fascinated by what they heard of our catapults. Quicka and his mates have already built a couple to show 'em how we do it. But they'd already got the idea of the little wheels, the cog wheels, you know. And the priest who was working with the mill, he got the idea of using real big cog wheels, not to wind a catapult, but to make a different mill." The pair approached the second building. On one wall of it, another big wooden wheel with paddles, exactly like the first one, but set vertically in the snow-choked ravine, not horizontally. Clearly the water would turn this even better with a better purchase. But what use would an axle be turning 2 vertical millstones? The corn would run straight through them and never be ground at all. It was the weight of the stone that did the grinding. Still silently, Ud led Shef in and pointed to the gearing. At the end of the mill wheel axle an immense iron cog wheel stood vertical. Its teeth meshed into a matching horizontal cog, fitted over a stout oak axle. Below it on the same axle the 2 familiar stone wheels. Above them a hopper showed where men could stand to pour in sacks of kernels. "Yes, Lord, it's well done. But what I wanted to say was there's something to do with this that these folk haven't thought of yet. See, Lord." Ud dropped his voice, though there was no one near, no one within a furlong of them. "What's our problem with iron? With making it, like?" "Beating it out," said Shef. "How many days does it take a man to get 50 pounds of iron out of, say, 5 times that amount of ore?" Shef whistled, remembering the hours he had spent pounding out the slag for his first homemade sword. 10, he guessed. "Depends how strong the smith is." "That's why smiths have to be strong," agreed Ud, looking down at his own puny frame. "I couldn't ever be one. But then I thought, if this mill does the work of 40 grinding slaves, women that is, could it not do the work of, say, 20 smiths?" Shef began to feel a familiar warning itch in his brain. Many minds were working here as they had worked to make the catapults, the pulley-wound crossbow. Some priest of the way had thought of the watermill. Some long-dead Roman had left behind the cog wheels. Shef and his crewmen had rebuilt the catapults. And from hearing about that alone, some other priest had worked out how to transfer the force in the flow of a river to the task he needed in a different dimension. Now Ud had returned that thought to his own obsession. It was as if people too were cog wheels, the one fitting into the other, one brain turning the next. "How could stone wheels grind iron?" he asked cautiously. "Well, Lord, what came to me was this." Ud dropped his voice even further. "What everyone's always thought in this line is, a wheel drives a wheel. But I thought, what if it doesn't? What if it drives something a different shape, and much, much bigger? See, axle turns here, turns a shape like this. The shape turns, and all the time it's turning, it's lifting a heavy weight, as heavy as a mill wheel. Only not a mill wheel, a hammer. But when it gets to this point here, it stops lifting. The hammer drops instead. A really heavy hammer, a hammer 6 smiths couldn't lift, not even if they were as strong as Bronn. And hammering as fast as the axle on this mill wheel turns. How long would it take to beat out 50 pounds of iron then? 500 pounds. The little man's pale face shone with excitement, the thrill of the inventor. Shef caught the feeling, felt his palms itch to start the work. "Listen, Ud," he said, trying to keep a cool head. "I don't see what you mean about the shape to lift and to drop." Ud nodded energetically. "That's what I've been thinking about every night in my bunk. What we need, I reckon, is something like this." On the floor of the hut, planks overlaid with a thin layer of drifted snow from under the warped door, Ud began to draw a cross-section of a reciprocating cam. After a few moments, Shef seized his own straw and began to draw as well. "If it turns like this," he said, "you'd have to have a groove on the handle of the hammer to stop it flying off. But does it have to have a hammer shape?" An hour later, Thorvin the smith priest, coming from his doubtful meeting, saw the tall king and the puny freedman walking down the snowy path. their arms waving wildly as they designed imaginary machines. For an instant he understood Valgrim's doubts. Farman and Vigleik might see the one king in their visions. No vision or prophecy had ever included a word, he was sure, about scrawny foreign thrall-born assistants. Chapter 10. In the Scandinavian lands in the year of our Lord 867, the peoples were much the same, but the lands themselves greatly different. In spite of centuries of bickering, jealousy, and war, the Danes, Swedes, and Norwegians were all much more like each other than anyone else. There is every difference, though, between the fertile pastures of the Danish islands and the Jutland Peninsula, or the long coastline of Sweden in the sheltered tideless Baltic, and the fjord-splintered Atlantic-facing stretch of Norway, with its immense and almost pathless spine of mountains, the Kiel. The Norwegians said even then of the Danes that only Danes could have an 1,800-foot hillock as the highest spot in all their kingdoms, and call it Himmelbjerg, Sky Mountain. The Danes said of the Norwegians that if you put 10 Norwegians together, 11 would call themselves kings, and lead 15 armies to war against each other. The jokes had a basis in fact, in geography and history. Travel for the Norwegians was not impossibly difficult, for there were passages all the way up the coast with its thousands of islands, and in the long winter ski runners could travel over the snow faster than any horse could gallop. Yet it might take 2 days to go round by sea, rather than cross a 10,000-foot sheer rising mountain mass. It was easier in Norway to divide than to unite. Easy, too, in a land where there was a boatyard on every one of 1,000 fjords, to raise a fleet and crew it with the younger sons, who counted their fathers' farmlands in fractions of an acre. In this land of little kingdoms and brief alliances 40 years before, there had been a king called Gudroth. He was king of the Westfold, the land to the west of the great fjord that runs up to Oslo and divides the main Norwegian mass from the borders with Sweden. He was a king not much better or much worse than his neighbors and rivals, the kings of the Eastfold, of Ranrike, Raumrike, Hedemark, Hedeland, Toten, Akershus, and all the others. His subjects a few score thousand, maybe enough to make the population of a decent English shire, called him the huntsman because of his hobby, which was hunting women. A dangerous and difficult hobby even for a king, in a land where every cock-carl had spear, axe, and half a dozen Viking expeditions behind him. But Gudroth persevered. In the end, his first wife, Thurid, daughter of the king of Rogaland, died, worn out with vexation at her husband's infidelities, and the trouble and expense they caused, and Gudroth thought at once of replacing her. His eye fell on the daughter of the king of the tiny kingdom of Agdir, no more than a town and a handful of villages. Asa, daughter of Huntey the Strong, a virgin of unmatched beauty. To Gudroth it seemed that her charms might stir again in him the youth that seemed to be passing. But Huntey the Strong refused Gudroth's offers, saying that his daughter would not need to go sniffing other women's beds to see who had been in them. Stung by the insult and the rejection, Gudroth did his only great deed beyond the normal expected from kings of a warlike people. He gathered his men and came down on Agdir on skis on a dark winter's night, just after Yule, when men were still sleeping off the Yule ale. He killed Huntey the Strong in a fair fight at the door of his bedchamber, though it is true that Gudroth was fully awake and fully armored, while Huntey was half drunk and wholly naked. Then seized Asa, bundled her into a sleigh, and dragged her back to the Westfold, roped to the sleigh posts. There Gudroth's own priests declared the wedding, and Asa was dragged off willy-nilly to the bedchamber. Her beauty fulfilled Gudroth's expectations, and 9 months later she gave birth to her son Halvdan, later called the Black from his hair and his rages. Gudroth slowly let out the breath he had been holding, and forbore to tie Asa's wrists to the bedposts every night when he slept, knowing that women with a child to defend would become more sensible and less grudge-bearing than before. He still made sure even the knife she used to pare an apple with was pointless and no sharper than would serve to cut soft cheese. Yet he had forgotten that a woman can work through other men as easily as in her own right. One dark evening, just after Yule, the year after Asa's father's death, Gudroth emptied the great aurochs horn of beer which he kept on his table without a stand, so that it had to be drained in one draught, and shortly staggered out to piss on the snow. As he did so, while his hands were occupied with his breeches, and before he had begun to empty his bladder, a young lad stepped round the corner of the royal hall and thrust a broad-bladed spear through his belly, fleeing instantly on skis. Guthroth lived long enough to say that the killer had said only, "Those who kill drunken men should always stay sober," and then died, trying still to complete his piss. Guthroth had an acknowledged and legitimate son by his first wife, Thurid, a strong lad of 18 winters called Olaf. Men expected that he would appease his father's ghost by sending Queen Asa into the How with him, and make a clean sweep by leaving the child Halfdan, his half-brother, out in the forest for the wolves. He did not do so, and when asked why not, it was a sign that men did not fear him as much as a king should be feared that they were able to ask. He said that he had dreamed a dream. In it he saw a great tree spring from his stepmother's womb, a tree with blood-red roots, a white trunk and green leaves that spread all over Norway and even further across the world. So he knew that a great destiny waited for Asa's children, and would not thwart the gods and bring down bad luck by trying to avert it. Olaf then spared his stepmother and protected his half-brother. But from that time he himself had little good fortune, and men said that he had thrown away his own luck. In the years to come he was overshadowed in battle by his half-brother Asa's son, who won himself a kingdom across the fjord in the Eastfold, and Olaf's own only son Ronval, whom men called the Magnificent for his courage and his gifts to poets, died when a trifling scratch in a mere skirmish swelled and went bad and defied the leeches even of the way. By contrast, Halfdan won himself not only the new kingdom of the Eastfold, which he loyally shared with his one-time protector, and his grandfather's kingdom of Agdir, but also a wife whom even the imperious Queen Asa could not despise, as she did all other women. This was Ragnhild, daughter of King Sigurd, the Heart of Ringerike. Like Asa, she too had been carried off from her father, but not by Halfdan. While her father was traveling through the mountains, he was ambushed by a mountain chieftain, a wild man and a berserk called Haki. For all his berserker gang, Sigurd wounded Haki 3 times before he was killed, and cut off his left arm, so that Haki lay abed for a long winter, unable to enjoy his virgin bride. Just about the time he might be calculated to have recovered enough to do the deed, Halfdan struck first like his father. He took 50 picked men into the mountains and fired Haki's hall in the night. As Ragnhild ran out to greet her rescuers, they snatched her up and drove away across a frozen lake. When the pursuers got to the lake and saw the reindeer sleighs disappearing, Haki knew that he would never catch them up nor live down the shame of losing both his arm and his bride. He threw himself on his own sword's point, to rise again unmaimed in Valhalla. And so Halfdan won the most beautiful bride in the north, and the only woman fit to match the mother-in-law for temper, and did so in time to enjoy her virginity despite the appearances, or so he always believed. Before long she too gave birth to a son, Harald, whom men called the fair-haired in contrast to his father. These then were the rulers of the Westfold in the time that the priests of the Way settled there and made the trading town of Kalpong their center and headquarters. First King Guthroth, then King Olaf and King Halfdan together, with Harald Fairhair, the only son of either of them, able to succeed, and as important at least as any of the men, Queen Asa, mother of Halfdan, and Queen Ragnhild, mother of Harald. Seated on a bench before an open window in Hedeby, Erkenbert the deacon considered the names both of King Halfdan, the Black, and King Olaf, Elf of Gerstad, whatever that might mean, and attached carefully the name of their kingdom or kingdoms, the Eastfold and the Westfold, both parts of that larger grouping that men called Northerver, the Northway. He did not think that either of them was the man he had been told to look for. Olaf the Elf certainly not. Erkenbert's notes said this man was over 50 and notorious for his bad luck, though he did seem nevertheless to have retained his kingdom. But he also did not occur on any of the lists Erkenbert had made, doubtful and based on shaky memories though they were, of who had and had not been present at the great raid on Hamburg, after which the Holy Lance of Longinus had disappeared. The other one might be a bit better as a possibility. He was widely feared and respected, something of a conqueror on the tiny depressing scale of the northern lands, said to be the main obstacle in Norway to the Ragnarsson's goal of spreading their power. His ships challenged quickly and kept all interlopers at a distance. Yet Erkenbert did not think this Halfdan fitted the bill either, When Bruno had given him the task of collecting all available information on the kings and chieftains and jarls of Scandinavia, to try to determine who might hold the Holy Lance, he had told him to look for 3 things. 1. Success. 2. Connection with the raid on Hamburg. 3. Sudden change. A failure who suddenly became a success would betray the mighty influence of the great relic more surely than anything else. There was no sign of that with Halfdan. He seemed to have ground his way to power in an unremitting way from birth, or at least from his youth. Against his will, for he had not wanted to come on this mission to the north and would rather have stayed in Cologne or Trier or even Hamburg or Bremen, finding out more of the mysteries of power. Erkenbert was beginning to feel the intellectual challenge of the problem Bruno the Count's son had set him. "Someone must know the answer," Bruno had said. "They just don't know they know. Ask everyone we meet about everything. Write all the answers down. Look to see what kind of pattern emerges." And this Erkenbert had done, interrogating first the few Christian converts they had made in Hedeby. Low-value informants these, mostly women and thralls, who knew nothing of the reputations and records of the great ones. Then the Christian priests they had rescued. Then those guards of King Hrorik, who would speak to them out of politeness. And finally, paying heavily in wine from the south, the skippers and helmsmen of the boats that put in, often famous warriors themselves and sensitive as harlots to shifts in reputation. A shadow darkened the door, and the senior knight of the Order of the Lance, Bruno himself, edged his freakishly broad shoulders through the opening. He smiled as he did so readily. "What is the betting today?" he asked. "Any new runners in our little horse race?" Erkenbert shook his head. "If we have heard the answer already, as you say, I cannot recognize it," he said. "The one most like the picture you want is still the young man who killed Ivar and bested Charles. He has come from nowhere. Everyone talks of his deeds and his luck. He is a close associate of Vigga Bran the Killer, who was certainly present at the sack of Hamburg." Bruno shook his head regretfully. "I thought so too," he said, "right up till the time I spoke to him. He is a strange one, and I think maybe he has something to do with all this. Yet he had only one weapon, and though it was a spear, it was most certainly not the spear. Too new, wrong shape, marked with heathen runes, though I could not read them. I think you have got him on your brain, and will not drop him. Maybe that is preventing you from recognizing the true holder. Tell me some more about some of these heathen kings." Erkenbert shrugged, picked up once more his mounting pile of vellum. "I have told over to you the kings of Denmark and Norway," he said. "Now in Sweden and Goutland, between them, there may be as many as 20 more. From the north, King Vikar of Ruslagen, aged 50, elected at the Rus thing 20 years ago, said to be rich but peaceful, takes tribute from the Finns and never comes south." Bruno shook his head. "How about King Orm of Uppland, controls the great kingdom Oak and the temple sacrifices at Uppsala? Said to be powerful but disinclined to personal combat. Took the kingdom by force 20 years ago." "He sounds a bit more likely, but not much. We'll keep an eye on him. You know," Bruno reflected, "for all their recent defeats, I wonder if Sigurd Ragnarsson or one of his brothers couldn't be our man. After all, even Charles the Great had some setbacks against the Saxons." Erkenbert was unable to repress an involuntary shudder. "I think we may have to get a little closer to the action to find out for sure," Bruno went on. In the hut to which they had been assigned in the college precinct at Kaupang, the English ex-slaves and Carly the Ditmarsher were exchanging stories of the hidden folk. There was a companionable mood in the warm, tight-closed room. Hama, one of the catapultiers, had a split lip. Quicka had an eye swollen shut. Carly was nursing a bitten ear and had a lump on the side of his head where Osmond, seeing man after man knocked down by Carly's fists, had hit him over the head with a billet of firewood. The group had ceased to mock each other's accents and were trying to find common ground in explaining the strange world around them. "We believe in things called thyrses," said Carly. "Us too," agreed Quicka, the fenman. "They live in holes in the marsh. If you're out in a punt after wild duck, you don't want to go putting your pole into any old thirse nest. Fowler who does that, he don't come back." "Where do these creatures come from?" asked one of the men. "They don't come from anywhere. They've always been here." "What I heard," said Quicka, "is this. You know we're supposed to be descended from Adam and Eve. Well, one day the Lord God came down and asked Eve to show him her children. Well, she showed him some of them, but some of them weren't washed, 'cause she was an idle slut. So she told them to hide. And at the end, the Lord God said, 'Those children you hid from me, let them remain hidden.' And since then, those of us who come from Eve's children who were seen, we're human. But those who come from the others, they're the hidden folk, who live in the marshes and on the moors." The story was considered, but not much liked. Every man there but Carly had been a slave of the church, first recruited and then freed by Shef and the army of the Way. Christian doctrine was familiar to them, but they associated it with slavery. "I can't see that has anything to do with what they've got up here," said another voice. "No thirses up here, 'cause there's no marshes. What they've got up here is nixes, in the water. Only there's no water 'cause it's all frozen." "And trolls," put in another. "I never heard that word," said Osmond. "What's a troll?" "Great grey things what live in the rocks. And they call 'em trolls because they trundle down the hill at you." "One of the locals told me this," said the split-lipped Hama. "There was a man lived up in the mountains called Laffy, and one day when he was hunting, 2 troll wives caught him and dragged him off to their lair in the mountains, and used him as a stud. They wore nothing but raw horse hides, and they lived on nothing but meat and fish. Sometimes the meat was horse or sheep, but sometimes they wouldn't show him where it had come from. But he had to eat it just the same. After a while he pretended to fall ill, and while the young troll wife was out hunting, the other one asked him what would cure him, and he said, 'Nothing but rotten meat that had been buried for 5 years.' So she said she knew where there was some of that, and off she went. But because she thought he was too sick to get out of bed, she didn't roll the stone quite shut in front of the cave, and he got out and ran for it. They picked up his scent and came after him, but he smelt wood smoke and ran till he got to a camp of charcoal burners, and they got their weapons and faced out and kept the troll wives off, and then they all went down the mountain and got to safety. But 9 months later, when he came out of his house, there was a baby on the doorstep all covered in gray hair. After that, he was afraid ever to go out at night. I don't know what happened to the baby." "So they aren't animals, then. They can breed with us, like," reflected Osmond. "Maybe there's some truth in Quicka's story." "Maybe we better leave Carly out for the troll women," came a suggestion. "Yes, and then if there's any trouble from any old troll daddy, he can just knock him down." Outside, ignoring the laughter coming from the dark hut, Bronn was trying to talk seriously to Shef. "I tell you," he said, "she's dangerous, deadly dangerous. The most dangerous thing you've met since you stepped on the gangplank to face Ivar. Worse than him, even. Because when you faced him, he already knew he was bound to lose in the end. She doesn't think that. She has more to play for." "I don't know why you're worried," said Shef. "I've never so much as spoken to her." "I saw the way you looked at her, and her at you. What you need to realize is that she's only interested in one thing, and that's her son Harald. There are prophecies about him. First, people thought the prophecies meant his father. Then they switched to thinking it meant him. Ragnhild certainly thinks it means him. But now you come along, and people start saying maybe you're the one, the big king that everyone's been waiting for, the one who'll rule all Norway. I wouldn't even have got to Norway if they hadn't bought me off Rorik and brought me here. Well, you're here now, and people like Thorvin. He means no harm, but he's responsible just the same. People like Thorvin telling everyone you're the son of the gods, and the one who comes from the north, and I don't know what else. You have visions, you're in visions. Hogbarth says one thing and Viglake says another. You have to expect people to listen, because behind it there are things no one can just laugh off as old wives' tales. You're a thrall who got to be a king. I saw it myself. You put Alfred to one side, and he was one of the god-born, descended from Odin. Even the English admit that. You took the surrender of the king of the Franks. What are a few hedgewife prophecies to that? Of course, Ragnhild thinks you're dangerous. That's why she is. What happens tomorrow? Asked Shef. The priests of the Way meet in holy circle. They have to decide about you. You won't be there, nor I. What if they decide Thorvin is wrong? Surely then they can just agree I'm nothing to do with them and let me go. After all, I have supported the Way. I wear its pendant. I have helped them establish themselves on Christian soil. Any of its priests are welcome to come to my kingdom any time and pursue new knowledge. More than welcome, Shef added, thinking of what he and Ud had discussed. And if they decide the other way, that you are the one they seek? Shef shrugged. If there's going to be any change in the world, I'm more likely to start it in England than stuck up here where no one ever comes. Bronn frowned, displeased to hear Norway disregarded. And what if they decide you are not the one they seek, but you have been masquerading as him? Or even more likely, that you are not the one they seek, but a rival and an enemy. That is what Valgrim the Wise thinks, and he has a point. He is sure that the great change in the world which shall destroy the Christians' power must come from Odin, and everyone agrees you are not from Odin. He tapped Shef on the chest with a mighty forefinger. Though you go round looking as if you ought to be, with your one eye and that damned spear, Valgrim thinks you are a threat to Odin's plan. He will try to have you condemned for that. So Valgrim thinks I'm a threat to Odin's plan, and Ragnhild thinks I'm a threat to her son's future. And all because I learnt to build the catapults and the crossbows, to twist rope and forge wheels and bend steel. They ought to realize the real danger is Ud. Ud's only 5 feet tall, snarled Bronn. People don't think he's a danger because they don't even know he's there. That's a real danger for you, then, answered Shef. Musingly, he added words he had learnt from Thorvin. All gates ere you go through, look round you, peer round you, not evident to any, where unfriends sit, in every hall. Far up the mountainside a man sat amid the dark who had forfeited the family luck, had felt it go out of his possession. Some men said they could see the luck, the Hamingja, of a family or a land or a kingdom, usually a giant woman fully armed. Olaf had not seen that. But he had felt the luck flow out of him all the same. It was the loss of luck that had been the death of his son, Ronvald the Magnificent. His father had killed him. Now the same father had to decide whether the sacrifice he had made had been pointless. It was the new one, the One-Eye. Olaf had watched him come ashore to be greeted by the Way and his dangerous bitch of a sister-in-law. Even from a distance, Olaf had felt the luck flowing from him. So great it was that it had overpowered the luck of the Odin-born kings of Wessex. It could easily now overpower even the destiny that Olaf had foreseen for his half-brother's family. For the future, as Olaf well knew, was not fixed. It was a matter of potentials. Sometimes the potentials could be changed. Should he intervene? Olaf had brought the Way to Westfold many years before, respecting both its material power through new knowledge and the spiritual power of its visionaries and dreamers. With material power he had had little to do, with the mystical power much. If he had not been a king, he could have rivaled Viglake in visions. Except that Viglake saw what had happened, what was happening. Olaf saw what would happen, if he could blot out the desire to do so. Olaf reflected wordlessly on what part he would play in the morning when the Way formed its circle, and called on him, as it would, to sit outside it, to listen and advise. If he chose to put down the One-Eye, he knew he would gain a majority and re-establish the plan to which he had sacrificed his own life and his son's. But if he did that, he would be sacrificing another future. From very far away, Olaf felt the faint tingle of a thought searching for his own, searching for what he knew and trying to pick a path out of the same tangled indications as his own. There were Christian priests as sensitive in their inquiries as himself, yet they were too late. He already knew what they were looking for. He was closer to the balance point. As the sun left the sky entirely, the man in the grove found his skis, walked to where the snow began out of the protecting trees, and began to snake his way down the hill. Behind him wolf howls rose. As his skis hissed past the outlying farms, The bonders caught sight of him and muttered to their wives, "There is the Elf King. He has been again to the stone ring, to Gerstad, to take counsel from the gods." Chapter 11. Inside the great boat-shaped hall, the priests of the Way had formed their holy circle. White cords marked it off from the outside world, with the sacred rowan berries hanging from them. Berries faded now, with the spring coming on, from their autumn scarlet. Inside the circle more than 40 priests sat together, the largest conclave any of them had ever known, drawn for the most part from Norway, where the Way was strong, but also from Denmark, from Sweden, with a few scattered converts or missionaries, even from the isles of the Atlantic, from Ireland, or from Frisia, where the Way had been born almost 2 centuries before. One even Huntey the Leech from England, accepted formally at the sponsorship of his master Ingolf the week before. At one end of the circle stood the silver spear of Odin, at the other the burning balefire of Loki. By tradition, this fire, once the conclave had begun, could not be refueled, nor could conclave continue once the fire was so far dimmed that no spark could be seen in the ash. Valgrim the Wise stood by the spear of Odin, not touching it, for no man had the right to claim it for himself, but reminding them that he was the only priest among them who dared take to himself the dangerous service of Odin. He served the god of the hanged, betrayer of warriors, rather than the homelier or friendlier gods like Thor, the farmer's help, or Frey, bringer of fertility to men and animals. 10 paces behind him, almost hidden in the shadows of the shuttered hall, there stood a great chair of carved wood, with built-up sides and a canopy covered in a design of interlacing dragons. A pale face looked out from the deep shadow, the gold circle on its brow catching ruddy gleams from the Loki fire. King Olaf, host and protector of the Way, there by invitation to observe and, if need be, advise, but not to vote, or speak without express request. The shuffling of stools and muttered conversation slowly died. Valgrim let it die away, waiting for his moment. He had opposition, he knew, and needed every advantage to overbear it. The only man standing, he looked round, waited till all eyes were on him. "The Way has come to a turning point," he said suddenly. He waited again. "We have our first false prophet." "That is what we are here to determine," thought Thorfinn. But he let Valgrim continue. Better to have the issue out in the open. "For 150 years the Way has spread, at first slowly, and only here in the north where the words of Duke Radbod took root. Now we begin to have followers in many places, even followers of alien blood and language, even followers baptized in infancy to the Christ God. And who can doubt that this is good? For we must remember our aim and our purpose, aye, and our vision. Duke Radbod saw that we who worship the true gods would be brushed aside by the Christ God if we did not do as his followers do. Preach a word, say a message, bring news of where our spirits go to and where they come from. And do one thing they do not do. Allow all words and all messages to be spoken, not say like the Christ priests that those who do not obey them in every respect must be tormented forever for no sin other than disobedience. That was our first aim, to preserve ourselves and our peoples and our teaching against men who would destroy them all utterly. But after the aim there came the vision. I have not seen it, but there are others in this hall who have. Different men." Valgrim looked round the circle, nodding at this face and that, showing the others that he knew exactly who he meant, and that they were present to deny him if they did not agree. Different men who yet saw the same vision. And that vision is of another world than this one. A world where every land we know, ours among them, obeys the Christian God, but where men live like beasts on a slave's holding, so crowded that they cannot breathe, ruled by rulers they never see, sent to war like pigs to the slaughter-place. And worse things than that. Our wise men and seers call this the schooled world, the world that shall be, unless we stop it. Yet stop it we can. There is another world wise ones have seen. Aye, and this one I have seen myself." Valgrim's grey bush of a beard nodded as he stared round. "A world so strange we see it only in fragments, and cannot understand all of those. I have seen men floating in the black of an airless sea, somewhere between the worlds, and thought at first they were the most wretched of all sinners, cast out from all the worlds because even Nidhugg could not dare to gnaw their bones. But then I saw their faces, and saw that they were like men on some great adventure, and some of them men of our own blood and language, world-farers so great that any skipper alive today would be no more than a child to them. I do not know how this came about or will come about, but I know that is the true path for true men, not the path of the Christ-fearers. So all my days I have sought new knowledge. One more thing I know, and that is why we must take this path besides the desire for knowledge and power and glory. That is because we are not alone. Valgrim looked round again, trying to impress these last words, his own conviction, on men who might have agreed with everything he said so far. All men know that around us there are the hidden folk, not dangerous to us here down in the settlements. Dangerous only, it may be, to the hunters in the mountains and the children playing by the waterside. But they are not the only hidden folk. Somewhere out there we know are creatures with power to match the gods, not trolls or nixes, but the Jötnar themselves, foes of God and man, and the Loki brood as well, those who are not of one skin, those who walk in different shapes, half human, half dragon, or half whale. In the end, we believe the great day will come when gods and men on one side will battle the giants and the hidden folk on the other. And on that other side, too, there will be many men, the Christ-worshippers, the deserters, those who have been misled. That is why Odin takes the warriors to him to form the host that will march out from Valhalla on that day of Ragnarok. Other hosts there will be too, from Thrudvang for Thor, and Himinbjörg for Heimdall, and from all the others, sailors and ski-runners and leeches and bowmen. But Odin's host will be the greatest and the hardiest, and most hope of victory lies in it. We dare not divide our hosts. The battle is not yet certain. If the way takes the wrong path now, we will be divided and lost. I say that the one-eyed Englishman who carries the Odin spear and yet does no homage to Odin, I say that he is the false prophet leading us on the false path. We must reject him now to fulfill our true destiny, which is to hail the one king whom our prophecies say will come to us from the north, the one king who will change the world and bring victory instead of defeat on the day of Ragnarok. Valgrim ceased, and settled the spear pendant firmly on his broad chest. He waited for the denial he knew would come. It came from a quarter he had hoped would support him. Vigleik of the many visions stirred on his stool, looked down at the unusual emblem he bore, the ball of Suttung the Mead Guardian, bringer of inspiration, and spoke. What you say of visions may be true, Valgrim. But while what we see is one thing, what we understand of it is another. Now I have said this to you before, and if you cannot deny it, you must tell me what it means. We know our brother Farman saw the one-eyed Englishman, saw him when he had two eyes, saw him in vision in Asgard, home of the gods, and set in the place of Volund, lame smith of the gods. And Farman saw All-Father speak to him. None of us has seen this of any other mortal man. So why should I not think that this man has a divine destiny? Valgrim nodded. I know your visions are true, Vigleik, and Farman's also. You saw the death of the tyrants last month, and news has come through on the trade ship since, that you saw the truth. So the one eye may have been seen as Volund. But just as you say, seeing is one thing and understanding is another. Now what does the story of Volund tell us? He looked round again, sure his audience was with him, all keenly interested in the story of their sacred myths. We all know that Volund's wife was a swan maiden, but that after she left him he was taken by Nidhad, king of the Njarfolk. Nidhad desired his craft as a smith, but feared his escape, so he cut his hamstrings with a knife and set him to work in the smithy at Sevarstad. And there what did Volund do? Valgrim's voice fell into the deep chant of the way priests. He sat, he did not sleep, he struck with the hammer, always he crafted the cunning thing for Nidhad. He made him fine bracelets and necklaces of gold and gems. He made him bowls for his ale and cunning runners for his sledges. He made him swords that would cut linen by sharpness and anvils by strength. But when Nidhad's 2 young boys came to see the marvels, what did he do? He lured them into his smithy, promised to show them fine things, showed them a chest. Again Valgrim's voice turned to the chant. They came to the chest, they craved the key. It was malice they opened when they peeped in. He killed them, he buried their bodies under the forge. Of their teeth he made necklaces, goblets of their skulls, brooches of their shining eyeballs. Gave them all to Nidhad. And when Nidhad's daughter came to him to mend a ring, what did he do? Stupefied her with beer, raped her, thrust her out. She told her father, weeping. He came to Volund to take his head, and Volund, his hamstring severed. He put on the wings he had made in the smithy and flew away. What was the cunning thing he had made for Nidhad? It was his revenge. For that is his name, Volund. From the cunning thing, Vel. The conclave sat silent, pondering the story they all knew. Now I ask you, said Valgrim, who is the hero of this story? Volund for his cunning, as we are told, or Nidhad for his attempt to restrain it? I tell you, Viglake, where this Englishman is concerned, he is Volund right enough, and we are Nidhad. He will kill our sons and rape our daughters. That is to say, he will deny us our own issue and turn us into creatures to breed his getting for him. Nidhad made only one mistake, which was to try to use Volund's skill and think he was safe when he was only lamed. He should have killed him and made sure work. For men like Volund or the Englishman are not safe when they are crippled. For they are like Volund's wife, the Swan Maiden. They are not men of one skin. But it is not a swan that the Englishman turns into on the other side. Rather a dragon or a mound-dweller, a mold-man. Hogbarth, I ask you, did you not report that he said he had been in a mound before? The hall stirred with excitement and appreciation at Valgrim's unexpected explanation. They saw Hogbarth nod slowly, reluctantly confirming what Valgrim had said. Thorvin broke out in reply, as Valgrim had known he would. This is all well enough, Valgrim, but you are only twisting words. Of course the lad had been in a mound before. He took the old king's treasure from it. He dug his way in with a mattock and fought his way out like a hero. He did not live in one. If Viga Bran were here, he would mock you for saying he should have left the money in the ground. I ask all here, look beyond words. Look at actions. Shef Sigvarthsson, give him his proper name. He turned the whole country to the way. He drove out the Christ Church. If he let Christ priests stay, it was only as if they were any of us, made to pay their own way and work for their own believers. He killed Ivar Ragnarsson. And is there any doubt that he is a seeker for knowledge who will give up anything for that knowledge? Thorvin raised his hand for silence. If you do not believe me, listen. Outside, not far away, the priests could hear a familiar sound, but not one they had expected to hear with all of them in conclave. Across the precincts of the college, across the old, much-trodden snow, there came the clink-clink of the heavy hammer. Dimly over it, the roaring of forced draught from a bellows. Men working at the forge. At the forge, Shef had just completed the careful reforging and retempering of the sword he had given Carly. Now it was set aside to cool before reassembly of blade, guard, hilt, and pommel. Now Ud had taken over. The little man was conducting a demonstration. He stood to one side of the fire, directing, while Shef, stripped to his breeches and a protective leather overall, handled the pieces of iron and steel with tongs. Quicka crouched on one knee, pumping the leather bellows that fed the draught to the charcoal-glowing forge. The rest of the English catapulteers, 7 of them, Hama, Osmond, and the others, with Carly making an 8th, squatted on their heels along the wall, enjoying the warmth and adding their comments. "Right," said Ud. "They're all red-hot. Take the first spike and lay it down to one side." Shef took a red-hot iron spike, the raw material for a dagger or spear head, and laid it carefully across the mouth of a pottery bowl, not letting it touch the still-frozen earth of the floor. "Take the next one and put it straight away into the snow water." Shef lifted it with the tongs and plunged the red-hot metal into a leather bucket full of barely melted snow, gathered a few minutes before from outside. A cloud of steam rose with violent hissings. "When the metal's cold, take it out and bend it between your hands." Shef waited a minute or two, plucked the spike out, felt it gingerly to make sure there was no residual heat. Bent it between his hands. He had a good idea of what would happen, but was content to let Ud make his demonstration his own way. As the muscles stood out on Shef's forearm, the metal spike suddenly snapped in two. "Now try the other one." Shef handled this one, still warm even in the chilly air, with rags. This time he needed no force. The metal bent in his hands like wire, remained bent without any sign of springing even after he let it go. "Same metal," lectured Ud. "If you quench it, it gets hard and brittle. Takes a good edge, but no strength. But if you just cool it, it bends. Neither hard nor strong. As much use as an old man's dick," said a catapultier companionably. "More use than yours," retorted Carley. "Shut up," said Ud, bold only in the making of steel. "Now, Shef, my lord, that is to say, take the bent one. Bend it straight again. Put it back in the fire and heat it red-hot once more. Now, quench it." Again the hissing and the cloud of steam. "Return it to the fire. But this time don't let it get red-hot. Heat it gently. Slow down on the bellows there, quicker. Let it get to the color of straw." Ud peered over with near-sighted anxiety. "Now, that's enough. Take that out and let it cool slowly." Shef followed instructions, this time more unsure of what would happen. As a working smith, he knew well the virtues of quenching and the dangers of annealing. His way of combining the qualities of strength, hardness, and suppleness, however, had always been to work different grades of metal together in strips. The thought of going back to a strip once annealed had never occurred to him. Nor did he see the significance of the third gentle heating. As the metal cooled, he looked with satisfaction at the returning blisters on his hands. They had got too soft, while he had played at being a king. "All right," said Ud. "Now try it." Shef picked up the iron spike and bent it in his hands. It flexed powerfully, giving but then striving to regain its shape. "This is how you made the crossbow strips," he remarked. "In a way, Lord, yes. But this is different." Ud's voice dropped with a kind of reverence. "This iron is the best I have ever seen. The ore it comes from takes half, a quarter, of the working we are used to. How long does it take a forge to make 10 pounds of iron in England?" 2 days, suggested Shef. "Here you would get 40 in the same time for the same labor. That is one reason the Vikings are so well armed, I think. Their iron is better. It costs far less time and charcoal to make. So every man can have iron tools and weapons, not just the rich. The iron comes from Yarnbarrowlan, far to the east across the mountains. The way folk say they have a mine there and men to run it. But there is still more we have discovered, Lord." In the heart of the forge there lay a pile of what appeared to be ash. Using long tongs, Ud hauled it out, dragged it onto the earthen floor, briskly swept away the covering cinders to reveal a metal plate. "This has been in the fire for hours, since last night. I have kept the fire going all that time, while the rest of you were snoring." "Carley wasn't snoring. He was out after women." "Shut up, Fritha. It is a plate made like the spike, by cooling and then quenching and reheating, so it was strong and springy. Then I heated it again and kept it in the fire. And all the time it was in the fire, I kept piling the charcoal round it. Now, Lord, when it has cooled, I want you to thrust it with your spear, with the great spear you took from the snake-eye." Shef raised an eyebrow. The Gungnir spear's massive head was made of the best steel he had ever seen. The plate Ud had been working on was perhaps 1/8 of an inch thick, the thickness of the metal guard that protected a warrior's hand in the center of a shield. Much thicker, and the shield would be too heavy to move easily. But Shef had no doubt the steel spearhead would punch straight through. As the plate cooled, Ud set it up directly against the wooden logs of the forge wall. "Strike now, master." Shef stepped back, balanced the shaft, imagined he had in front of him a deadly enemy. He stepped forward onto the left foot, swung body, arm, and shoulder, trying to strike through plate and wall to a space a foot behind both, as Bronn had often taught him. The shaft jarred in his hands, sprang back. Incredulously, Shef looked at the thin plate. Unmarked, undented. He looked again at the needle point of Gungnir. For half an inch, the triangular point had been punched flat. "That's hardened steel," said Ud flatly. "I thought it would be good stuff for mail, but I found you can't work it. It's unbendable. But if you made the mail and then hardened it, or if you made thin plates like this and then just sewed them on." In the considering silence, one of the catapulteers remarked, "What I don't see is how it all comes from the same stuff. Some's hard and brittle, some soft and bendy, some springy, some so hard you can't scratch it. What makes the difference? Is it something in the water?" "Some of the Vikings think that," said Ud. "They believe it's best to use a slave's blood for the final temper." The ex-slaves looked at each other, reflecting on fates they had missed. "Or some try oil. There may be some sense in that. All this steam. You've seen sweat jump off a hot blade? Well, water tries to get away from hot metal, and when you're quenching, you don't want it to get away. So oil might be better. But I don't think it's that. It's the heating and cooling that do it. And I think it's something to do with the charcoal as well. If you can keep the metal touching the coal, something passes between them. That's my belief." Shef walked to the door, stared out across the snow to the fjord and the islands lying in it, still trapped in thick ice. Out there on one of the furthest islands he knew was the queen he had seen on his first arrival, Queen Ragnhild, with her son, her husband away seeing to his taxes in the Eastfold. Out there on the island they called Drottningsholm, Queen Island. He watched his breath condensing in the frosty air, and wondered about sweat on iron, iron sizzling in the water bucket, men blowing on their hands to warm them, steam rising from hot bodies in cold air. What was steam, he wondered. Two men were carrying a bucket towards him across the snow, slung between them on a pole. There was something strange about that. You would expect slaves to be given a task of that kind, but those men were not slaves. Too tall, too well-dressed, swords at their belts. Behind him Shef could hear Quicka ordering Carly to the bellows, and taking a turn at following Ud's instructions. Through the inexpert beating of the hammer he could hear the faint squeak of leather shoes on snow. The men reached the forge door, set their bucket down carefully. Shef found himself, as so often with these Norwegians, looking up to meet their eyes. "I am Sten, of the guard of Queen Ragnhild," said one of them. "I did not know guards carried buckets," observed Shef. Sten scowled. The noise at the forge had ceased as the men inside heard conversation, and Shef knew they were crowding into the doorway, ready to support their leader if needed. "This is a special bucket," said Sten, mastering his temper. "A gift from the Queen to you, the Ivarsbane. It is winter ale. Do you know what that is, Southerner? We brew our strongest ale, and then in the hardest of the frost we set our vats outside. The water in the ale freezes. We break the ice off the top and throw it away. The longer you do it, the more water the ale loses, and the stronger is what remains. It is a drink for heroes, like you, if you are the slayer of Ivar." Sten's expression showed doubt, increasing as Quicka and the others jostled their way out to peer into the tawny liquid. Not one of the Englishmen was less than head and shoulders shorter than the two Norsemen, and even the stocky Carly was dwarfed. Sten fumbled at his belt. "The Queen told me also to say this. The drink is for you and your men as you choose. But the Queen said you came ashore with nothing, so she sent you a cup. The cup is for you alone. For you alone." He freed what he had been carrying and passed it over. Shef turned it over in his hands, surprised. From the way Sten talked, he had expected a goblet of gold or silver, something precious. Instead, it was a plain mug of hollowed beech wood, such as any churl might drink from. As he turned it over, he saw marks on the bottom, runes, a message. His errand done, Sten turned away with his companion, not waiting for thanks. Shef recovered himself, called to his own companions. "All right, let's get that inside where it's warm. Fritha, run down to the hut and get your mugs and a ladle if you can find one. Let's at least have a drink. And Ud, Heat up a couple of spikes. We can mull this ale and see what it's like hot. Just the thing for this country. Hama, get on the bellows for him. Osmond, get some more fuel for the fire." As the ex-slaves bustled round, Shef stepped into the cool, bright sunlight to read the scratched runes. They were in the Norse style he had learned from Thorvin, but unfamiliar in some ways. Slowly he puzzled out their sense. "Bru varthat, en is thykr," they read. "The bridge is guarded, but the ice is thick." What bridge? Shef looked out again over the fjord. Out there the islands lay in the dense ice. Now he looked for them, he could see thin strips running from one island to the next, long lines of logs, set in the water each autumn and allowed to freeze there. The furthest island out was Drottningsholm. She had said he would come to her when she called him, and now she had. Shef realized Carly was watching him with a raised eyebrow. For him alone, she had said. But if he were to go prowling like a tomcat, it might be best to take an experienced companion. In the Hall of Conclave, tempers were running high. The higher because everyone there knew they would soon have to make a final decision. The bale fire had long since fallen from a blaze to a glow, and now in the darkening hall only a few embers shone out. The fire might not be refueled, nor the conclave continue once no spark could be seen. "So what is it you propose?" said Valgrim to Thorvin. As the debate had gone on, the two men had emerged as leaders of factions, increasingly speaking against each other. With Thorvin were the majority of the priests of Thor, of Njörð and Idun, practical men with clear skills to which they were devoted. Smithcraft, seamanship and shipbuilding, medicine and surgery. These men appreciated the advances and the experiments that Shef's Way Kingdom had made, and were eager to continue on that path. Thorvin's followers also included the alien priests, the Frisians, those whose native language was not Norse. Against him were Valgrim, the one priest of Odin, and the majority of the priests of Frey, along with those of Ull, Heimdall, Tyr, and the lesser gods. Devotion to them was strongest in Norway itself, and among the least traveled or most isolated of the followers of the Way. "Let the lad return to England," said Thorvin promptly. "Take as many of us as we can with him. Make his kingdom there the strongest in the north, a place where we can recruit wealth and followers. From it set up our challenge to the Christ God. Never before have we taken followers from him. Always his priests have crept into our lands to steal followers from us. Let us support this, the first true success we have had." "And what is your proposal, Valgrim?" The big man replied as promptly. "Hang him on a tree as a sacrifice to Odin. Fit out the greatest fleet we can with the assistance of King Halvdan and King Olaf, and go down to take over his kingdom before the English know what has become of him. Then do as you say, Thorvin. Only with the priests of the Way in charge, not some unknown foundling. If you hang him on a tree, you reject the messenger of the gods. He cannot be the messenger of the gods. He is not a Norseman, not even a Dane. Most of all, Thorvin, even you have admitted it. He may wear a pendant, he may see visions, but he has no belief. He is not a true believer. You talk like a Christian." Valgrim's face purpled, and he started to stride towards Thorvin, who slipped his hand down the haft of his ceremonial hammer. As the other priests started to rise from their stools to come between the two men, another voice cut through the chill air, one that had not spoken during the angry debate, that of Vigleik of the Visions. "You spoke of fitting out a fleet, Valgrim, and you of setting up a kingdom, Thorvin. Maybe it is time, before the bale fire goes out, to call on the advice of a king and a commander. You have heard our words, King Olaf Elf of Gerstad. What wisdom do you have for us?" The figure in the carved chair rose to his feet and walked forward to the very perimeter of the corded circle. His face was grave, lined with care. In it there was something of the air of majesty, none though of the air of instant decision seen in every Viking jarl or skipper, let alone king. His eyes seemed to look through what was in front of them, to some event or chance beyond. "Have I leave to speak?" asked Olaf. He waited for the growled assent of the conclave. "Then I have this to say, having heard all that has been said here on both sides. All of you know, I think, though you may not wish to say it to my face, that I am a man who has lost his luck, the luck of his family. I can tell you that I did not lose it, nor give it away. I only knew that it would go, and then that it had gone. I am different from other men only that I knew it, instead of finding out much later, or never. I know a great deal about luck. Some men will tell you that the luck of a family, the hamingya as we say, is like a giant woman fully armed, that the lucky can see as they see the spirits of the land. There are stories of men who saw their guardian spirit leave them and go to another. They may be true, but that is not what I saw. Truly, I saw nothing, except the dream of the great tree of which you have doubtless heard. What I felt was like the feeling in the air before the lightning flash. I knew the flash would come. I knew it would go from me to another. I knew that that other was of the line of my brother. When I was young, I thought it was my brother Halfdan. Now I know it was not. Till a few days ago I thought it was my brother's son Harald, whom they call Fairhair. Now I am not sure again. For again I have the feeling before the flash. It comes to me that luck is going to shift again, to pass out of my line altogether, and maybe to the young man Shef. The listeners stirred, and Valgrim's faction eyed each other doubtfully. Yet I was wrong before over Halfdan. Maybe I am wrong again, but not, I think, wholly. As I grow old, it seems to me more and more that luck is not a thing that one has or has not, like youth or strength. It is more like light, where a lesser light remains what it was, but cannot be seen any longer when a greater light outshines it. Like a candle still burning in a sunlit room, except that maybe the greater light steals light from the lesser even puts it out. I have heard the history of the young man Shef. He brought bad luck to his own king Jatmund. He did not quail before the luck of Ivar. He was rescued, they tell me, by one of the god-born, the King Alfred, descended from Odin. Soon after the rescue, that king was a beggar, to be rescued in his turn. I think this young man draws the luck from others. Where he comes, luck goes. He may take it even from my own blood, where I thought the luck of Norway rested, where it did rest, till you brought him here to challenge it. Oh, this is mere talk, rumbled Valgrim. We must have proof. Proof comes from a test. Let us test his luck against the luck of Harald and Halfdan, against the queens Asa and Ragnhild. How do we do that? Agree to the test, and I will tell you. But agree quickly, before the balefire goes out. The 40 priests looked at the tiny glowing spark that was all that was left, muttered together. Then, slowly, both Thorvin and Valgrim nodded their agreement. As a Tyr priest knelt down and blew gently on the last remaining ember, King Olaf began to speak. Before he had finished, Valgrim was already shaking his head in dissatisfaction. Too unsure, he growled. I need a clearer sign. You may get a clearer sign than you wish, Valgrim. I spoke of light and luck. There is another way to see it. Some of you believe that all our lives are spun by the 3 spinners, Earth, Verdandi, and Skuld. But they spin not single threads, rather a great web, the threads crossing over each other. Where the threads cross each other, they fray. Beware the man with the strong life thread, Valgrim, especially if that thread crosses yours. Vigleik stirred himself to speak. I have seen the spinners, he said. Their loom weights are skulls, their shuttles are swords and spears. Their web is human gut. That is in the Skuld world, said Thorvin flatly. That is what we mean to change. Chapter 12. The 2 men crept cautiously through the dark woods to the edge of the ice. The snow had hampered them badly, lying in uneven drifts in the hollows and forcing them to push through the tangled fir branches. Yet they had not dared to use the paths through the woods. Anyone who saw them might have challenged them, and while they were not forbidden to move around at night, they had no wish to cause stir or comment. Carly had grumbled steadily at first as snow fell from the trees and crawled down his neck. repeating that he knew plenty of places where they could find friendly women without all this trouble. But as Shef pushed on, Carly had fallen silent, accepting the expedition as one of the strange preferences for a particular woman that even the sanest of men might have. It would be an exploit, after all, he told himself, to seduce a queen. Maybe there would even be a princess for himself. Where the wood ran down to the ice, the snow stopped, brushed away by the wind, or melted by the sunlight that got through the fringes of the fir trees during the lengthening days. Shef and Carly walked forward more easily and stood for a few moments looking out at the scene, considering their course. They had made a circle away from the college and the town behind it, and were now on the end of a long point jutting out on the western side of the bay. On the far side of the bay, maybe a quarter-mile off, were the chain of islands that led to Drottningsholm. There was no moon, and the sky was covered by thick cloud driven on by a strong wind from the southwest. But even so they could see the tree-covered island nearest the shore, standing out black against the murk of the sea and sky. Just visible as a black streak was the long line of logs which led from mainland to island. They could not see the guard-posts at either end, but there was no doubt they were there. The question was, could the guards see two men silhouetted against the ice? "The wind has swept the snow off," Shef whispered to Carly. "We won't stand out against the white." "But why isn't the ice white, too?" Carly replied. Both men knelt and looked closely at the ice cover in front of them. It seemed black and forbidding, yet still thick as cathedral walls. There was no give in it, clearly frozen still all the way down to the mud at the bottom. Shef stepped out cautiously, jumped up and down in his leather-soled boots. Both men had tied rawhide round their footwear for better grip and less noise. "It's solid. We can do it. And if the ice is black, better for us." Cautiously both stepped out and began to walk gingerly across the ice to the center of the island before them. Both crouched, as if that would make them harder to see. At each step they planted their feet carefully and delicately, as if the ice might shatter beneath them at a sudden shock. Every now and then one or the other would tense, thinking he felt the first shiver that would mean thin ice. Then they plodded on again. Shef had his spear in one hand, the point carefully beaten and filed out once again to needle sharpness. Carly had taken the wooden sword scabbard from his belt, frightened to trip over it, and now held sword and scabbard together in both hands as if it were a balance pole. As the island drew nearer, both men began to breathe more freely. At the same time, the sense of exposure grew on them. The trees ahead were a dark menace, they themselves out on the flat, without a vestige of cover. Sense told them that the black night and low clouds covered them, that there was no light in the sky to pick them out. Nevertheless, if they could see the island, surely the island could see them. As they came up to the shore, they both accelerated their pace, darted instantly into the shadow of the trees. They sat for a while, hearts thumping, waiting for noise of movement or challenge. Nothing came, only the steady hiss of the wind in the trees. Shef turned to Carly, muttered, "We'll go round the edge of this island, keeping to the ice by the shore. When we see the next bridge ahead of us, we'll decide what to do about it." For some minutes they shuffled warily round the edge of the island. Once they caught a whiff of wood smoke and stood stock still. But the trees remained unbroken, not even a cottager's landing stage jutting out into the water. They shuffled on. The bridge to the next island almost caught them by surprise. They shuffled round a small spit of land and saw it in front of them, not 20 yards off, and plain to see, 2 tall men leaning on their javelins. Could even hear their muttered conversation. Quickly the 2 intruders pulled back into shelter. "What we ought to do," whispered Shef, "is make a detour out to sea, to keep well away from them." "Don't fancy that," muttered Carly. "I want to keep where the ice is thick. If the ice wasn't thick enough, she wouldn't have told us to take it. Women are funny, and she could be wrong. Anyway, she's not out here with 50 feet of cold water under her." Shef reflected for a moment. "Let's try this, then. We'll start from here and go parallel with the bridge, where the water's shallowest and the ice thickest. But we won't walk, we'll crawl. Keep right down, there's not so much for them to see. Anyway, they're watching the path, not the ice." As they set out crawling awkwardly in their heavy clothing, beards skimming the ice, Carly began to wonder. If the ice is so thick, why are these Norwegians only guarding the bridges? Why are they guarded at all? Are these people just stupid? Or does the Queen— His friend was yards in front of him and moving like an angry adder. No time for debate. And the ice seemed thick as ever. Carly crawled quickly behind, trying not to eye the seeming safety of the log bridge 20 yards off. As soon as they reached the second island, both men crawled to the side away from the bridge, slithered round behind another of the many tiny spurs jutting out from the shore, stood up and bolted once more into the cover of the trees, breathing hard. The cold of the ice had bitten through their layers of wool and leather. They put their weapons down carefully, pulled off the sheepskin mittens Bronn had given them, blew on frozen hands. Carefully Shef eased a leather bottle from its belt sling, pulled out its stopper. "Winter ale," he muttered. "The last of it." Each took a long pull. "Tastes like ale," muttered Carly, "but it doesn't feel like it. You can feel your gullet glowing as it goes down, no matter how cold it is. Shame we can't make this stuff where we come from." Shef nodded, thinking again for a moment of water freezing on ale, of steam leaping from a hot blade. No time to pursue that thought. "Drottningholm's the next island," he said. "We know the king isn't there, and that no men are allowed to sleep overnight on it. One more crossing, and we're like two cocks in the hen roost," completed Carly. "At least we can see what the Queen wants from us." "I know what she wants from you," thought Carly, but kept silent. Slowly they worked their way round the shore of the second island. The bridge this time was easy to spot, but well away from the point where they caught their first sight of Drottningholm. They stood in the trees, looking across and calculating the odds. They were on the western point of another small bay, Drottningholm perhaps a furlong off. The eastern point was another furlong away, and the bridge ran from its tip to the further island. "Just as easy to start from here as go over near the bridge," said Shef. "And we won't need to crawl. We're far enough away so no one will see us from the guard post, and we'll be getting further away all the time." "All right," said Carly. "I guess if the ice was going to break, it would have broken by now. We've seen no holes in it. It hasn't creaked or anything." Shef gripped his shoulder, took his spear in both hands, and set out across the flat, black, wind-swept expanse.
"All right, where is he?"
Bronn stood in the doorway of the fetid communal hut, glowering down at the 8 Englishmen facing him. He had been drinking worriedly in a tavern at the port of Kaupang with Gudmund and their crews, when he had been called away by news that the Way Priest's conclave had ended. After a brief interview with Thorvin, he had headed straight for the quarters Shef shared with Carly, now treated as his body servant, found both missing, and headed on to the catapultier's hut. Faced with an angry man nearer 7 feet high than 6, the ex-slaves reverted to servile custom. With imperceptible shuffles, they moved into a tight group with at its front Osmond and Quicka, the burliest and most self-confident of them. Their faces took on a look of stony ignorance.
"Where's who?"
said Osmond, playing for time. Bronn's enormous fists opened and closed.
"Where is your master, Shef?"
"Don't know," said Quicka. "Ain't he in his quarters?" Bronn took a step forward, murder in his eye, paused as he saw Osmond, once captain of the halberdiers, cast a quick glance towards a rack of weapons. He turned, marched out, slamming the door. Outside Hund, Shef's childhood friend, now a faithful priest of Idun, stood patiently in the crusty snow.
"They won't talk to me,"
Bronn snarled.
"You're English. They know you're his friend. See if you can find out what's up."
Hund stepped into the hut. A murmur of voices, all talking English in the thick Norfolk dialect common to them all. Finally Hund appeared, beckoned Bronn once more into the hut. "They say they don't know for sure," he translated. "But putting one thing and another together, they're fairly sure he got a message of some sort. They suspect that he has gone to visit the Queen Ragnhild at Drottningholm. He has taken Carly with him."
Bronn goggled. "Gone to Drottningholm? But no man's allowed on the island overnight, and the bridges are all guarded."
Quicka grinned, his gap teeth showing. "That's all right, Skipper," he said in the Anglo-Norse pidgin of the Wayman army in England.
We're not so dumb. We know that. If he's gone, he'll have slipped across on the ice, see? We went down and had a little look this afternoon. It's still plenty thick enough, no sign of cracking.
Bronn stared at Quicka and the others, horror evident on his face. He tried to speak, failed, tried again.
"Don't you English fools know anything?" he said in a hoarse whisper. "In the fjords this time of year, the ice doesn't crack. It rots from the bottom up, fills with water. Then one morning it isn't there anymore. It doesn't crack. It just sinks."
The wind struck them with redoubled force as soon as Shef and Carly were well out on their last stretch of ice, as if they had come out from under the lee of some unseen headland. With it came a whirl of horizontal driving rain. Shef flinched as the first drop struck his face, expecting stinging hail or ice storm. Then he put his hand up to the drops that trickled down his face and wondered. Rain. So the frost had broken. Would they be able to get back once across? No time to worry about that now. And in the rain they had no need to fear being seen by the bridge guards. "Listen," he said to Carly. "I don't like this rain. The ice may crack. We can both swim. The thing to do, if it cracks under us, is keep your head up. Don't get caught under the ice and not know which way to turn. If we're in a hole in the ice, swim to the edge of it and put your weight on the ice. If it cracks, go forward and try again. When we get to somewhere thick enough to bear us, crawl out and keep crawling. And Carly, tuck your sword in your belt again. You may need 2 hands." As Carly fumbled to obey, moved by some impulse, Shef looked up at the dark shore still 100 yards in front, hefted the Gungnir spear in his hand, trotted 2 paces forward, turned and hurled the spear ahead of him. He saw it streak forward, land, and skid on along the ice, its clatter drowned by the hiss of the rain. As his foot came down, he felt the ice give. Both men stood motionless for a moment, listening for the crack. Nothing. Still ice under their feet. "Maybe it just came loose from the shore," muttered Carly. They stepped on cautiously, planting their feet with utter delicacy. 1 step, 2. Cold bit into Shef's boot as he put it down. Water. A puddle on the ice. Water in the other boot. Suddenly the cold was at his knees, his thighs. He felt his vitals retract convulsively. Shef stared round for the break in the ice, but there was nothing there. His feet were still planted solidly, but the ice was dropping beneath. The black water closed over Shef's head, and he found himself struggling desperately to stay afloat. There were hands round his neck, clutching from behind, hands like Ivar's, as if Ivar were back from the dead. Shef turned furiously inside Carly's panicked clutch till they were face to face, brought his hands up together inside Carly's embrace, joined them and swung down edge first on the bridge of Carly's nose. Reared up out of the water and swung again, felt gristle give beneath the blow. Reared up to swing again, felt the strangling clutch release. "Sorry, all right. I'm all right." Carly let go and began to tread water. Shef realized at once the furious bite of the water. He had swum in cold water often enough, in the fens, for sport or to cross where there was no bridge. This was different. The cold had bitten through every garment he wore, filled them all, was draining the strength from his body with every instant that passed, the cold and the waterlogged wool and leather both combining to drag him down into the mud. And he had lost any sense of direction. Shef thrust his body out of the water as high as he could manage, twisting his one eye round to see if he could see the island or the other shore, or ice still solid to swim towards. Nothing. Nothing. Or there. Was that a deeper black in the night? He caught the shape of Drottningholm against the sky, seized Carly's shoulder, dragged him in the right direction. Both men began to strike out with the strength of panic, first with a clumsy overarm stroke, then, as their sodden clothes pulled them down, with a gasping short-armed breaststroke. Their legs trailed under them. "Kick your boots off," thought Shef. "They always say, kick your boots off. But mine are laced with rawhide, and anyway it's too cold. I have to get out or die." The first touch of mud under his feet made him try to stand immediately, and his head sank instantly beneath the surface. He pulled himself up, flailed again, overarm, till he felt mud beneath his belly. Staggered up, felt his feet slide from under him, seized a tree root on the shore, and dragged himself forward and out. From behind came a gasp, feeble splashing. Shef marked the helpful root, turned, plunged back into the water, seized Carly and dragged him by main force the last few yards to shore. With one hand he grabbed the root again, twined the other in Carly's curly hair, and shot him forward onto the freezing beach. Both men rose gasping and choking to their knees. As they did so, Shef knew for certain that if they did nothing they would die there of cold, in less time than it would take a careless priest to say a mass. The water had burned like fire. Now they were out in the air. The cold was even worse. Already he had little sensation across his body. The feeling of bitter pain was going. He felt a pleasant relaxation pulling him down. "Strip," he snarled to Carly. "Get your clothes off. Wring them out." His own hands fumbled at the toggles of his coat, seemed unable to find them. Carly had somehow got his sword out of his belt and out of his scabbard, was sawing at his own fastenings. He passed it to Shef, who dropped it from numb hands. For moments, a desperate, silent struggle in the dark as they peeled off layer after layer. Naked at last, they were flayed by the wind, doubled over. But the rain flurry had gone. The harsh wind dried them in seconds. Shef groped for his tunic, wrung it out, doubled it, and wrung it out again, driving out the half-frozen salt slush. As he struggled into it again, for an instant he felt an illusion of comparative warmth. Pure illusion. They would still die here on the shore before daybreak, but at least a moment to think. As Shef groped for his breeches, he saw movement in the trees. Not men. Too low down for the Queen's guards. Wolf shapes, creeping closer, belly down, lips already drawn back over snarling teeth. But not wolves. The Queen's wolfhounds, bought at fabulous prices from the market in Dublin, and turned loose each night for her safety. Only the water's edge saved the two men in their first rush, for the men backed into it by some primeval instinct, and the dogs could not come at them from all sides. As the big leader ran silently in, Carly, sword snatched up, swung a violent blow at its head. The edge turned as it connected, still gripped in inexpert hands, and the dog seized Carly's wrist in its jaws. It had seized a fighter of instant reflex, poor swordsman though he was. In a moment Carly had thrust his left thumb deep into its eye, shaken it off, mad with pain, and thrust the sword into Shef's hands, snarling incoherently. Shef met his first attacker with a barefooted kick in the throat. As it came back for a leap at his groin, he snatched the sword, dropped the point, and spitted its heart as it sprang. The pain-crazed leader had seized another dog in its jaws, and the two were rolling over and over in a snarling tangle. Patting round them, a fourth animal, the size of a calf, gathered itself and made a leap for Carly's throat. He met it as he would a rough-and-tumble fighter in the brawls of the Ditmarsh, dropping his head instantly to butt it in the teeth, hooking with both hands at its body, trying to break ribs, rupture liver. The dog fell back off balance, caught itself, and poised for a second spring. As it did so, Shef leaned across and swept off one foreleg at the knee joint, flashed the point in the muzzle of the dog that was threatening him, cut forehand at the dogfight still going on a yard away, and instantly backhand at the last dog springing forward. Don't go for the kill, he thought. Take the easy maim instead. Dogs are safer than men, for you only have their jaws to worry about. One wolfhound was down dead, another hobbling off on 3 legs. The half-blind leader, further disabled by a slash on the side, had had its throat torn out by the dog it had attacked. That animal was backing off, disconcerted, a low rumble in its throat as warning, but not ready to continue the fight. Only one hound still faced them, teeth showing, lunging a few inches forward and then backing off again, as it eyed the menace of the sword point. Carly, bleeding now from both head and wrist, scrabbled in the water for a rock, dragged one out and hurled it furiously at 3 feet range. Struck on the shoulder, the dog whuffed indignantly, turned and streaked into the shadows. The 2 half-naked men staggered again towards their clothes, groped in the freezing pile of wool and leather, struggled again to wring them out and get them on. As the adrenaline of the fight faded, Shef realized that he had no movement left in his fingers at all. He could use them as hooks, but tying a lace or fastening a belt was beyond him. Slowly he wrapped his fingers round the sword hilt again, knelt by the body of the dog he had spitted, drove the point deep into its belly, and sawed feebly downwards. A rank smell of punctured gut and coils of pale intestine pushing their way out. Shef dropped the sword, pushed his frozen hands into the body cavity, and groped for the creature's heart. A dog's body temperature is higher than a human's. The still hot blood poured over Shef's fingers like liquid fire, seemed to run up his body. He thrust his arms deeper into the body cavity, up to the elbows, wishing he could crawl entirely inside. Carly, seeing what he had done and why, hobbled painfully over and fumblingly followed his example. As sensation came back, Shef withdrew, pulled on his wet but no longer dripping breeches, fastened the belt, clambered into his water-sodden leather coat. His woolen hat was somewhere in the waters of the fjord, the sheepskin mittens lost in the darkness. Against his warmed hands, his feet felt like blocks of ice. Slice open another dog? Short of absolute necessity, he could not make himself do it. Clumsily, he tipped water from his boots, thrust his feet inside, feeling as if the toes might break off at any moment. He made no effort to refasten the cut thongs on boots or coat. "What do we do now?" asked Carly. He passed Shef the sword, holding on to the wooden scabbard as a makeshift club. "We came to see the Queen," said Shef. Carly opened his mouth to reply, then closed it. The woman had trapped them, that was obvious. Unless maybe it was her husband all along. He had known deceits like that before. But the Queen's Hall and its outbuildings were the only shelter on this island. If they did not have shelter and fire, they would be dead before dawn. Carly plodded after Shef through the fir thickets, hoping to stumble on a path. He had hoped for a princess. He would settle now for a friendly drab, any draggle-tail housemaid with a fire and a blanket in a corner. In the endmost room of the Queen's Hall at Drottning's two women sat facing each other from either side of a glowing fire. Each sat straight-backed in a hard wooden chair. Each glittered with ornaments. Each had the air of a woman rarely refused, and never safely. Other than that, they were dissimilar. They had hated each other from the moment of first meeting. Queen Asa, widow and murderess of King Guthroth, mother of King Halfdan, had centered all her hopes on her boy. But as soon as he grew beyond infancy, he had feared and distrusted her. Had she not killed his father? In youth he had pursued women as had his father, and in contempt of his mother. In manhood he had turned Viking and spent every summer on campaign, every winter planning the next or consolidating the last. Disappointment had withered Asa, turned her brown, shriveled, and cruel. Queen Ragnhild, wife of King Halfdan, had no liking for her mother-in-law, or the son whose bed she occasionally shared. Often she wondered whom she would have chosen for herself if her father had been spared to arrange marriage for her. Sometimes she wondered if even Haki the one-armed berserk might not have made a better match, mountain troll though he was. As she came to her full strength and influence, she consoled herself when necessary with one or other of the stalwarts of her guard. Her husband insisted that no man might stay overnight on her island, for the sake of his own good name and the legitimacy of their one child. But much could be done in the daytime. Ragnhild was like Asa in only one further respect. She too centered her life on her only son, the boy Harald. If Ragnhild had allowed it, the boy's grandmother might have turned a fraction of her disappointed love, from son to grandson. It was one theme where their interests ran together. "Midnight already," said Ragnhild in the warm silence. "He will not come. Maybe he never bothered to try. Men do not turn their back on invitations from me. I felt his mind as he stood on the dock. He could no more refuse me than my hounds a bitch in heat. You describe yourself well, but you could have done as much without the play-acting. Bitch that you are, you could have sent your hound Stein to cut him down. His friends of the way would have protected him. That would have drawn in Olaf. Olaf!" The old queen spat out the word. She owed her life to her stepson's forbearance and the life of her child. She hated him the more, and the more still, because her child did not feel as she did, consistently respected and deferred to his elder half-brother, for all Olaf's name for bad luck and Halfdan's history of conquest. And your son, my husband, would have supported his brother, added Ragnhild, twisting the knife she knew was there. It was better done as I did it. His body will be found in a week's time, when it swells, and men will say what fools the Enskyr are, to walk out on rotten ice. You could have left him, suggested Asa, determined to give her daughter-in-law nothing. He was no risk. A one-eyed stripling from a country far away, from the slave lands. Who would think such a man a risk to a true king like Halfdan? Or even to your puny Harald? You would do better to fear that half-troll Viga Braun. It is not size that makes the king, said Ragnhild, or the man. You would know, hissed Asa. Ragnhild smiled contemptuously. The one eye had luck, she said. That was what made him dangerous. But luck lasts only till it meets a stronger luck. The luck that is in my blood, the luck of the Hartings. It is we who will make the one king in the north. The door behind them creaked open, letting in a blast of freezing air. Both women sprang to their feet, Ragnhild seizing the iron stake she used to summon her thralls. Through the door stumbled two men, one tall, one short. The short one pushed the door closed, dropped its latch, this time pushed home the peg that prevented it being opened from the other side. Shef pulled himself straight, walked wearily across the room, sword still in hand, forced himself not to drop groveling in front of the blessed glowing embers. His features were barely recognizable, caked with mud and the filth of shore and forest. Blood and slime covered his hands and matted the hair on his forearms. Where his skin showed, it was blue with cold, a touch of deadly white on his nose and forehead. "You sent me a message, lady," he said. "You warned me of the bridge guards, but you lied about the ice. I met your dogs, too, here and there on the shore. Look, this is their heart's blood." Ragnhild raised the iron spike she had snatched up, beat with it on an iron triangle hanging above the fire. As Shef moved forward, sword raised, she stood motionless. The slave girls had been asleep, though not yet dismissed, on pallets out of sight. 4 of them tumbled through the door that led to the main hall and the other apartments, rubbing their eyes and pulling dresses straight. It was not wise at any time of night to be slow in answering the summons of either queen. As Asa often said, she would be entering her grave mound soon now, and she still had not chosen who should keep her company in death. The women, young or middle-aged, but all with weary, careworn faces, lined up hastily, daring only to cast side glances at the 2 strange men. Men, or Marbendils from the deep? Queen Ragnhild might press even a Marbendil into her service. "Hot stones into the steam room," snapped Ragnhild. "More fuel for this fire. Heat water in basins and bring towels. Bring 2 blankets. No, 1 blanket for that one, and my fine robe of ermine for the English king. And girls." The women halted in their first obedient scurry. "If I hear that anyone hears of this, I will not ask which one of you told them. There is always a Swedish ship in port, and space on the temple trees at Uppsala." The women ran out. Ragnhild looked from her full height down at Shef, still standing irresolute in front of her, and then across at Asa. "There is no arguing with the stronger luck," she said. "Best to join with it." Chapter 13. Shef sat on a broad wooden bench which almost filled the tiny dark room, lit only by a single wick burning in a dish of whale oil. Beneath it, a covered trough of hot stones radiated heat, scorching heat that shriveled the mouth lining and stung the nose with the stink of pine resin from the wooden walls. He luxuriated in it, feeling the deep chill thaw from his bones, feeling also the need for instant decisions recede. He was in others' hands now. Even Carly was no longer his responsibility. He did not know where they had taken him. At the Queen's instructions, the slave women had pulled him away, taken off his filthy, clammy clothes. One of them had rubbed his face furiously with handfuls of snow taken from the fast-shrinking drifts outside, to prevent the frostbite that had already attacked it. Others had poured warm water over him, rubbed him with lye, scrubbed off the dirt and blood and animal fat from his hands. Dimly he had realized that they had also taken his sword, that something or other of the same kind was happening to Carly. but the sudden entry into warmth had half stupefied him. Then they had led him into the steam room and left him. For a while he sat, not even sweating in the fierce heat, just letting the warmth soak through to his half-frozen marrow. Then, as weariness came over him, he lay back, propping his head against a wooden billet, and fell into a light, uneasy sleep. Somewhere in the dark above him his fate was being discussed. He heard the now familiar rumble of mighty voices. One spoke for him, he realized, one against. "He should have died on the ice," said the hostile voice. Cold, authoritative, unused to contradiction. The voice not only of the Father, but the ruler of gods and men. "No one should blame a man for saving himself," argued the second voice. Shef knew he had heard it many times, recognized it as the voice of his patron, perhaps his father, Rig the Cunning. "He threw away the spear with my own runes on it. He denied me sacrifice. He does not follow the hero's road." "The less reason, then, for taking him to you. He would not find a place in Valhalla, would not be an obedient recruit for your Einherjar." The first voice seemed to hesitate. "And yet, there is a cunning there. Too few of my champions have that. Maybe it is a quality I will need on the day of Ragnarok." "You do not need it yet. Leave him where he is. Let us see where his luck takes him. He may do you service in his own fashion." The second voice was lying, Shef knew. He could tell it by the sweet reason that dripped from its tongue. It was buying him time. "Luck," said the first voice, suddenly amused. "Let us see that, then. If he has a luck, it will be his own, for mine he has thrown away. And he will need powerful luck to survive the dangers of Drottningsholm. We will watch." The two voices drifted away in a rumble of agreement. Shef came to himself with a start. How long had he slept? Not long, he thought. It was too hot for anyone to lie comfortably. He was sweating now, and the bench under him was damp. Time to get up and look about him. He remembered the lines of poetry he had heard from Thorvin. "Not evident to any, where unfriends sit in every hall." As he rose to his feet, the door of the tiny room creaked open. There was a fire lit in the room outside, and from the glow behind her, he realized that the figure standing in the doorway was the Queen Ragnhild. He could not see what she was wearing. As she came forward, closing the door, she pressed close to him. "You have shed your jewelry, Queen," he said, with a roughness in his throat. He could feel himself stirring at the woman smell that came from her, stronger even than the pines. "No one can wear gold in the room of hot stones," she replied. "It would burn. So I have shed my rings and armlets. See, even my brooch has gone." She caught his hands, held them to her gown, ran them down its lapels. The gown fell open. Shef's hands cupped the heavy swell of her breasts, realized she wore nothing but the one open garment. His arms went round her, his hands stroked down the long muscular slope of her back, gripped her buttocks fiercely. She pressed forward, thrusting her pelvis into him, pushing him back. The bench caught him behind the knees, and he sat back with a thud. As the sweat poured suddenly from his body, the Queen straddled over him, thrust herself down on his rigid erection. For the first time since he had entered Godive 2 years before in the Suffolk wood, Shef felt the inner warmth of a woman's body. It was as if a spell had been released. Half amazed at his own ability, he tore the gown aside, seized the Queen by her hips, began to thrust upwards violently, still sitting. Ragnhild laughed, steadying herself on his shoulders. "I have never known a man so active in this room," she said. "Usually the heat makes them as slow as a gelded steer. I see that this time I shall not need the birch twigs." Unknown time later, Shef walked to the outer door of the hall, opened it, peeped cautiously out. In front of him, to the east, he could see a thin line of light over the Eastfold hills far on the other side of the fjord. Ragnhild looked over his shoulder. "Dawn," she said. "Sunstein and the guards will be here. You will have to hide away." Shef pushed the door open, let the air in on his naked body. In the last few hours he had been first frozen, then all but roasted. Now the air felt only pleasantly cool and fresh. He took deep breaths of the clear air, thought he could scent in it the green smell of grass thrusting up through the vanishing snow. Spring came late to Norway, but then plants and animals and people all made up for lost time. He felt more alive and alert than he had since his boyhood. The danger threatened in his dream was forgotten. He turned, seized Ragnhild once again, began to push her to the floor. She resisted, laughing. "The men will be here. You are very vigorous. Have you never had your fill before? Well, I promise you, you will have it again tonight. But now we must hide you away. The girls will not talk, and the men will not look. They know better. But we must not give Halvdan any excuse for trouble later." She pulled Shef, still naked, away from the door. Carly wondered where they had hidden his friend. He supposed he now had to call him his master. He himself was lying on a straw mattress in a garret reached by a ladder through the slave women's quarters. A small unshuttered window gave light, but he had been warned not to look out. His gashed wrist and head had been bandaged, and he was wrapped in a warm blanket. The ladder creaked, and he reached for the sword which he had picked up when they separated him from Shef. But it was only two of the slave women coming up together. He did not know their names. Plain, brown-haired women, one his own age, one 10 years older, with a deep-lined face. They carried his clothes, washed clean and dried by a fire, a loaf of hard bread, a crock of ale, and another of curds. Carly sat up, grinned, reached appreciatively for the ale. "I would stand up and thank you properly, ladies," he said, "but all I have on is this blanket, and what I have behind it might shock you." The young one smiled faintly, the older one shook her head. "There is not much that shocks those who live on this island," she said. "How is that?" "We have other things to worry about. The queens play their games with men and the king and the boy Harald. In the end, one of them will lose and pay the forfeit, and be carried to the grave mound. Queen Asa has already started to put aside the things that will go in it with her, the sledge and the cart and the jewels and the fine clothes. But neither she nor Ragnhild will go alone when they go. They will take attendants, maybe one, maybe two. I am the least valuable of those here. Maybe Asa will take me, or Ragnhild send me. Edith here is the youngest. Maybe Ragnhild will be jealous and send her." "Edith," said Carly. "That is no Norse name." "I am English," said the younger girl. "Martha here is a Frisian. They took her from the island in a mist. I was caught by the slavers and sold in the market at Hedeby." Carly stared at them. Up till then, all three had spoken in Norse. The women quite fluently, Carly still uncertain. Now he changed his speech to the Ditmarsh language, related to Frisian and English, which he knew Shef could easily understand. "Did you know that my friend and I are not Norsemen either? He is a king in England, but they say he was once a thrall, like you, and they tried to sell him in Hedeby only weeks ago. Tried. He knocked the man who said he was his master down, and threatened to sell him instead. A good joke, and not a bad punch. But listen, I know my friend, and I know he has no love for slavers. When we get back to our friends, shall I ask him to buy you from the queens here? He would do it if he knew you were English, Edith, and he would take Martha, too." "You aren't going to get back to your friends," said Martha flatly. "We hear a lot. Queen Ragnhild fears your friend. She thinks he may take the place she means for her son. She meant to kill you both last night. Now she means to drain your friend's manhood, get a child from him in case his blood is the one destined for rule. Once she has that child in her belly, your friend will find the henbane in his porridge. And you, too." Carly looked uncertainly at the loaf he had been gnawing. "No," the woman went on. "You are safe yet, as safe as we are, till she has got what she wants. And how long will that take?" Martha laughed for the first time, a short and mirthless bark. "Putting a child in a woman's belly? You are a man, you should know. As long as it takes to walk a mile? Less with most of you." "More with me," muttered Carly. His hand had strayed automatically and unresisted to Edith's knee. Valgrim the Wise looked carefully at the dripping spear, its steel head already showing rust. He spelled out the runes on its iron shaft. "Where did you find this?" he asked. "On the shore of Drottningsholm," said Stein, the guardsman. "When we went back to the island this morning as usual, I sent men to round up the dogs, as we always do. They couldn't find them, and the Queen Ragnhild told me she had been disturbed by their howling, and sent her maids out to bring them in. When I asked more, she flew into a rage and told me to get out before she had my ears cut off. I guessed something was wrong, and sent out a guard boat to row along the shore. Now the ice has gone. They found this. Floating? No, the head's too heavy. They said it was close to the shore in about 3 feet of water. The head was lodged on the bottom, but the shaft was still bobbing about. What do you think it means?" "They could have drowned on the rotten ice," suggested Stein. "It all went quite suddenly early last night, when the rain came on." "But you don't think so?" "It's the dogs," said Stein. "There's something fishy there, and Ragnhild is hiding something. Maybe a man. Probably a man." Both heads turned to the third man in the room, the remote, unbending figure of King Olaf. "This seems to affect the good name of your family," said Valgrim, a trifle uncertainly. The king smiled. "What you are thinking is that it is also a good test of luck. If King Shef was on the rotten ice last night and survived, that was one test passed. If he got past the wolfhounds, that was another. You want me to set him a third?" "Third time pays for all," said Stein. "I agree. A third test it is, and then no more, from me or from you. Agreed?" Valgrim nodded reluctantly, eyes full of calculation. "Then I will send word to my brother that there is reason to think things amiss on Drottningsholm. I have never done that before, and he knows I would not do it lightly. So he will believe me and give permission for a thorough search of the island and every building in it, from end to end. You must think how you would make it, Stein. And if intruders are found there hiding, then they must go to the king's justice. It will be heavy when he thinks the good name of his son Harl is concerned. Till then, Stein, you had better double the guards on the bridges, both from Drottningsholm to the second island, and from that to the third and to the mainland. A bold man could swim between the islands too, so have your guard boats out between them. I need not tell you to make sure there is no boat a man could steal. If this is to be a test, it is in your hands to make sure it is a strict one. Do not come to me afterwards and say, 'This was no fair test. Any man might have escaped.' You must make sure that the only escape is by Volund's path, through the air. Then, if King Shef escapes, we will know that Volund he is, in whatever shape." Stein and Valgrim nodded again. "And no word to his friends," added Valgrim. Out of the window of the high room where they sat, he could see Thorvin walking across the college precinct, Bronn at his side. Both men looked deeply anxious. "No word to his friends," Olaf agreed. "I will play fair on this one, Valgrim. See you do too. Otherwise it is no test of king's luck." As he turned and went out, Valgrim and Stein looked at each other. "He said make it a strict test," said Stein. "I could make it a little stricter than he plans." "Do that," said Valgrim, looking again at the Gungnir runes on the spear he still held. "No strictness is too harsh for the man who pretends to come from Allfather. And if his luck does prove stronger?" Valgrim hefted the spear, shook it like a man about to strike. "I think it has left him already. I hated him for aping my master Odin. I hate him more now he has thrown away my master's token." From the shadows of the great hall, Carly watched his friend and master musingly. All the signs, he thought. I should have realized earlier. Almost from the moment of their first meeting, certainly from the first time they had talked together, Carly had unconsciously assumed that Shef was the elder of the two, the wiser, the more widely traveled, the more weapon-skilled. It had given Carly no sense of inferiority. His own animal spirits were too strong for that, and he remained unshakably confident in his own ability to knock any man down with his fists, and bed, if not any woman, at least any woman reasonably good-humored. He did not feel inferior to Shef, but he had assumed that Shef knew as much as he did. A mistake. He should have realized that where women were concerned, this tall warrior with the scars and the mighty friends was no more than a boy. He was behaving like a boy now, a boy who has met his first woman. What he had been doing with Queen Ragnhild all day, Carly did not know. But now night had fallen and the guards had been withdrawn. He still could not take eye or hand off her. As he spooned the strong salt stew into his mouth, his left hand lay on the queen's bare arm, lightly stroking it. Every time she spoke, he leaned close to her mouth, laughed, took every chance to touch her again. Carly had heard stories of witches who sucked away a man's manhood. In his experience, there was no need of witchcraft. Sexual skill, consciously exercised, worked on any man. The first time, anyway. Once you realized there were more fish in the sea than ever came out of it, you might be protected. But Shef did not know that yet, and there was no way of telling him. When Carly had approached him after being freed from the garret, Shef had been pleased to see him, but vague, reluctant to talk or plan or even think about what had happened. He was slit-struck. It was up to him, then. Carly had no doubt that for all the warmth and the food and the careful attention, he and Shef were in greater danger than they had been on the ice. What Edith and Martha and their two friends had told him had chilled him deeply. Shef was against slavery because he had been threatened with being a slave. Carly was against it because he had no experience of it. In the uncivilized and poverty-stricken Ditmarsh, there was neither room nor work for slaves. They might sell shipwrecked strangers to other strangers, but they kept no thralls themselves. The constant fear under which a thrall like Edith or Martha lived was a new thought to him. And fear made people good listeners. Their lives depended on knowing what might happen and taking the few pitiful precautions open to them. So Martha not only bore with the contempt and bullying she received from the Norwegian female housekeeper, who came in with the guards each morning and left with them each night. She encouraged it, making mistakes to provoke a beating and a flood of words. What the massive Vigdis had said after Martha dropped the pan was that a time was coming for idle sluts. Aye, and maybe not them alone. Why else the doubled guards? And don't think to swim off like the spineless eel your father. The men have brought up boats to the channel between each island. When the king comes, we'll see who's useful enough to let live and who is fit only for the Howe bridle. Vigdis obviously did not know what the guards were for, and thought it was some royal intrigue. Maybe King Halvdan tired of his mother waiting to die, or of his wife and her independence. But the slave women knew better. The dogs, they said. Men coming round to look in their pens, ask where the others were, why they had not all come home, why they could not be heard baying if they were still loose somewhere on the island. We cleared up the bodies before first light, Edith had said, and the rain washed away the blood. But in the soft ground it would not take a tracker to see that people had been doing something. A night or two's grace, thought Carly, still watching Ragnhild and Shef, the sour Queen Asa, sitting glaring at both across the table. I know. The slave women know. Shef will not listen. And Vigdis has not told the queens. Well, one thing is for sure. They will not notice if I am not there. Quietly he went through the door to the little cramped room where the slave attendants waited. "Have you thought what to do?" whispered Edith. Carly squeezed her hip. "I am a Ditmarsher," he said. "I know something about water. I need to build a—" He hesitated for the right word. "A boat?" "There are no boats on the island. No planks, no tools. It would take weeks to fell trees. And anyway, they would hear you." "I don't mean a boat like that," said Carly. "I mean—" He turned to the Frisian woman Martha. "We call it a punt." "For the duck hunters," said Martha, nodding. "But what do you need to make that?" Hours later, Carly bent sweating over the contraption he had put together on the island's seaward shore, furthest removed from the guard posts. Its flat bottom was simply a door. There had only been one whose absence would not be immediately noticed the next day, the one that led to the slave women's stinking latrine. Probably neither the guards nor the queens knew such a place existed, let alone whether it had a door or not. Carly had lifted it bodily off its hinges and carried it out. He could have stood on that alone and poled himself along if he had been able to keep to shallow water. But he knew he would have to do better than that, make a seaward circle before he ran into the shore. He needed a place to stand if he was not to be tipped off by every wave, and something like a bow to cut the water, done with no tools and no noise. Slowly and clumsily he had cut away one edge of the door with his sword, sharp but not serrated. Iron skewers from the kitchen had nailed down billets of firewood toward the stern, hammered in with a flat stone muffled by layers of cloth. On top of that he had fixed a flat wooden tray with 4 nails worked loose with his fingers, and pulled stealthily out of the ornate wooden planking at the rear of the hall. Finally, growing impatient and trusting to luck that the damage would not be seen next morning, he had pulled away one strake of planking low down to the ground, snapped it over his knee. He was trying now to drive 3 more nails through the planking into the cutaway edge of the door to make a bluff, square bow. Once it was done, he would have a makeshift imitation of the craft the Ditmarsh fowlers steered through their everlasting bogs. He would neither row nor pole it, but scull it over the stern with a single oar, snapped planking again, wedged into a split fir branch. It would do if the water stayed calm. If no one picked him out from a guard boat close in or one of the King's giant coastal patrol warships further out. If he met no creature of the deep. At the last thought, Carley's hair bristled. Deep within himself, he knew he was afraid. Not of water, not of men. He and the English catapult men had idled away too many hours telling each other monster stories, and passing on those they had heard from the Vikings. In his own land, Carley feared the fen-thyrses. The English feared boggarts, hags, and groundles. The Vikings told stories of all of them, and stranger creatures still, scoffins and nixes and marvendils and scary trolls. Who knew what might not be met out at sea in the dark? All it would take would be a gray-haired hand reaching up and seizing an ankle as he sculled 6 inches above the water. Then the things would feast at the sea bottom. Carley shook himself, drove home the last nail with a flat stone, straightened up. The voice in his ear murmured, "Going fishing?" Frightened already, Carley leapt straight over his punt, turned in the air, came down braced for flight, gaping to see what threat had crept up on him. Almost he relaxed when he saw the amused, contemptuous face of Stain, the guard captain, standing there fully armed but thumbs still hooked in his belt. "Surprised to see me?" suggested Stain. "Thought I wouldn't be back till morning? Well, I thought a little extra care wouldn't hurt. After all, if men aren't allowed on Drottningholm after dark, nor are you, eh? Now tell me, Shortlegs, where's your taller friend? Stallioning away up at the hall? He'll lose more than an eye when we hand him over to King Halvdan. Do you want to go along with him?" The sword Shef had retempered for Carley still lay on the ground where he had been using it. Carley lunged forward, seized its hilt, straightened up. The shock had worn off. No hag from the deep, just a man. On his own, seemingly, with helmet and mail, but no shield. Stain dropped a hand to his own sword hilt, drew, and stepped round the boat. Carley was no dwarf, but Stain out-topped him by head and shoulders, outweighed him by 50 pounds. How fast was he? Plenty of farmers' sons in Viking armies, Shef had said. Carley cocked his elbow and threw his weight into a forehand slash, not at the head, too easy to duck, but at the point where neck met shoulder, as Shef had taught him. Stan saw the beginnings of the movement, knew before the sword was drawn back where the blow was aimed, where it would fall. He had time to tap his foot once more before his riposte. In one movement he turned his own sword in his hand, drove the base of his blade in a short cord to intersect the longer arc of Carley's blow. The blade clanged once. Carley's shot into the air, knocked from his grasp. A twist of the wrist, Stain's point rested in the hollow of Carley's throat. Not one of the farmer's sons, then, Carley thought sickly. Stain's face creased with disgust. He dropped the point to the ground. "It's not the skin that makes the bear," he remarked, "nor the sword the warrior. All right, you little freckle-faced bastard, talk or I'll cut you up for bait." He bent forward, thrusting his chin out and up. Carley's feet shuffled from the fencing position he had taken to the one that came naturally to him. He shrugged a left hand feint out of habit and swung instantly with the right hook to the side of the jaw. This time, Stain's decades-drilled reflexes failed him completely. The blow caught him standing flat and still. As he straightened his sword for the killing counterstroke, Another blow snapped his head back, and a third from 6 inches range crashed into his temple. As he slumped forward, Carly sidestepped and swung a hand-edged chop at the back of his neck. Illegal in the Ditmarsh ring, but not against husbands or rivals met at night. The veteran sprawled his 6'4" full length at Carly's feet. Out of the shadows came Martha, the middle-aged slave woman. Terror stood in her eyes as she saw the lying man. "I came to see if you were gone. That is Stain, the captain. It is the first time he has ever come spying at night. They must know you are here. Is he dead?" Carly shook his head. "Help me to tie him before he comes round." "Tie him? Are you mad? We cannot guard him forever or keep him silent." "Well, what are we going to do with him?" "Cut his throat, of course. Do it now, quickly. Put his body on your boat and roll it off in the water. It will be days before he is found." Carly retrieved his sword, stared at the unconscious man. "But I've never killed anyone. He's done me no harm." Martha's face set. She stepped forward, bent over the man, now starting to push himself up from the ground. She snatched the short knife from the sheath he carried on his belt, felt its edge for a moment, hurled the helmet aside, and pulled his head back by the hair. Reached forward and round, drove the point in deep under the left ear, dragged it round in a deep, slicing semicircle. Blood spouted from the severed arteries. Stan cried out, his voice coming as an expiring whistle from the great hole in his windpipe. Martha released his head, let the body fall forward, wiped the knife automatically on her filthy apron. "You men," she said, "it's just like killing a pig. Only pigs don't steal other pigs from their homes, don't bury them alive. He done you no harm. How much have he and his like done me and my kind? Don't just stand there, man. Be off with you, and take this carcass with you. If you are not back within 2 days, we'll all go to join him, wherever he's gone." She turned and fled into the darkness once more. Carly, his throat dry, queasily began to drag his clumsy craft into the shallow water, and then to load the dead weight on it. Chapter 14. An hour later, Carly tucked his single oar cautiously between his thighs, straightened up on his precariously rocking craft, and stretched his overworked shoulder muscles. As soon as he started, he had realized how different the sea was, even the sea of a landlocked fjord, from the shallow, muddy waterways of the marsh. The gentlest of waves made the door pitch and toss. To keep his balance at all, he had to straddle as near as he could to the center, which meant that his sculling platform was behind him, not where he needed it. By trial and error, he had found a way to stand, 1 foot far forward, one braced against the edge of the wooden tray. Fortunately, he had made the oar long enough to reach the water even so. There were 2 ways for a Ditmarsh fowler to scull, an easy way and a hard way. The balance problem ruled out the easy way, standing upright on one leg with the oar in the crook of the other knee, swinging it with both hands. He had had to switch immediately to the hard way, or under one arm, other arm swinging the oar up and down, left to right, in a continuous figure of 8. Carly had unusual balance, unusual strength in the arms and shoulders for a man of his weight. He could manage, only just and only slowly. Still no one had picked him out. At the beginning he had poled his way out into water deeper than the length of his oar, then with relief pushed the dead body off the front edge and felt his wooden plank rise. The male took the body down. It would rise again soon, but by then Shef would be rescued or Carly gone to join Stain in the next world. Then he had sculled away from the island in a straight line towards the black shape of the Eastfold Hills across the fjord. 500 weary strokes, fighting to keep his balance all the way. Then he had turned, looked cautiously behind him to Drottningsholm and the islands. He could make them out, but with no detail. He did not think that in the clouded, moonless night anyone from the guard posts could see a crouching man on an invisible raft against the Black Sea. He had turned and started to make his way towards Kaupang Harbor to the north. Wind and tide were behind him. He kept changing arms as the weariness grew. It was discouraging to be able to see nothing, no lights, no sign of progress. He could have been on a shoreless sea, paddling from nowhere to nowhere. As long as there was nothing out here with him. Over the hiss of the wind and the surge of the sea, Carly realized he could pick out something else. A steady creaking, something rhythmic, something chopping the water. He looked behind him, full instantly of terror at some strange water hag swimming behind him for its prey. Worse than that. Against the black sea and the sky, Carly made out a shape, a fierce head lifted high, like a monster questing for swimmers. The dragon prow of one of King Halfdan's giant warships, outrowing his endless summer blockade. Carly could see the white splash of the oar thresh, hear the rhythmic creak of the rowlocks, the grunting of the rowers as they put their weight on the oars. They were rowing very slowly, not going anywhere special, conserving their strength. Lookouts stood at prow and stern, alert for skippers trying to evade King Halfdan's taxes, for pirates sneaking by to raid Eastfold or Westfold. Carly lay down immediately on the plank, careless of the water soaking him. He dropped his face, pulled his hands back into their sleeves, trapped the oar beneath his body. On a dark night, he knew from much avoidance of husbands and fathers, nothing showed up more than white skin. He tried to look like a piece of floating wreckage, skin crawling as he imagined the bowmen taking aim. The oars thundered in his ear, the door pitched and heaved as the bow wave of the great warship went by. No challenge, no shot. As the stern tail crawled past the corner of his eye, he heard the lookout call something, an indistinct reply. Still no challenge. Nothing to do with him. Carefully and shakily he climbed back onto his feet, retrieved the oar, began to scull slowly after the warship's receding stern. As he began to count off his strokes once more, he felt the door begin to rise again beneath his feet. Another bow wave? No, something greater, something closer. The whole clumsy contraption tipping over almost onto its side. Carly dropped onto his knees, clutched the edge. As he did so, heard a great snort in the water not 6 feet away. A fin his own size cruised gently past, standing straight up, almost at right angles to the water. Beneath it, a huge body rolled, black and gleaming. Ahead of him, the fin turned, cruised back to intercept. A head came out of the water, broad enough to engulf the door in one snap. Carly caught the flash of brilliant white barring beneath the black upper body, saw an intelligent eye observing him. The killer whale, a bull orca out foraging for seals ahead of the rest of its school, considered tipping the man-thing off its flow and snapping it to pieces in the water, but decided against. Men-things were hardly fair prey, a gentle, irresistible voice told it. There was no excitement in chasing them. Sometimes porpoises followed their ships, and porpoises were a good catch. Not tonight. It ceased to follow the warship, ignored the thing on the floe, swam inexorably off to find its companions. Carly straightened again, realized the warmth inside his breeches was his own piss. Shakily he took up the scull, began to count off his strokes. This country was not safe. Both the men and the animals were just too big. In their hut, the English catapulteers were preparing their breakfast and at the same time checking their weapons. Light was just showing in the sky, but ex-slaves rose early out of habit. Besides, in spite of the pendants they all wore, in spite of being at the heart of their adopted religion, they felt uneasy, isolated, unsafe. Their leader had vanished. No one knew where. They were surrounded by men of alien speech and unpredictable temper. In their hearts they knew that most of the Norsemen they met thought all foreigners were just slave material waiting to be seized. They had come to Kaupang as men of a conquering army. Slowly their status seemed to be slipping away. If they were disarmed, they would be back to tilling fields and herding goats, working under the lash once more. Without saying it, every one of them had determined that that was not to happen. If need be, they would have to break out. But how? In the Army of the Way in England there had been 3 main divisions: crossbowmen, halberdiers, catapulteers. No one had made any effort to train them as swordsmen, though each carried a broad, single-edged sax knife in his belt, as useful for firewood as for enemies. But Udd had made sure that each man there, whatever his original trade, carried and knew how to use one of the latest model crossbows, no longer wound by belt pulleys, the spring steel bow cocked instead by a long, pronged lever. It fitted under the bowstring and latched onto inset bolts. With a single heaving effort, the bow was cocked as the pull was exerted against a foot stirrup on the front of the bow's wooden frame. Osmond and 3 of the others, also carried their unwieldy halberds, the combination axe and spear that Shef had invented for himself to make up for his lack of weight and training. But the group's main weapon stood outside the hut, the mule, the stone-hurling catapult they had unshipped from the Norfolk and loaded into bronze walrus. The Thorpe priests had been busy ever since they arrived observing it, watching them shoot it, getting them to build further models of the two other styles of catapult they knew, the twisted rope dart shooter and the simpler stone-lobbing pull-thrower that the Way had already deployed on 3 battlefields. It was said that King Halfdan had ordered experiments on fitting mules to bow and stern platforms on his coastal patrol craft, large enough to take them if maybe too weak in the keel to stand the repeated shock of recoil. But till then the mule outside was the only one in the north. There was one further innovation that no one as yet had tried. Udd's invention of case-hardened steel as yet seemed all but useless. The material, once hardened, was too hard to work with any tools they had. Udd had suggested hardened crossbow bolts, but as the others pointed out, the ones they had would go through any known armor anyway, so why bother? In the end, Udd had made one thin round plate of the new steel 2 feet in diameter, and pegged it onto a standard round shield of lindenwood. Few warriors, if any, carried iron shields. The weight was so great that the shield could not be wielded for more than a few moments. Soft lindenwood was used instead, to catch and trap the enemy's point or edge, usually with an iron boss as handguard. The plate Udd had made was so thin that if it had been normal iron it would have added no protection. But the case-hardened steel would turn any ordinary sword, spear, or arrow, and weighed no more than a second layer of wood. Udd and the others had not yet worked out what the utility of the new shield was. None at all to men who fought as they did. It was a case where a new technique had not yet found a use. At first, in the early morning hubbub, no one heard the scratching at the door. Then, as it was repeated, Quicka paused. The rest fell silent. Frida and Hama snatched up crossbows, cocked them. Osmond stepped to one side of the door, poised his halberd. Quicka jerked out a peg, lifted the latch, swung the door open. Carly fell in on hands and knees, barely able to support himself. The 7 men inside gaped at him, then slammed the door shut and sprang to help. "Get him on the stool," snapped Osmond. "He's soaked. Not all water, either. Get his clothes off. One of you bring him a blanket. Rub his hands, Quicka. He's half frozen." Carly, supported on the stool, was pointing towards a mug. Osmond passed him the strong, warmed beer, watched it go down in a dozen gulps. Carly finished, breathed out, sat up straighter. "All right. I'll be all right in no time. Just cold and wet and dead tired. But I've got news. First, Shef is alive on Drottningsholm. The message he got was a trap, but we got there just the same. So he's on the island. He's alive, but he won't be much longer if he stays there. Trouble is, that queen of theirs is screwing him senseless, and he won't leave. We're going to have to go and get him. But he won't come of his own free will, and they've reinforced the guards over the bridges. And he's not the only one there who needs rescuing." Carly poured out his story to a ring of faces that grew grimmer as he went on. At the end, Osmond silently passed him a refilled mug, looked at Quicka, who as catapult captain shared the leadership with him in Shef's absence. "We've got to get him off. We could do it ourselves, but we'd never get away afterwards. That's what we've got to think about. Now, who in this place can we trust?" "How about Hun the leech?" asked Quicka. Osmond considered a moment. "Yes, I'd like to have him with us. He's English, and he's the Lord's oldest friend, and he's a way priest besides." "Thorvin the priest, then?" suggested one of the hammer-wearers. Faces round him twisted dubiously. Quicka shook his head. "He's more loyal to the Way than he is to King Shef. This is Way business somehow. You can't tell which road he'd turn." "Can we trust any of these Norskers?" asked one of the others. "Maybe Bronn." A pause while they thought it over. Finally Osmond nodded. "Maybe Bronn. Well, if we got him on our side, it's easy. He's nigh 7 foot tall and built like a stone wall. He's the champion of wherever it is, isn't he? He's just going to walk through them guards like piss through snow." "I'm not so sure about that," muttered Osmond. "He got a sword right through his belly last year. They've patched him up, right.
But they didn't patch his head up, did they? I don't know that he'd be champion of anywhere anymore. Are you saying he's gone yellow? Asked Frithla, incredulous. No, but I'm saying he's got a bit careful, like he never was before. In this country full of berserks, or whatever they call them, that's almost the same thing. But you still think he'll help? As long as we don't ask too much. Osmond looked round, frowning. 7 of us here, and Carly. Where's Ud? Where do you think? Now the water's running, he's up at the mills, seeing how they work. Took a hunk of bread up as soon as light showed. Well, go and get him back, someone. The rest of you listen, because here's what we'll do. So that's our plan, concluded Osmond, looking grimly across the table at Bronn. And that's what we're going to do. The only question we've got for you is, are you in or are you out?
Bronn stared down consideringly. Though both men were sitting, Bronn's face was still a foot above the Englishman's. It was a real surprise, he reflected, how these men of Shef's had changed. Everything in Bronn's makeup, culture, and experience had told him all his life that a slave was a slave and a warrior was a warrior, and there was no way of making the one into the other. A warrior could not be enslaved, or only with massive precautions, like those King Nidhed had taken for Volund, and look where that had got him. And slaves could not be made into warriors. Not only did they not have the skills, they didn't have the heart either. During the battles in England the year before, Bronn had revised his opinion a little. Ex-slaves were useful, he concluded, for war with machines, because they could be made into machines themselves, doing what they were told, heaving on ropes and pulling toggles to order. That was all. But now here was one not just making up a plan of his own, not just telling him, Bronn, that he was going to do it, but defying Bronn to stop him. The giant Hålogalander felt a mixture of irritation, amusement, and something like anxiety. Fear was not something he would ever readily admit to.
Yes, I'm in, he said, but I don't want my crew mixed up with it, and I don't want to lose my ship.
We want to use your ship to get away in, said Osmond. Sail back to England and get out of here. Bronn shook his head.
Not a chance, he said.
King Halfdan's got this coast sewed up as tight as a frog's ass, and the walrus can't fight off one of his patrol ships. They're twice our size. Use the mule. You know how long that would take to ship, not just to carry, but to mount it so it can shoot. Anyway, any ship not specially designed will just fall to pieces if you shoot that thing off in it. So how do we get away after we've got King Shef back off this queen? Are you saying it can't be done? Bronn chewed his lip.
We can do it. Maybe. Not by sea. I think the best thing is this. I'm going to invent an errand and get off now. Say I'm going out in the hills for some sport. They'll believe that after a winter cramped up indoors. I'll buy horses for the lot of you. When you've done your bit, meet me at a place I'll tell you. Then we all have to ride like smoke till we're out of Halfdan and Olaf's territory. They won't know right off which way we've gone. Then we all cut across country to the Gula Fjord. My helmsman Steinulf will take over here for me. I dare say with the way behind him, or anyway with Thorfinn and Skaldfinn and their friends, he'll be able to get the walrus free and take it round the coast to meet us. Even if there's trouble, Gudmund should be able to get away with the sea-mew. All meet up at the Gula and head back to England, like you said. You don't want to be in on the attack? Bronn shook his head silently. Osmond in his turn stared across the table. He, too, had always believed that a slave and a warrior were two different breeds, as different as sheep and wolves. Then he had found that, given a reason and a fighting chance, he had wolf in him. Now he wondered about the giant figure facing him. This was a man famous even among the fierce, quarrelsome, everlastingly competitive heroes of the North. Why was he now standing out, leaving the dangerous work to others? Was it right that a man who recovered from a wound that took him to the gates of death was never the same man again? He had stood by the door and felt the cold wind come through. You can leave that to us, then, said Osmond. Us Englishmen, he added, rubbing the point in. Do you think we can do it? I think you can do it the way you said, replied Bronn. You Englishmen. What worries me is getting you all across the mountains to the Gula Fjord. You've only met the civilized Norwegians so far.
The ones who live up in the back hills where we're going. They're different. If we can handle King Halvdan's guards, we can handle them. And what about you? You're the champion of the men of Hålogaland, aren't you? I think taking you midgets across Norway will need a champion. I shall feel like a dog taking a troop of mice through Catland. They're going to think you people are just so many free dinners. Osmond's lips compressed. Show me where we are to meet you with the horses, then, Lord Dog. I and the other mice will be there, maybe with a few catskins. The little convoy moving down to the bridge and the islands beyond it looked as ragged and unthreatening as it could be made. In the lead, an old farm horse pulling a battered cart, with one man walking by its side, chirruping encouragingly to it. The cart's load was invisible, but a dirty tarpaulin held it all down, one end flapping loose. On the other side of the horse walked Udd, the smallest of the men, gaping nearsightedly at the horse collar, a Norwegian invention which few Englishmen outside the catapult teams had ever seen. It enabled a horse to pull twice the weight of the ox-style straight pole, and Udd, characteristically, had forgotten about the point of their journey in fascination at the new artifact. Round and behind the cart straggled 8 more men, the 6 remaining English catapulteers, Hund the leech, his white priest clothes hidden under a grey mantle, and Carly. None carried a weapon in sight other than their belt knives. Halberds were stowed inconspicuously on nails along the sides of the cart. The crossbows, already cocked, lurked under the loose tarpaulin. As the cart dipped down to the shore, 2 guards by the side of the bridge straightened up, retrieved their javelins from the ground. "Bridge is closed," one of them shouted. "Everyone's off the island. Can't you see the sun nearly down?" Osmond pushed forward, shouting indistinctly in poor Norse. There were 6 men on this post, he knew. He wanted them all outside. The man leading the horse joined in, continuing to walk forward. One of the guards had had enough. He jumped back, javelin poised, shouted at the top of his voice. Other men came suddenly out of the hut, to one side, handling axes, picking up shields. 4 more of them, Osmond silently counted. That was right. He turned and raised a thumb to the others clustered round the cart. In an instant the crossbows were out and levelled, 6 of them, with Udd slipping back to seize his and join in. "Show 'em," said Osmond briefly. Further, the marksman of the group sighted and released. A sharp twang and an instantaneous thud. One of the men with shields gasped, his face suddenly white, stared down at the iron quarrel which had driven through his shield and deep into his upper arm. Further dropped the bow forward, thrust his foot into the stirrup, jerked over the goat's foot lever, dropped a second quarrel into place. "You're all marked," called Osmond. "These bows will go through any shield or armor. You can't fight us, only die. Drop what you're holding and go into the hut." The guards looked at each other, brave men, but unnerved by the lack of face-to-face challenge, the threat of being shot down from a distance. "You can keep your swords," offered Osmond. "Just drop those javelins. Go in the hut." Slowly they dropped spears, shuffled backwards, watching their enemies, trooped into the guard hut. 2 Englishmen ran forward with bars, hammers, nails, quickly and roughly nailed bars across the door and the one shuttered window. "We learned something from King Shef," remarked Quicka. "Always work out what you're going to do before you do it." "They'll soon bust out," said Carly. "Then they'll reckon they've got us trapped. That'll give us a bit more time." The cart rolled on to the bridge, in winter logs embedded in ice, in summer with planks laid over the logs now floating. The men were carrying crossbows and halberds openly now, easy to see in the long northern twilight. But there should be no one to see or challenge till the other side of the first island and the next bridge. Hearing the cart roll towards them, and knowing there should be no one there, the pair of guards manning the second bridge had more warning, and more time to decide what to do. Facing a line of crossbows, one of them immediately and sensibly turned and ran, hoping to get away and call for help. Aiming carefully, Frithha put a bolt through his thigh that brought him instantly down. The second man carefully grounded his weapon, eyes glaring vengefully. Hunt walked from his place at the rear to glance at the wound the crossbow bolt had made, clicking his tongue at the spreading blood, the bolt buried firmly in bone. Osmond joined him. "Nasty job getting that out," he remarked. "Still better alive than dead, and the best leeches in the world over at the college at Kaupang." Hunt nodded. You, fellow, when you take him to Master Ingolf to have his leg mended, give him the regards of Hund, the priest, and say the Englishman spared this man's life at my urging. Till then, pad the wound, check the blood flow. He showed his silver apple pendant, sign of Idun, goddess of healing, and turned away. The cart rolled over the second bridge, over the second island, and on to the final span to Drottningsholm. Occasionally looking behind them for signs of pursuit, the freedmen closed up. This time they knew they would have to fight. The third guard post was the main one, 12 men. They had already spent the day in serious anxiety following the disappearance of their Captain Stein. They had searched every part of the island for him except the Queen's quarters, found nothing. They waited now only for word from King Halvdan before they searched the Queen's hall too. But even so, they did not expect to find him. They knew enemies were nearby, whether human killers or monsters from the deep. Some had seen a school of orcas cruise by, their great fins showing, and wondered if Stein had been fool enough to enter the water. The faint shouts they had heard from the brief clashes to the north had alarmed them further. As the cart and its escort came into view, they moved on to the bridge to block it, 4 men abreast, 3 deep. From the rear rank an arrow flew, aimed at the horse's head. Whatever the cart and its cargo, they meant to block it. Wilfy, leading the horse still, now carried the new case-hardened shield. He lifted it, caught the shaft square on. It leapt back, point blunted. Quicka, Osmond, Hama, and Lulla walked forward, halberds ready, dropped on one knee to make a hedge of points facing the Norsemen 40 feet away. 4 crossbowmen stood behind them. "Drop your weapons!" shouted Osmond. He had no hope that his order would be obeyed. 12 veteran warriors surrender to less than their own number of strangers? Their mothers would disown them. Yet Osmond felt at least a flicker of compunction about shooting men down who were all but helpless against weapons they did not understand. He waited for the bows to be bent, the javelins to poise before he shouted again. "Shoot!" 4 crossbows twanged together. At 40 feet against standing targets, no one could miss. The Viking front line collapsed, 1 man lifted off his feet by the impact of the bolt, many foot-pounds of energy stored in sprung steel, and delivered in a moment. A man in the second line gasped and flinched as a bolt passed through the man in front and plowed up his rib cage. Another man broke from the pile of fallen round his feet and hurled himself forward, sword circling back for one mighty slash. Foam splattered his mustache as he ran, desperate for glory and for one blow. He called hoarsely on Odin as he came. A crossbow bolt from the near-sighted Ud hissed past one ear. Another from the inexpert Carly flew over his head. As he came within 3 strides, Osmond straightened from his kneeling position, gripped his long halberd close to the base, thrust forward in a long point from low down. The charging warrior ran straight on to it, splitting his own heart on the leaf blade, running forward with the last strength in his body, till the cross-fixed axe blade and spike stopped him short. His last breath left him with a grunt. His eyes stared forward in shock. The sword fell from his hand, the life left him. Osmond twisted the shaft once, cleared his blade, withdrew, dropped back to kneel. A series of clicks behind him as the crossbows cocked again. The 6 men in front of him broke and ran, 4 sideways along the shore, 2 away along the bridge to Drottningsholm. Osmond gestured briefly. "Put those 2 down," he said. "Let the others go." Bodies were dragged aside, and the cart rolled forward for the last time, the old horse now encouraged into a trot. Some of the Englishmen behind it walking backwards, alert for pursuit. Osmond and Quicka jogged in front of the others, eyes probing in the dim light for what they had been told to expect. "There," said Quicka, pointing. "Tell Ud and Hund to secure the boat. They're easily spared. They only have to push it off and row it round the point." Osmond called directions, and the 2 men broke away. "The rest of you, put your shoulders to the cart and get it up this slope. The hall's on the other side, and we have to hurry now." Heaved on by the horse and 8 men, the cart rocked up a brief slope, came through a copse of firs, and broke out into a clearing. In the center of it stood the Hall of the 2 Queens, steep-roofed, ornately gabled, stag's antlers nailed up above the doorways. No sign of life except a frightened face peeping from behind a low shutter, but smoke seeped into the air from its one chimney. The men swung the cart round so that its rear pointed at the hall, whipped away the tarpaulin, dropped the tilt, clustered round the squat bulk of the mule in the wagon bed. "Not there," called Carly. That's the slave's room you're pointing at. They'll have him there in the private chamber. Train round right another 6 feet. The 1.25 ton mule could not be lifted from its bed without immense effort. Instead, the horse-holder slowly shuffled the horse round, inching the cart sideways on its solid axles. "On!" grunted Quicka hoarsely, raising his arm in the team's well-practiced drill. Fritha the loader lifted a 20-pound water-smoothed rock from the bed of the cart, fitted it into the sling. The crew, all but Quicka and Hama the launchman, vaulted over the sides of the cart. They had not shot their weapon with its monstrous kick from inside a confined space before, and were not sure what effect it would have. Quicka checked his target again, dropped his arm in the signal to shoot. Shef lay back in the great feather bed in complete relaxation. In all his life, he had never spent so much time lying down before, except when he was bedridden with the marsh fever. A man who was awake should be working, or eating, or at rare intervals merrymaking. That was what everyone he knew believed. The idea of rest did not enter their minds. They were wrong. A day and a night now he had hardly stirred from the great bed except to eat his meals. Even those had been brought to him by the slave women during the day. He had never felt better. But then maybe that was the Queen. She too had come to him at frequent intervals during the day, more frequent than he had ever imagined possible. In Shef's stern and gloomy home, dominated by the pious, angry Wulfgar, his stepfather, all forms of sexuality were forbidden to all on Sundays, on the eve of Sunday, during Lent, in the Advent season, during the fasts of the church. The servants had evaded his rules, of course, and even more the village folk, but sexuality had taken on an air of furtiveness, something to be snatched, got over in between bouts of work, or between sleep and wake. Someone like Queen Ragnhild had been the stuff of dreams, beyond the imagination or experience of any village youth. And what he had done had been beyond his imagination, too. In amazement, considering what he had already performed, Shef felt his flesh beginning to rise again at the thought of what he had seen and felt. Yet the Queen would not return for a while, gone out, she said, to walk along the shore. Better to save his strength, better to sleep again, warm and well-fed. As he closed his eyes and lay back against the duck-down bolster, Shef thought vaguely of Carly. Better see what he was doing. One of the slave women would know. He had never asked their names. Strange. Perhaps he was beginning to behave like a king at long last. In his dream, Shef was standing by a forge, as he had before. It was not the great forge of the gods of Asgard, which he had once visited. Yet it was like that forge in that the whole working space was littered with boxes, logs, rough tables. There were handholds nailed here and there to the wall. They were there, Shef remembered, because this smith was lame. In the body he now inhabited, he remembered the keen pain as they slit his sinews with the knife, the laughing face of his enemy Nidhad, the promise Nidhad had made him. "You will not run far now, Volund, with your hamstrings cut, neither on feet nor on skis, hunter of the forest. And cut sinew never grows back. Yet your hands are unharmed, and you still have your eyes. So work, Volund, mighty smith. Work for me, Nidhad, make me precious things by day and by night. For there is no escape for you by land or by water. And I promise you, husband of the Valkyrie, though you are, if you do not earn your bread every day, you will feel the lash like the lowest dog of a Finn among my thralls." And Nidhad had had him trussed up then and there and given him a taste of the leather for proof. Still Volund remembered the pain in his back, the shame of being beaten without reply, the glittering eyes of Nidhad's queen as she watched. His wife's ring had glinted on her finger as she did so, for they had robbed him as well as mutilated him. Shef, who was now Volund, beat furiously on the red iron as he remembered, not trusting himself in this mood with copper or silver or the red gold that Nidhad demanded most. As he limped and heaved himself from side to side, he saw bright eyes watching him, 4 of them, the 2 young sons of Nidhad, come to see the fire and the clangor and the sparkling jewels. Volund paused, looked at them. Nidhad let them come freely, sure that his slave could never escape. Sure, too, that no matter how crazy he was for revenge, Volund would never take a revenge for which he could not escape retaliation. In the belief of the North, That would be exchanging one for two, neither sensible nor honorable. A revenge was no revenge unless it was complete. High above, in the rafters to which his great smith's arms could swing him, lay the wings Volund had made. The magic wings to take him away. But first, the revenge. The complete revenge. "Come and see," called Volund to the watching faces. "See what I have in my chest here." He reached inside it, pulled out a chain of gold links with a jewel between each one, red, blue, and green in complex pattern. "Or see this." He showed for an instant a box of walrus ivory with carved scenes upon it, inlaid with silver. "See in the chest, there is much besides. Come, look in the chest. Just peep over the side if you dare." Slowly the two boys came out into the light of the fire, holding each other's hands. One was 6, the other 4, the children of Nidhad and his second wife, the enchantress, far younger than their half-sister, the maiden Bethvild, who also came to eye him sometimes from the shadows. They were fine boys, shy but friendly, not yet spoilt by their father's greed, their mother's cunning. One of them had given him an apple the day before, saved from his own meal. Volund waved them over, opened the chest, held its massive lid open with one hand. He was careful to hold it by the handle. Many an hour had he spent, in time stolen from sleep, welding on the edge to it, the sharpest edge he had ever made in his life. They were good children, and he did not wish them to feel pain. "Come, see," he said again. They peered over, squeaking like mice with excitement. Their necks were over the iron lip of the chest. Volund, cruel man that he was, averted his eyes as he prepared to slam down the lid. "I do not want to be in this body," thought Shef, fighting against the god's fingers that held him firmly, forced him to watch. "Whatever lesson I am being taught, I do not want to learn it." As he began in some unknown way to squirm free, he saw another sight, far below the forge, somewhere in the deep rocky bowels, not of Middle-earth, but of the walls that surround the 9 worlds of men and gods and giants together. A great figure, with the savage, unpredictable face of a god, chained with monstrous fetters to the foundations of the universe. A great serpent hissing and spitting venom in its face. The face contorted with pain and yet still aware, still thinking, still looking beyond the pain. The figure was the chained god Loki, Shef realized, whom the way priests believed had been bound and tormented by his father Odin for the murder of his brother Balder, yet who would break free and return to revenge himself on gods and men, with his monster children on the last day itself. The enormous staple on one wrist fetter had been pulled almost free from the wall, Shef saw. When it came loose, Loki would have one hand free to throttle the tormenting serpent sent by his father Odin. Already he seemed free enough to beckon, to be signaling to his allies, the monster broods in the forests and in the depths of the sea. For an instant his furious eyes seemed to look from his prison up toward Shef. As he tore himself away again, Shef felt one more trickle of the thoughts of Volund. "Do the deed," they ran. "Do it now." And then to scoop out the skulls and carve them like walrus ivory, then to polish the teeth till they shine like pearls, then to take the glistening eyeballs from their orbits. Back in his own body again, Shef felt a monstrous slam, saw for an instant a sharpened lid swinging down. The slam was real. He could feel the tremors of it still shaking the bed. Shef kicked his feet free of the linen sheet and woolen blanket, leapt from the bed, lunged for tunic, breeches, and shoes. Was this the queen's husband come for him? The door swung open and the boy Harald rushed in. "Mother! Mother!" He stopped as he saw only Shef sitting on his mother's bed. Without a pause, he pulled his little eating knife from his belt and lunged at Shef's throat. Shef parried the blow, caught the thin wrist, twisted away the knife, ignored the furious kicks and punches from the free hand. "Easy, easy," he said. "I was just waiting here. What is happening outside?" "I don't know. Men with something that throws rocks. The wall is all smashed in." Shef let the boy go, darted through the door from the bedchamber to the queen's parlor. As he did so, a concerted charge smashed down the door from the main hall, and a wave of men poured in, knives drawn and crossbows pointed. Shef recognized Quicka at the same moment that they recognized him, began to step forward, waving his arms frantically for them to stop. Carly sprang out of the ruck and came forward, shouting something inaudible in a din of voices. "There's no need for it," Shef bellowed back. "I'm all right. Tell them all to stop." Carly laid a hand on his arm, trying to drag him towards the door. Furiously, Shef threw it off, realized at once that Carly meant to knock him unconscious once more. He dodged the left lead, got a hand up in time to block the right swing, ducked his head into Carly's already broken nose, and grappled his arms, trying to prevent him getting in a clear blow. As they struggled, Shef felt other hands on him, arms and legs, men trying to pick him up bodily and carry him off like a sack. He heard a voice gasp in his ear. "Hit him with the sandbag, quicker. He won't stop fighting." Shef dropped Carly, swung the men, holding his arms into each other, trampled his way free of the man clutching his leg, filled his lungs for another and more commanding bellow. Behind him, the old Queen Asa had also entered the room. One of the English raiders stood goggling at the struggle in front of him, unable to bring himself to join in and lay hands on his master. Seizing the iron stake by which she summoned her slaves, the old queen struck him smartly over the head, snatched the sax knife from his belt as he slumped, took 3 quick hobbling paces towards Shef, the cuckolder of her son and danger to her grandson, still standing unawares with his back to her. At the same moment, the little boy Harald, also standing, staring at the struggle, felt the prompting of generations of warrior ancestors. With a shrill cry, he too raised his knife again and ran forward to attack the invaders of his hall. As he ran past Shef at a line of grown men, Shef scooped him up and hugged him to his own body, wrapping both arms round him to prevent his struggles. He tried to shout again, "Everybody just stand still!" The faces confronting him turned to alarm. Men started to spring forward. Shef turned with the speed he had learned in the wrestling ring. Harald still clutched to his body. Queen Asa thrust savagely upwards with the broad-bladed knife. Shef felt a thud, a prick of pain over his ribs, looked down at the boy in his arms, saw him turn up his face, start to ask some disbelieving question, saw the knife driven clean through the boy's heart and body, the knife in the hands of his grandmother. Somewhere again Shef heard a lid slam again and again. The room had gone completely still and silent. Shef released his grip, slowly straightened the small body out, laid it on the ground. As he looked down, his eyes seemed for a moment to blur. He seemed to be looking not at the slight shape of the 10-year-old, but at a grown man, tall and burly, with a mane of hair and beard. "This was Harald Fairhair," said a cold, amused, familiar voice. "Harald Fairhair as he would have been. You are his inheritor now. You inherited his treasure from King Edmund, and paid with your youth. You inherited his luck from King Alfred, and paid with your love. Now you inherit destiny from King Harald. What will you pay with this time? And do not try to shirk my visions again." The moment passed. Shef was once more in the parlor, staring down at a blood-stained shape. Harald was dead now. Shef had felt the life go. Arms were at his shoulders again, hustling him away, and this time he did not resist. Behind him, Queen Asa took slow step after slow step towards the body of her grandson, reaching out a tentative, shaking hand. Shef lost sight of her as they ran him through the door into the hall, out through the main door shattered by the catapult stone, into the open. Outside, the hubbub broke out again, someone shouting, "But she's still got my knife!" Other voices snarling at him, Osmond counting. 7, 8, 9, all right, that's the lot. Get moving. Quicka appeared from somewhere with a firebrand and the barrel of dry kindling the slaves used, hurled first one and then the other into the cart. Watched the flame spread as he slashed the horse free of its traces. "They won't get our mule," he shouted. "What are you doing with those women?" Osmond shouted as Carly came into the light, a woman in each hand and 2 more running anxiously behind him. "They've got to come with us." "It's only a 6-oar boat. There's no room." "They have to come, especially now the boy's dead. Their throats will be cut at his burial." Osmond, ex-slave himself, argued no more. "All right, move it." In an untidy stream, 9 men and 4 women ran down the path leading to the little beach, where Martha had killed Stein only the evening before. Quicka and Osmond bringing up the rear, crossbows raised. Halfway down it, Shef heard a great shriek split the air behind him. Ragnhild returned from her walk along the shore. Behind it, men's voices shouting. The guardsmen they had left behind rallied and anxious to avenge their defeats. The run turned into a headlong dash, each person making for the beach and the boat they could see waiting. Hud and Hund with oars poised, ready to shove off. Men and women poured over the thwarts, seized oars or were pushed out of the way. The overloaded boat jammed on the shingle. Shef and Carly leaped out again and heaved it bodily out 6 feet, 10, till the beach shelved away and they were dragged in over the sides, only inches above the water. 6 men found their places, braced their feet, took one pull, another, as Osmond hoarsely called the time. Framed by the light from the now fiercely burning cart, Shef saw the figure of Queen Ragnhild walking down the beach, her arms stretched out. Arrows from the men behind her skipped over the water, but Shef ignored them, waved down the crossbows, poised to answer. "Luck-stealer!" she cried. "Bane of my son! May you be the bane of all those around you! May you never know woman again! May no son succeed you!" "It wasn't his fault," muttered Wilfy from the bow, rubbing his head where the iron stake had split it. "It was that daft old woman who took my knife." "Shut up about your knife," growled Fritha. "You should have held on to it." As the bickering continued, the boat pulled steadily away into the black dark, waiting for concealment, before bending round away from Halfdan's cruisers, to the mainland no more than a short mile off. Shef stared over the stern till he could see no longer, at the woman still raving and weeping by the shore. Chapter 15. Alfred, King of the West Saxons, co-ruler with the absent King Shef of all the English counties south of the Trent, watched his young bride with slight nervousness, as she walked the last few steps to the top of the hill overlooking Winchester. There was some chance, the leeches could not yet be sure, that she might be carrying his child already, and he feared she might overtax her strength. He knew, though, that she hated protection, held his tongue. She reached the top, turned, and looked out over the valley. It was already a mass of white blossom, where the Hampshire churls had planted the apple trees for their beloved cider. On the broad fields the other side of the stockaded town, teams could be seen ploughing, men following the slow oxen up and down the furrows, very long furrows, because it took the 8-beast team so long to make a turn. Alfred followed her gaze, pointed to a spot in the middle distance. "Look," he said. "There is a team ploughing with 4 horses, not 8 oxen. It is on your own estate." Wonred the Reeve saw the horse collars the men of the way used for their catapult teams, and said he would try it for ploughing. "He says horses eat more than oxen, but if they are hitched properly they are stronger and faster and do much more work. He says he is going to start breeding horses for size and strength as well, and there is an advantage no one thought of. It takes a good part of a churl's day to get out to the further fields and back if he is leading a yoke of oxen. With the horses they ride out and back, so they have more time in the fields." "Or more time to rest, I hope," said Godive. "One reason poor churls live so little time is that they have no rest but Sunday, and the church takes that." "Used to take that," corrected Alfred. "Now it is up to the churl." He hesitated a moment, patted her shoulder gently. "It is working, you know," he said. "I don't think any of us ever realized how rich a country can be if it is left at peace, with no masters, or only a master who cares for the country. But the good news comes in every day. What King Shef, your brother, told me is perfectly correct. There is always someone who knows an answer, but nearly always it is someone whom no one has ever asked before. I had a group of miners visit me yesterday, men from the lead mines in the hills. They used to be owned by the monks at Winchcombe. Now the monks have gone, they work the mines themselves, for my reeve and the alderman of Gloucester. They told me that the old Rome folk used to mine silver in the same hills, and that they think they could do the same." "Silver," he mused. "If the black monks had known that, they would have whipped their slaves till they died in search of it. So the slaves did not tell them. They tell me because they know I will give them a share. And with new silver, it is not long ago that every time we minted the money was worse, and soon Canterbury money would have been as bad as York. Now, with the silver I put back from the church hoards, a Wessex penny is as good as any in Frankland or the German lands beyond, and the traders come in from everywhere, from Dorstad and Compostela. And the Franklins, too, if they can evade their own king's ban. They all pay harbor dues, and I use it to pay my miners. The traders are happy, and the miners are happy, and I am happy, too. So, Godive, you see that things are not as bad as they were, even for the churls. It may not seem much, but a horse to ride in a full belly, even in Lent, is happiness to many. A bell began to chime from the old minster in the town below, its strokes ringing out over the steep valley. Ringing for a bridal, probably. The priests who remained in Wessex had found that if they were to keep any worshippers for the White Christ, they had to use their assets of music and ritual, more impressive still than the strange tales of the way missionaries from the north. "It still rests on war, though," she replied. Alfred nodded. "It always did. I saw this valley a desolation of burnt fields when I was a boy. The Vikings took the town and burnt every house in it except the stone minster. They would have pulled that down if they had had time. We fought them then, and we fight them still. The difference is that now we fight them at sea, so the land is spared. And the more it is spared, the stronger we are, and the weaker they grow." He hesitated again. "Are you missing your brother? I know well that all this goes back to him. If it had not been for him, I would have been dead, or a penniless exile, or at best a puppet king with Bishop Daniel holding my strings, or some Viking jarl, maybe. I owe him everything." He patted her hand. "Even you." Godive dropped her eyes. Her husband always referred to Shef now as her brother, though she knew that he knew that there was no blood relationship between them, that they were stepbrother and stepsister only. Sometimes she thought that Alfred had realized the truth of their relationship, maybe the truth, too, that her first husband had really been her half-brother. But if he suspected, he was careful to ask no further. He did not know that she had miscarried twice, deliberately, while she had been first married, taking the dangerous birthwort. If she had believed in any god, the Christian one or the strange pantheon of the way, she would have prayed to him or them for a safe delivery for what might now be in her womb. "I hope he is alive." "At least no one has seen him dead. All our traders know there is a reward for any news, and a greater one for the man who brings him back." "Not many kings would pay to have a rival return," said Godive. "He is no rival to me. My rivals are across the channel there, or up in the north working mischief. It looks safe as we sit on this hill and look over the fields. I tell you I would feel 20 times safer if Shef were back in England. He is our best hope. The churls call him Selig, you know, the victorious." Godive squeezed her husband's arm. "They call you Alfred Esteadig, the gracious. That is a better name." In the great tent of striped canvas, many days' march and sail to the north, the conference was less happy. The tent had been pitched with its rear into the wind, and the front wall brailed up so the men inside it could also look out. They looked out over a drear landscape of moor and heather, marked here and there by columns of smoke rising, the marks of the harrying parties coming down on one clump of wretched bothies or another. The 3 Ragnarssons left alive sat on their camp stools, ale-horns in hand. Each had a weapon stuck into the ground beside him, spear or spiked axe, as well as their swords belted on. Twice already that spring, since the battle off the Elbe, one jarl or another had tried to challenge their authority. Sensitive as cats to the constant ebb and flow of reputation on which power rested, all 3 knew they had to offer their followers a scheme, a bribe, a proposition, or there would be tents struck in the night, ships missing at the next rendezvous, men gone to try their fortune in the service of some sea king better favored by luck. "This is keeping the lads busy," said the grizzled Ubi, nodding at the smoke columns. "Good beef, good mutton, women to run down. No casualties to speak of." "No money," completed Halvdan. "No glory, either." Sigurd the Snake-Eye knew his brothers were just setting the problem up for him to deal with, not offering a criticism. The brothers never fought, hardly ever disagreed. Their relationship had survived even the psychotic Ivar. The other 2 waited for him to respond. "If we go south again," he said, "we run into those rock-throwers again. We can sail rings round them, we know that. But they have the advantage now. They know we're up here in Scotland because they kept us out of the Channel. All they have to do is harbor somewhere on the coast near their northern border, wherever they choose to draw it. If we sail down coast, they hit us. If we go around them, and we don't know where they are, they get to hear about it, come down after us, and hit us in harbor, wherever we are. The risk is either meeting them at sea or getting our ships battered to bits while we're on land. We might end up having to cut our way from coast to coast. And I don't think any of the lads, however big they talk, fancies meeting the rock throwers at sea again. You can't fight standing on a bundle of planks. So we're beat, nudged Ubi. All three men laughed. Maybe what we need is some rock throwers of our own, suggested Halfdan. That's what Ivar thought. He made that little black-robed bastard, what was his name? Erkenbjart. He made him make some. Pity the little bastard got away. That's for next year, said Sigurd. Can't change horses in midstream, and for this year we have to go with what we have. This year we'll pass the word in the slave markets that we pay high prices for men who can shoot these throwers. Someone will bring one in, and if they can shoot them, they can build them. Put someone like that together with a real shipbuilder, and we'll have something that can outsail those clumsy English tubs and outfight them, too. But right now we need something to put hard into our lot and silver into their pouches. Or the hope of silver in their heads, anyway. Ireland, suggested Halfdan. We'd have to go north about round the tip of Scotland now. The place will be a swarm with Norwegians before we get there. Frisia? Offered Ubi doubtfully. Poor as Scotland, only flatter. That's the islands. How about the mainland? Or we could try Hamburg again. Or Bremen. That hasn't been lucky water for us this year, said Sigurd. His brothers nodded, both of them showing their teeth in involuntary snarl. They remembered the humiliation on the sandbank, coming back from a fruitless hunt with no quarry and a man missing. The humiliation of being outmaneuvered, so that they had to stand back from a challenge from a single man. But I think that's the right idea, said Sigurd. Or nearly the right idea. We'll keep the lads busy over here for a few weeks yet. Give this whole country a complete shaking. Let them know they just have to enjoy themselves. There's something bigger coming. Then we'll go back across the North Sea, direct crossing, head for the Granite Isles. His brothers nodded, knowing he meant the islands of the North Frisians, facing the Ditmarsh, Hor, and Amrum and Sylt, 3 islands of rock amid a waste of shifting sands. Then we go down the Eider and hit Hedeby. Halfdan and Ubi stared at each other, considered. They're our own people, said Halfdan. Sort of. Anyway, they're Danes. So what? Have they done us any favors? That fat traitor King Rorik wouldn't even sell the man we want to Skuli. He let the way priests take him off to their bolt hole. Maybe we ought to hit them instead. Right. What I'm thinking, said Sigurd, is if England is ruled out for us right now, we'll find better returns in our own countries than foraging round these poor places. Riskier, I know. But if we take Hedeby and Rorik's gold, then there'll be all the more to support us if we go for Halfdan and his idiot brother Olaf. Sure, there'll always be some who'll drop out. Got a brother in Kaupang or a father in Hedeby. Plenty left. And the ones we beat in one place will join us for the next place. Roll up the north first, said Halfdan. Set you in place as the one king of all the Northlands. Then come back to the south. With 1,000 keels and rock throwers in the front of them, amplified Ubi. To finish the Christians once and for all, to fulfill our Bragi boast long ago, to get revenge for Ivar. Halfdan got up, drained his horn, pulled his spiked beard-axe out of the ground. I'll go round the tents, he said. Drop a few hints. Say we've got a plan, and everyone will get a shock when they know it. Keep them quiet just a few weeks longer. Erkenbert the deacon stood inside a great ring of ancient stones. It was the doom ring of the Småland peoples, the little countries between Danish Skåne and the giant confederacy of the Swedes, extending hundreds of miles to the north, a country with many kings striving always to establish one Sverige, one empire of the Swedes. It was the Smålanders' spring assembly, when men came out of their snowed-in cabins and began to prepare for the short but welcome summer. Erkenbert had carefully dyed his worn black robe so that it shone even blacker, a violent contrast with the furs and homespuns that surrounded him. His attendant had also once more shaved every inch of his tonsure, so that the bald ring on his head stood out even more strongly. "We don't want to hide away," Bruno had said. "That's the old style. Trying to get by on sufferance. We want them to see us, get Christianity in their faces." Erkenbert had meditated a sharp reply on the virtue of humility, but had withdrawn. For one thing, few men any longer cared to answer back to the master of the Lanzenorden, as men were already calling him. For another, Erkenbert could see the sense in the policy. The Smålanders were selling off slaves as usual. Mere bags of bones, most of them, ill-fed during the winter and now a doubtful speculation for the summer and the work period. The emissaries of the Uppsala King Orm were buying the cheapest as usual. "Don't bother with most of them," Bruno had said. "Funds are low." But this one he had to have. A burly farmer pushed forward into the ring as his turn came, towing with him in one fist an emaciated figure. The slave was dressed in no more than tatters, and shook uncontrollably with cold. Through the rags his ribs showed. A cough racked his body every few seconds, and he stank of the midden where he had slept for warmth. A chorus of jeers greeted the arrival from the seller's neighbors. "What do you want him for, Arnie? If he was a chicken, you'd have to use him for soup. Even the Swedes won't take him. He won't live till the next sacrifice." Arnie glared round indignantly. His eye fell on Erkenbert advancing deliberately across the sale ground. Erkenbert walked composedly up to the thin man, put his arms round him, held him closely. "Don't worry, Sirrah. We have heard of you. We are here to rescue you." The stink attacked Erkenbert's nostrils, but he bore it, remembering the book of Job. The thin man began to weep, causing a fresh barrage of jeers and hooting from the crowd. "How can you rescue me? They will take you too. They are animals. They care nothing for the rights of God." Gently Erkenbert disengaged himself, pointed behind him to the group from which he had come. 10 Ritter of the Lanzenorden stood in a double line, every man mailed, helmeted, with metal gauntlets shining. In each man's right hand was a short pike, butt on the ground, point forward at exactly the same angle. "These people are good warriors," Bruno had said, "but they have no discipline. We will show them some. It keeps them uncertain." "What do you want for this man?" said Erkenbert, speaking loudly so the watchers could hear. Arnie, a devout disciple of Frey, spat on the ground. "To you, Christling, 20 ounces of silver." Derision from the crowd. 8 ounces was a good price for a man in full vigor, 12 for a pretty girl. "I will give you 4, shouted Erkenbert, still playing to the crowd. "You have saved the other 16 on food and clothes over the winter." Arnie did not see the joke. Face purpling, he strode forward towards the much smaller man. "Shaveling, 4 ounces. You have no rights here. By the law of the Smålanders, any man who catches a Christ priest has the right to enslave him. What is to hinder me from taking you and your 4 ounces? "You have the right to enslave a Christ priest," replied Erkenbert, unmoved. "Do you have the strength?" At the psychological moment, the uncanny shape of Bruno made its way out of the crowd, from the point opposite the watching ranks of the Ritters. He pushed gently through the watching men, edging them aside with his ape-like shoulders. He carried no pike, but wore the same armor as his men. His left hand rested on the pommel of his trailing, over-length sword. Arnie glared round him, observing the sudden silence, realizing that in an instant he had become the one under test. He tried to rally the crowd round him. "Are we going to take this? Are we going to let these men come in here and steal our slaves away?" "They're paying cash," observed a voice from the crowd. "And what will they do with the men they take? Such as these?" Beside himself with fury, Arnie turned and cuffed his slave violently across the side of the head, sending him sprawling and weeping to the ground. "Such as these should go to the groves of Uppsala, as a sacrifice to the true gods, not go back to preach more lies about sons of virgins and the dead rise—" Arnie's voice cut off in mid-syllable. Moving like the tufted lynx of the forests, Bruno had covered the 4 paces between them. His hand shot out faster than anyone could see. But they could all see now that his gauntleted fingers had closed on the throat ball, the Adam's apple of the Smålander, held it in steel pincers. He lifted slightly, and the farmer rose on struggling tiptoe.
"Filth," said Bruno. "You have laid hands on the servant of the living God. You have spoken blasphemy against our faith. I will not kill you in the doom ring, where blood must not be shed. But do you care to meet me in the dueling ground, with sword and buckler, or axe and spear, or any weapon you care to choose?"
Unable to move or speak, the farmer goggled helplessly.
"I thought not."
Bruno released him, turned on his heel, barked a command. In one drilled movement, the front rank of his ritter stamped forward, paces 1, 2, 3, stood at attention once more.
"Continue with the sail."
4 ounces, Erkenbert repeated. "We mustn't rob them," Bruno had said, "or they will fight. But we don't have to pay over the odds, either. Still, we must rescue Sirrah Aelif, the priest. Only he knows anything of the kings in the back country behind Berka. We need him to help us with our search. I am anxious to hear more of this King Shalak they speak of, from up on the borders of Iron-bearing land." Massaging his throat, the farmer wondered whether he dared hold out for more, met Erkenbert's black, hostile eyes, decided he did not. He nodded. Erkenbert threw a small purse at his feet, took Aelif the priest gently by one arm, withdrew with him to the ranks of the ritter, now joined once more by Bruno. The priest and the deacon moved to the security of the central file. Bruno snapped commands. The armored men sloped their pikes and marched away, feet slamming down together like a single man. The Swedes and Smålanders watched them go, turned again to their business. "What did you think of that?" said one tall Swede to another. "Think of that? That's the bastard who killed King Orm's man at Hedeby. He must make a habit of this. I don't know what he wants, but I'll tell you this. We're seeing some new kind of Christian." The other nodded thoughtfully, looked round to see if any might overhear. "If there's a new kind of Christian around, maybe we all need a new kind of king to deal with them." Chapter 16. Bronn had protested briefly and furiously at the unexpected appearance of 4 women from the boat. "Not enough horses. We'll have to leave them." When they told him what had happened on Drottningholm, his protests ceased.
"We'd better get out of here," was all he said. "Now his son is dead, Halfdan won't rest till everyone involved is dead as well. Or he is. I don't think he'll touch my crew, or not till he finds out that I left with you. But we have to be out of the Westfold faster than anyone has ever left before. You drop behind, you're left behind."
Shef said nothing to all this, stumbled as he walked with his dark thoughts still on the island. And the dead boy. Some part of him was still trapped back there, sealed between the warm thighs, engulfed by large breasts. They had set off along a path that led directly up into the mountains, twisting and winding through the everlasting dark pine and fir forest. 10 Englishmen, 4 women, Carly and Bronn, with a dozen horses between them, and deadly pursuit sure to follow them in the morning. Yet almost from the start it seemed that Bronn's fears had less ground than he thought. One of the ex-slaves, Wilfy, had said immediately that in his life in England he had been a forerunner, the slave sent on ahead of his master when his master travelled, to see to his lodging and food at every halt. Running 40 miles a day, Wilfy said, was as easy to him as walking 20 to another man. He needed no horse. The women rode double, or else one would ride while the men took turns trotting at their side with a hand on the saddle. It was a long night's riding. Dawn was slow in coming. At first light, Bronn called a halt to cook, water the horses at a stream, and give the mountain ponies a chance to forage in the new, swift-growing grass. The slaves quickly built a fire, crushed grain, and made their everlasting porridge. Then they were ready to start again while Bronn was still groaning and massaging his stiff thigh muscles. When he looked round in surprise at the column already forming up, Osmond told him with a certain relish, "You forget, master. A slave has to go on whether he wants to or not. It is free men who have to be persuaded, or think a blister or hunger or thirst are good enough excuses to stop." And Vikings, fast movers though they might be by the leisurely standards of the armies of the Christian West, were seamen or ski-runners rather than horsemen. For all his urgency, it was Bronn who held the party up. No horse the party had could carry his giant frame for long. During the long day that followed the long night, Osmond finally took charge, reorganized the mounts so that each man or woman in the party took a turn on foot as well as riding, and told Bronn to take 2 horses, riding one and leading the other in turn, or else, on the flatter and broader stretches, running between the two with a great arm hooked over each saddle pommel. "Will we make it?" Quicka asked finally when they stopped for a second time to hobble the horses in a patch of thick new growth. The rest of the party listened anxiously for the answer. Bronn looked round, tried to estimate where they were and how far they had come. "I think so," he said. "We have come faster than I thought possible. And we must have had a start anyway, since Halfdan did not know which way we went." "He'll find out, though?" queried Quicka. "There'll be riders out now to tell him who is moving through his territory. But they have to reach him, get his orders, come back and try to carry them out. All that time we're heading the other way. 3 more stages like the 2 we've done, and we're out of the Westfold. Won't stop Halfdan sending killers after us, but he can't order anyone to block the road." "But we're not taking any risks," said Osmond. "As soon as the horses have eaten their fill, we move on." "We have to sleep sometime," protested Bronn. "Not for days yet. When people start falling off their horses, then we can sleep, or else tie them on." The party pushed on again wearily, with aching feet and grumbling bellies, but never a word of complaint. The women led the way, looked back sharply at the slightest sign of flagging. Slowly, though, they began to realize that the real threat lay not behind them but in front. In mountainous and little-traveled Norway, all roads and paths went naturally through every farmstead on the route. A chance for the isolated farm folk to hear news or to give it. A chance for the traveling peddlers to sell their clothes or wine or salt. To begin with, at every farmstead they came to, Bronn had bargained for extra horses, buying 1 here and 2 there till the party were fully mounted with animals to spare. Yet though he paid immediately in good silver pennies, the farmers seemed loath to sell. "I'm being too quick," he explained. "They want me to hang around and bargain for half a day. Nothing much happens up here. They like to spin things out, paying the price asked and moving on. It doesn't seem honest to them. Anyway, it's natural they're going to wonder who we are. 10 midgets who can't speak the language properly, 4 women in slave gear, 1 man in a dream." He pointed at the unspeaking chef. "And me. They're bound to be uneasy. I told you I'm taking a bunch of mice through Catland." Trouble stirred first the day after Bronn declared them free of the Westfold. They had crossed a watershed and were winding their way down through a steep valley, water rushing down on both sides of it, and animals newly released from their indoor winter pens grazing gratefully wherever the new grass showed. The party came down, as they had a dozen times before, on a farmstead, a cluster of buildings arranged in a rough square. Work had stopped immediately as the men of the farm moved over to inspect the new arrivals, to exchange words with Bronn, to call out the women and children. Slowly, Shef, his mind still turning continually over the little boy who had died in his arms, realized that the mood at this farmstead was somehow different. The menfolk were not just uneasy or suspicious, they were amused. They had come to some kind of conclusion. Shef looked round more alertly. How many of them were there? Were there still as many as there had been at the start? How many in his own party? A shriek came suddenly from behind the cow buyer. A voice calling out in English. Edith's voice, the youngest and prettiest of the women. Without words, Quicka, Osmond, and the rest seized their crossbows and streamed towards it, Bronn, Shef, and the farm folk following at a run. As they came round the corner of the barn, they saw 2 Norsemen holding Edith. One held her from behind, trying to clamp a hand over her mouth. The other had hold of 1 leg, was trying to grasp the other. As he heard feet behind him, the second man let go, turned. "She's used to it," he said. "Look at her. Just a whore of a slave. Does it all the time. Why shouldn't we get a turn, too?" "She's no slave," snapped Osmond, "and she never was your slave." "Who are you to say?" The other farm men, 6 of them, had come round now, were siding with him and the other man still clutching Edith. "She has no rights here. Nor have you. If I say you're a slave, you'll soon be one." Shef pushed his way forward, made the Norseman meet his eye. They were not in danger here, he knew, or at least no immediate danger. He had heard the crossbows click, and though the Norsemen had axes and knives to hand, they would be riddled before they had a chance to use them. But if they did that, even if they killed every man, even if they killed every woman and child as well, as Viking raiders would have done in England, still the news would go out, and a hue and cry raised. These men had to be made to back down. But they had decided in their unthinking way that they were dealing with lesser beings. "Just leave us this one," suggested the Norseman, "and the rest of you can ride on." Edith screamed from behind the covering hand, thrashed violently. "She thinks we might just do it," thought Shef. Bronn stepped from behind him, the axe he had taken from his saddle sliding through his massive palm. It was a mighty weapon, the haft a 3-foot shaft of ash, the curved convex edge a foot long from horn to horn. The iron head was inlaid with serpent patterns in silver, the welded steel blade flashing bright against the darker iron. A long spike jutted from the back of the head for balance, and for the backstroke. It was the weapon of a champion. "Let her go," he said, "unless you want to fight me. All of you or one at a time, I don't care." The Norseman who had spoken first looked up at him. He was not as big as Bronn. No one Shef had ever seen was. But once again Shef realized what giants the Norwegians were. The Norseman was a good 4 inches taller than Shef himself, far broader and heavier. He was considering the challenge, Shef realized. Was it worth it? What was the risk? Bronn flicked his axe into the air, let it twirl over and over, caught it without glancing up. The Norwegian nodded slowly. "All right, Thorgeir. Let her go. I don't think she's worth it. This time. But someone will catch you before you get out of the mountains, big man. Then we'll see why you're running slaves through the Buskerud. Slave blood in you too, maybe." Shef saw Bronn's knuckles whiten on the axe handle at the insult, but he made no move. Edith, released, ran instantly to the center of the group that faced her, crossbows cocked and leveled. Slowly, facing outwards, the women, the Englishmen, and Bronn retreated to their horses, silently gathered up their possessions. 2 of the horses were missing, stolen during the brief confrontation. "Don't fuss about it," muttered Bronn. "Just get going and keep going." The column wound through the farm buildings and middens. A child threw a clod of earth after them as they left, and then the rest joined in, mingling earth and stones with taunts and jeers that followed them half a mile on their way. The party camped that night in more comfort than ever before, spreading out their meager supply of blankets and taking time to cook the salt meat and dried onions they had bought a day before. But they ate silently and anxiously. A sentry remained on his feet all the time, watching the trail before and behind them. As the others rolled themselves up to sleep, Osmond and Quicka came over to sit next to Shef and the still silent Bronn. "We're not going to get very far like this," said Osmond. "The news will go ahead of us, along paths we don't know. We could have trouble at every farmstead. If there's a village or a town, it could be worse." "I told you," Bronn replied, "like taking a nest of mice through Catland." "We were relying on our dog," said Quicka. Shef looked at Bronn with instant alarm. He had seen Bronn challenged or provoked several times during the campaigning winter, in the camps round York or East Anglia, provoked a good deal more gently or carefully than this, and by men many times more formidable than Quicka. The response every time had been the instant blow or grapple. A broken arm, a man knocked senseless. This time Bronn sat motionless, seemingly deep within himself. "Yes," said Bronn finally. "You were relying on me. You still can rely on me. I gave my word to see you through to the Gulla Fjord, and I will do my best to keep that word. But there's something you ought to know. I know it now, if I didn't before. I have been a warrior for 25 winters. If I were to count up the men I have killed or the battles I have seen, well, it would sound like a saga of one of King Hrolf's champions, or of old Ragnar Harrybreeks himself. In all that time no one can say I ever turned tail, or held back when the spears crossed." He looked round fiercely. "You have seen that. I should not need to boast here. But the fight with Ivar took something out of me. I have been wounded many times, and left for dead more than once. I never felt in my own heart that I was dead. When Ivar dodged my blow and got his sword through me, I felt the blade in my guts, and I knew that even if I could get myself off it and live that day, then I would die within 2 more. I knew. It took less time than a heartbeat, but I could never forget it. Not even after Hund over there sewed up my torn guts and my belly and nursed me through the fever and the draining pus. I am as strong as ever I was now, but I cannot forget what I once knew." He looked round again at the others. "And the trouble is, you see, up here in the mountains, where every district has its champion, and Manjafnadr is what they do all the time, comparing men to see which they think is the deadliest. They can feel it. That man back there knew he wasn't my match. Knew I had killed a dozen farmhands like him before my beard was fully grown. But he could tell as well that my heart wasn't in it. Just a little more time to think about it, and he might have taken the risk." "You are as strong as ever," said Osmond. "You would have killed him. Better for all of us if you had." "I expect I'd have killed him," Bronn agreed. "He was only the cock of his own midden. But funny things happen when a man loses heart. I have known great warriors stand still with the piss running down their breeches till they were cut down. They freeze. Then the Valkyries, Odin's daughters, the choosers of the slain, throw their fear fetters over them." The Englishmen sat in silence. Finally Osmond spoke again. "That's it, then. We'd better go through every place we come to, all closed up and ready from now on. Halberds showing, crossbows cocked. I wish these silly bastards up here had seen crossbows work. Then they'd be more frightened. But we can't shoot somebody just to show them. One other thing," he added. "Edith didn't go off behind that barn just because she's dumb, you know. She was called over. By a woman. Woman speaking English, not Norse. She must have heard us talking among ourselves. A slave woman. Been here 20 years. Bronn nodded heavily. "They have been running slaves out of England for 50 years now. I dare say every farmstead in the whole of the north has its English grinding slave, or half a dozen of them, and men thralls for the heavy work out in the fields as well. What did she want?" "Wanted us to take her with us, of course. Spoke to Edith because she thought she'd be sympathetic. Then the men came round the corner, must have been watching." "Did you speak to the slave woman?" asked Shef, finally breaking out of his own internal struggles. "What did you tell her?" "Told her she couldn't come. Too much trouble for us. I should have said the same to Edith and the others, even if they were down to have their throats cut over some dead prince brat's tomb. The woman back there was from Norfolk," Osmond added. "They stole her out of Norwich 20 years ago, when she was a girl. Now she'll grow old and die up here." He and Quicka got to their feet, walked away, began to spread out their blankets. Shef looked at Bronn, did not venture to speak. What the big man had said must have cost him as much grief and inner shame as breaking down in public tears might have done to someone lesser. Shef wondered what sort of man he would be in the future. Could they ever nurse him back to health in his mind, as Hund had done with his body? Long after the rest of the camp was asleep, except for the patrolling sentry, Bronn sat restless, moodily breaking sticks and feeding them into the fire. The next day, as they jogged along through the mountain pine woods, moving now without the frantic haste of the rush from Halfdan's kingdom, Shef found Ud riding by his side. He looked down with some surprise. Ud normally had little or nothing to say, except when there was forge work to be done. "I've been thinking about those millstones," said Ud. "They're not very much use up here, because the water only flows half the year, and when it does, it's like that." He pointed to the mountain stream ahead of them, pouring down in a thin, deep channel over a succession of 6-foot drops in the hillside. "What they need here is something more the same all the time." "Like what?" Ud licked a finger, held it up in the air. "No shortage of wind up here, is there?" Shef laughed. The thought of wind, a thing no one could see or measure or weigh or even catch, driving the most massive thing that men ever used, the great weight of the millstone, was impossible. "Wind can drive a ship, though, can't it?" said Ud, reading his leader's thought. "If it can drive a ship that weighs 10 tons, why not a stone that only weighs 1? "Wind's not like water," said Shef. "It comes from different directions." "That doesn't stop the sailors, does it?" "No, what I was thinking was this. As they rode on, Ud began to outline his idea of a sail-powered windmill, mounted on a rotating frame that could be turned to face the wind by a post like a ship's rudder. As he made objections, received answers, added his own notions, Shef found himself slowly drawn more and more into the deep, incommunicable excitement of the inventor. Riding behind them, Quicka nudged Carly. "He's got him talking, then. About time, too. I was getting worried riding through this place with two leaders, both of them in some other world. I wish we could do the same for the other." He indicated the giant figure of Bronn slouching along at the head of the column with one arm over his overburdened horse's saddle. "He may be more of a problem," cut in Hunt from behind them. "I wish we could just get him to his ship." The challenge came not at any of the farmsteads they passed through that day nor the next, though they rode through all of them greeted only by lowering faces and men standing silently by their barns and byres. Forewarned, Shef looked round keenly at every place they came to, for signs of the others there besides the men. Twice he caught sight of thin faces peeping from behind shutters, women hoping for a miracle, or maybe only for a friendly word in their own tongue. In his sleep, he thought to hear the grinding noise of the querns, on and on for 20 years, 30 years, marking out a life of hopeless toil. But at least the farmstead spread only over a few yards, had in them never more than 10 or a dozen men and boys of all ages, not likely to test their strength against a well-armed body of their own number, even if the strangers came of slave race and were headed by a doubtful champion. Where the road over the mountain passes finally dipped down into a dale, and the dale ran down to meet two more, the little cavalcade saw before them a cluster of houses spreading out where the streams intersected, and rising above them all a taller building more than one story, its gables and side posts fantastically carved into dragon shapes. Bronn reined in, turned to face the others. "That's Fla," he said. "It's the main town of the Hallingdal district. They have a temple there. Just try to ride on through as if it was another farmgarth." As they rode through the small square at the center of the settlement, the bulk of the timber church to their left, men emerged from between the houses, blocking the path forward and on all sides. They were fully armed, spears and shields ready, bows in the hands of the youths and boys behind the warriors. Shef heard the click of the crossbows being cocked yet again. They might kill or cripple their own number, he was sure. After that, they stood little chance against the 30 or 40 men that would be left. Pick one direction and break out. A man was coming forward to greet them, no weapon drawn, right hand up for parley. He and Bronn stared at each other. "Well, Vigjaf," said Bronn, "we haven't met since Hamburg. Or was it the raid on the Orkneys?" "The Orkneys it was," said the other man. He was shorter than Bronn by some way, but heavily built, thick-necked, and balding. Squat arms bulged with muscle over gold bracelets. A bad sign in both ways. This man had made heavy profits out of something, and here in the poor mountain lands it would not be from rearing cattle. Vigjaf looked pointedly at the hammer pendant on Bronn's chest, then past him at the clump of horses, men, and women behind him. "You are in strange company," he remarked. "Or maybe not so strange. Once people start wearing things round their necks, I always think it's the next thing to turning Christian. And then what? They start talking to the other slaves, start helping them to run off, start being one yourself. Are you that bad yet, Vigga Bronn? Or is there a bit of your old self yet?" Bronn slid off the pony he had been riding, walked forward, axe in hand. "You can cut the talk, Vigjaf," he said. "When we last met, I never heard a peep out of you. Now you think you're something. Well, what's it to be? Are you and your cousins just going to try to jump us? Because if you do, we'll kill a lot of you, that's for sure." Behind him, Osmond raised a crossbow, sighted on the thick oak of the temple door, squeezed the trigger with its carefully ground sear. A flash too fast for sight, a thump echoing round the silent square. Osmond reloaded without haste, 4 easy movements. A click, another square iron bolt dropped home. "Try digging that out," Bronn went on. "Or have you got some other deal? Just you and me, maybe, man to man." "Just you and me," Vigjaf confirmed. "And if I win, free passage through for all of you. And if you win, Vigjaf, we take the lot."
Horses, slaves, men, women. We can find a place for the women, not the men. Thralls who've been allowed to run around thinking their people get funny ideas. They'll go to the sacred tree to hang for Odin's ravens. Maybe we'll keep some of them if we think they're safe. But you know how we deal with runaways up here. If we don't kill them, we geld and brand them. Only safe thing to do. But you've got another way out, Bronn. You personal, I mean. Just walk away from them. They're not your folk. Join us. Hand them over. No trouble for you or me. We'll even cut you in on the profits.
No deal, said Bronn. He flipped his axe up to grip it in both hands.
Here and now?
Vigyarf shook his head. Too many people want to watch. I told them you'd say that. Now they're coming down from all the garths in 3 dales. We've marked out a dueling ground down by the river. Tomorrow morning. Me against you. As Shef stood listening to the talk that might condemn him to the gelding iron, the brand, and the iron collar, he felt the familiar pinch at the back of his neck, which meant his vision was being directed. This time he did not struggle against the sight he was being shown. As had happened when he sat on the howe by Hedeby, his eye remained open. He still saw the small muddy square, the wooden temple, the armed men tensely waiting. But at the same time another picture swam across his vision, filling his brain, as if the eyeball they had taken from him were somewhere else, reporting on what it saw as well as the one still in his head. He saw a great mill, like the one Ud had first shown him at the college in Kalpong, 2 horizontal stones, the one turning over the other, fed by a hopper from above. But no cog-wheels, no water running. Instead, the mill-room was dry, like the middle of summer in a hot year, and the dust rose chokingly from the ground with never a drop of water to lay it. Through the dust a man moved, a single figure thrusting slowly and steadily at a bar. The bar, thick as the steering oar of a warship, was set into the upper millstone, and as the man pushed, so the millstone moved round and round. And the man moved round and round, in the same weary circle, never resting, never coming to an end, never seeing anything but the same dusty room. Yet in fact he could see nothing, Shef realized, for the man was blind, his eye sockets empty. The man slacked his pace for a moment, trying to get better grip for his footing. Instantly a lash from somewhere, a red stripe springing up across the naked, filthy back. Though he was blind, the man looked back as if bothered by some fly he could not quite get to grips with. His hands were fettered to the bar he pushed with great gyves of iron. As he put his weight on the bar again, Shef saw the monstrous muscles stand out on arms and back and sides. There seemed to be nothing between them and the skin. The man was as strong as Bronn, as tight-drawn muscularly as Shef himself. Long black hair curled down over his shoulders. That is a way of milling Ud has not thought of, Shef reflected as the vision began to blur. He came to himself again. Use a man instead of an ox, or a horse, or a dozen grinding slaves with hand-querns. But I do not think my protector in Asgard has sent me this to tell me about milling, any more than he sent me the Volund vision to warn me of open chests. Then he meant to tell me the boy had to die. And the slam of the chest closing was the crash of the catapult stone, the mule stone, now the millstone. It means something more immediate than cog-wheels or gearing. "Tomorrow morning," said Bronn, repeating Vigyarf's words. "Me against you." Shef pushed his horse forward till it drew level with Bronn's side. "Tomorrow morning," he said, looking down from horseback at the burly Vigyarf. "But not you against him. Our champion against yours." As the warrior eyed the crossbows and opened his mouth to protest, Shef cut in quickly. "Your champion may have choice of weapons." Vigyarf looked thoughtful, suspicious, eyed the group behind Bronn, then nodded agreement. From somewhere not too far away, or was it in his own head, Shef could hear the dreary, slow creak of a mill wheel turning.